pixels. That's what you need to do. That's what you want to do. Go measure the pixels.
I can imagine you like fuming right now. Like steam coming out your ears.
Go and measure the pixels. That's what you want to do, isn't it? Go and measure the pixels then on your fool's errand.
Hello.
Go and measure your pixels. What's up, horse?
Okay, hi, okay.
How are you doing today?
I was okay till I went into this room.
Well, you know where the door is. You can always turn around and leave again.
Why are you being so hostile, man?
Because I'm waiting for you to start complaining like you always do when you come into the room.
I always start complaining. I have something to complain about, amigo.
And your microphone's a bit shit, so say that again.
Yo, it's not microphone, dude.
No, it is.
I'm using a cup that's attached to a bit of spring.
Sounds like it as well.
Yeah.
Yep. So what are you complaining about now?
No, I've nothing to complain about. Just calm down. Why are you so hostile, dude?
Because every time you come in here, you complain. So I'm just waiting for you to start complaining. I know the games you play, horse. It's not our first rodeo now, is it?
That was a good phrase there. You're a clever man. Yeah.
Right.
You've noticed him because she's doing maths?
Yeah, our friend's going to go count pixels.
Yeah, that's retarded.
Sorry, what's that?
I said that's stupid.
What, counting pixels? No, we're going to measure Earth curvature by counting pixels.
No, you need to measure it with a measuring stick or something, dude.
Do you think you can measure curvature with a measuring stick?
Yeah, with a tape measure, dude.
With a tape measure?
Yeah.
What distance do you think you would have to have a tape measure to measure curvature or a deviation from that horizontal you've created with your tape measure?
Yeah, you did a big tape measure. What's your point?
It's a big tape measure. The point was within the question. What distance do you think you would have to measure a deviation from the horizontal you created with your tape measure? What distance do you think?
You know, no, I would just like wrap it around. I wouldn't need to measure anything. I would just wrap it around.
Oh, God, it's
like if you're measuring like a circle with a tape measure, dude. You don't need to calculate anything. Guys never used a tape measure before, I think. Am I right? Call me Skiddy. Am I right?
Sorry, what, horse? Your yogurt pot and string isn't coming through too well. What did you say?
It was on the yogurt part.
Yeah, you're on. What?
Yeah, what?
Yes. Someone else to waste time with. Alright, let's go back to the pixel counter. And any more lip out of you, Sunshine's going to kick you out. Stop being a pretentious little posh wanker.
Yo, you're unmuted.
You listen to me?
Skiddy.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Oh, cool.
Wait, so are you a girl or a boy?
Oh my god. This guy asked me this question like for like the past 2 months. It was more than that, like 3 months now. Are you a man or a woman? You sound like a cartoon character.
Okay. You sound like a man.
Yeah, I'm the alpha.
That's what's confusing me because
I'm
you
I'm
act
that
like a woman, but you sound like a man. So
Sigma grind set. You know,
I'd like some confirmation or something.
I am a I don't know Alpha Sigma something. You know, every
Confused
time I hear
boy.
the word alpha, I think of like fucking Omegaverse.
Are you Andrew Tate or something?
What?
Are you Andrew Tate?
Yeah. You know Andrew Tate, what he said about trans people, how he likes to fuck them.
Funny guy.
Have you counted your pixels yet?
I'm doing it now.
Good. Keep going.
Oh, is he gone? I need to.
Ah, he's just on mute. Yo,
Hello.
Jedi, why is our friend here? I don't know the gender, but why are they counting pixels?
Because he
I'm
believes.
measuring the drop in elevation of some wind turbines in an image I took from the seafront, from where I live, and I'm using that to get a ratio. And then I'm going to use that information to then calculate how much drop in elevation from the horizon I am observing.
Do you know the distance to the wind farms?
Yes,
What's the distance? Can you remind me?
I can. I will get you a exact measurement for you. You get where my coordinates were. Let's see.
About 5, 6 miles, if I remember correct. Well, to the first one.
See,
Yo,
you're being like calm and nice now. What
Jedi.
happened?
What are your pronouns? Just so we
Uh,
can get
are you a
something
man
right.
or a woman?
Yeah, like, what are your pronouns?
She, her.
No, the other one, Jedi.
Oh,
What are my pronouns? Most
Yeah,
handsome is always correct.
he's a
he doesn't
I've
have
always
them.
he doesn't have
most,
pronouns.
most
Uh,
handsome and always correct. I don't have pronouns, I have adjectives.
you don't have pronouns.
No.
Yo, that's not how English works, dude.
Um. Why do I always do these things like really late? Okay, let me just
You
calculate.
wanted to start counting pixels, dude.
Yeah, and getting coordinates and trying to work out how to like translate the inspect element of the thing because it's like Google photo, no, iCloud photos, and it's not like Google Maps. It's like Apple Maps. So trying to like get the location from the tag geo thingy. I don't know, metadata from the image, and then
Just,
put that into
just,
Google Maps, and then we can get the coordinates.
just do it, dude, please.
Gotta make sure it's precise. Mm.
Oh, you're gonna give him a hawk put a spit on that thing, you get me?
Yeah. Are you trans species
Yeah,
horseman? Yeah.
a Farian.
Yeah. That's funny. I like that.
Identify as having a horse cock. Don't ban me, man.
That's funny. Burger King. Oh, fuck me. Okay, I have the coordinates. I swear Google Maps used to have a drawing tool and they took it away. And I don't know why.
Yeah, go on Google Earth.
Oh, yeah. That's such a good idea. Search Google Earth. Perfect. Nice. Thank you for that.
Mark, G, you try and jump in, or are you hot micing on purpose, dude? Mark.
Hold on, I'll turn it off then. Give me a second.
No, it's fine, man. Just wondered if you were trying to jump in because it sounded like you were making some noise for some reason. Thank you, mate.
Nah, just me being noisy.
Yo, Mark, shalom. Mark, shalom.
Yeah.
Oh my god, you can even see like the locations of the undersea cables for the wind turbines. That is pretty cool. Okay, I have the coordinates for my location. I'm just getting the coordinates for the wind farm.
Oh, you're picturing your IG, bro. That's
Yo,
nice.
Jedi. Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, hello, mate. How are you?
You're meant to say alaikum salam, Habibi.
No, I'm not Arabic, dude. So,
Yeah, neither am I. You don't need to be Arabic, dude.
okay.
It's just a formal greeting.
So was mine.
Oh, it wasn't the correct response.
Yeah, it was.
I'm gonna
It's
put
mine.
you in prison.
Okay. Horse, why are you here?
He's horsing around like BoJack Horseman from the hit TV show.
Stop getting distracted. Tell
Wait,
me how far.
what's the BoJack Horseman TV show called?
No, BoJack Horseman.
Yeah, what's the BoJack Horseman TV show called?
BoJack Horseman. It's called that.
Yeah, what's it called?
I don't get it. Is this a meme?
The BoJack Horseman TV show, what's that one called?
Oh.
Like, what's his name? The one with BoJack Horseman, what's that called? Like, the name of it?
Ugh.
Get ready to be permabanned, horse.
Yo, why?
You're about to get raptured.
I think Thomas just called you God heretic.
Thanks.
Yeah, no. Praise be upon you. You change your name to Emmanuel. That's God with us, by the way.
Fuck me, this is taking forever. Fucking hell. Oh my god. Oh.
What's the height of your observation?
It is... Oh, for fuck's sake. Hang on. It is... How do I... Oh, Google Earth is great. Wonderful. Fucking hell. Can I place a thing here, please? There we are. Okay, give me 2 seconds. I just need to put a pin down on the map because I can't change the tool head without losing that.
Dude, go
So
and do whatever you need to go and do. I don't need the blow-by-blow account. Just come back when you got the details that I've been asking you for the last 10 minutes. I want the distance for the wind farm. I want the height of your eye above the surface of the water. And then I want you, for some reason, you want to count pixels. Okay.
10.3 meters height from sea level. I'm going to note these down. Let me make a new worksheet.
Dear me. Still working out in your head, man.
It's the fun stuff.
It's boring the crap out of me. Just come back when you got the decent bit. Like I said, not interested in the foreplay. Just show me Earth curve measurements.
Oh, gross. Ew.
How do you pronounce your name?
Steph.
No, your handle on the
Oh,
Discord.
Calming Sanity?
Oh, that makes more sense. Yep, okay. Did you say your name was Steph?
Yes.
A girl's name?
Yes.
Okay, so you are a girl.
Sure.
Awesome.
Um. Oh yeah, observer height. Okay, I've got that. I want distance. And now for the bit I do not understand how to do. Do that. Healing. Wonderful. Let's go. Okay. And to measure distance between the two. Okay. Oh, for fuck's sake. I guess it doesn't really matter. As long as it's like within 95 percentile accuracy, then it's still statistically significant. Okay, so I have... Let's see. What's the name of this thing again? Rampion?
Why have you got a dog leash on in your IG profile?
Because that's what I do.
You're a dog?
Yeah. I got that dog in me.
That's all different types of fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I am getting conflicting results for the distance. I calculated... Of course it's fucking disappeared. Great. I calculated 19 kilometers. Actually, it might be in my clipboard. Let's see. No. Okay. Let me do it again. Here we are. Perfect. I calculated 19,784 meters. So about just under 20 kilometers. The official statistic is just listed as 19 kilometers, and it's on the geodetic system of WGS 84. So I'm going to use my value because I've got more significant figures to use. Okay. And then I'm now going to
without being rude, it's like 20 to 2 in the morning, and I've been waiting for you for the last 20, 25 minutes to start fucking counting pixels and stuff. Do you want to do this in your own time? And then maybe come back to us when you've got the full picture of everything that you want.
I'm doing it. I'm almost done, actually.
Okay. Wake me up when you're done.
Yeah. Okay, so the first one is 119 meters, which you're using as our reference. The second one in the column is 96.3 meters. And the third one is...
It's apparent height.
Sorry?
Apparent height or actual height? Because they should be the same height, right?
Actual height is 119 meters too.
Cool. They're all 119 meters above sea level, right?
Yes, actual height. Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
I mean, I guess it depends on like tidal.
yeah.
Like,
Give or take a few feet for tides and shit. Yeah,
yeah,
but they're all the same height above sea level.
should be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Do that. Next. So we got 119. The next one was... Okay,
You
just...
you do know
Sorry?
what angular size is, right?
Yes.
What is angular size?
Angular size is the... How would I describe it? It's measuring... So angular size would be like... It's in arc seconds, I believe, the measurement. The unit is. So it's measuring like how much of your view is obstructed by... In degrees is obstructed by the objects that you're looking at. So it's measuring just like the diameter.
I'll pull you up a citation, dude, because I really don't think you understand. Give me a minute.
So the units for angular size is arc seconds and arc minutes. .4 is the last one. Okay. So let's beautify this and make it actually readable in an actual table. Perceived height. In meters. Let's do perceived.
Would you think in the phrase angular size? What do you think angular means?
Is the degrees.
So 1 degree, 2 degree, 3 degree, 45 degrees, 90
Yes.
degrees.
Yeah.
So an angle.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
But the units is not degrees, it's arc seconds.
No. So angular reduction with distance. As something gets further away from you, the straight lines between the top and the bottom will get closer together. It will reduce in angular size. Won't it?
Okay. What's the relevance of that?
I just wanted me and you to be at least on the same fucking page about what angular size was. Because
I
said
never disagreed. I mean, the only thing I disagree with is the units of angular size, which is arc seconds and arc minutes. It's
Seriously?
not degrees.
Really?
Yes. Google
Are you
it.
sure?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Really, 100%?
100%.
So, for example, astronomers use angular size measure to describe apparent size of objects in the night sky. An angle is the opening between two lines that meet at a point, and the angular measure describes the size of an angle in degrees between those two straight lines.
And it would be arc seconds. So, for example, the angular size of the moon is
No. It's an angle measurement. 1 degree, 2 degree, 45 degrees, 90 degrees, 180 degrees. It's an angle measurement.
It's arc seconds. I don't know how else to say it. It is.
I tell you what, pull up a citation for me.
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. Because I've got 5.
Dude, look, an arc minute is 1/60th of a degree. That's all.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think you guys are talking about different things. You're talking about the same thing.
No, we're talking about but it's not defined as just degrees. It's angular size is represented as arc seconds, arc minutes. So you could say, I mean, it doesn't matter. You want a citation, right?
No, it's fine. Mark cleared it up. I think Mark's correct.
Okay. We both said the same thing, pretty much.
Makes me love Mark.
Okay, 86.4 meters. Okay, fine. Now I'm going to measure the width. Oh, for fuck's sake.
So, just to be clear, are you saying that with distance, the width of those wind turbines isn't going to reduce?
Nope.
Okay. So something that's right in front of me is going to appear really, really thick like a tree, and the tree that's 5 miles away is going to appear the same thickness as the one that's right in front of me. You sure?
You talking to me? Because last time I checked, I just said no.
So you're saying that the width of the objects will not change with distance. You said no. Correct?
Correct.
Because I'll go back and record it and find it cool. So the tree that's right in front of me appears really thick, but the one that's 5 miles away, you're saying it's going to appear the same thickness.
If I say no, then it's the opposite of what you just said I would say.
Okay, so I'm just trying to point out how fucking stupid it is.
Yeah, I guess we hate to be sticklers about this, right? But you're saying that the angular size will not change with distance, correct?
No.
No, it will not change with distance. Okay.
It will change. I am not saying that it...
Proper
Right,
fucking English, because you've now had somebody else come and ask the same bloody question. Can you
Oh my
speak?
God. You asked me if I am saying something or I am not saying something. The question you asked me was, am I saying that the angular size will not change? And my answer is no, I am not saying that. English.
Okay.
Come on.
No worries.
Cool, now we've got it. Fucking hell, this child. So when you measure the wind turbine's thickness, you're expecting to see a reduction in that thickness with distance, yes?
Yes.
Of course. All right, okay, cool. We all understand then. Why the fuck are you measuring it, dude? It's obvious. Good to see Billy Bob back. What's up, mate? Hope you're doing well. Right, the hand has joined us as well. That's always fun.
Hey, what's going on, Jedi?
Yeah, not too much, man. Just waiting for this guy to count pixels, but apart from that, how are you?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Awesome. What brings you by today?
I was just trying to hear a bit of conversation, see what these Glovers are trying to claim.
Well, for the last 45 minutes, we've been looking at wind farms and trying to figure out shit. If you scroll up in the chat, you should see a picture of some wind farms. Our friend here is trying to count the pixels.
I'm nice. So you're trying to say this is curvature of the Earth?
Oh, yes. Because even though things like streetlights appear to go down towards the horizon with distance, that's not applicable to long distances, apparently. 19 kilometers.
Yeah. What would measuring apparent sizes of anything help with this particular topic?
I know, sir, so you'd have to ask.
Okay.
Oh, stupid fucking program. What does it want from me?
A dog collar and a leash.
Yeah. Oh wait, no, I'm just being stupid. It's fine. Stats, okay. Stop giving me errors, please.
Why is everybody muted?
I don't know. Oh.
Oh, because they have different opinions of the people that run the channel. That's right. I'll see you guys later.
No,
Yeah.
everyone's muted because they're not talking.
Don't bite that. What hell?
Yeah. If they were server muted, their microphone would be red and not white. They're personally muted by choice. No one's inflicting mutes on these people.
So, do we agree that under the rules of perspective, if something moves further away in distance, should change, it should reduce in size in all axes at the same rate? Is that something that we agree on?
No, sometimes it doesn't.
No? Why not?
Sometimes can be high, and sometimes things will actually increase in angular size because of the distance or because of the relationship to you at the deck. So it's not always consistent. It's not
So
a perfect rate. It's not perfect
if we were
geometry.
to just have one dependent variable, which would be distance, so we're gonna make sure everything's on like the same eye level as you. We're going to take away. We're going to do it in a vacuum, so there's no atmosphere. We're going to make sure we're
When does
not
that happen?
using optics or anything like that. So we're
When
just
we
looking
gonna
at one dependent variable.
Sorry, when are we going to do that?
Well, we need to isolate one dependent variable because
Sorry,
there's
when
one
are we
dependent variable in this
atmosphere out?
calculation.
Dude, you said
So,
do it in a vacuum.
so we need to work out if the change in distance and its effect it has on perspective is equal in all axes at the same time or not. That's what we want to work out.
You
So
said do it in a vacuum.
you said you don't agree with that, and you're saying that it doesn't affect all axes or all directions at the same rate. So
Depends on why.
sorry?
Small one. No, because it hangs down, you're saying. Okay, yes. Yes, understand. Say that mine was better longer than I had mine on.
What?
Batman, you're hot microphone.
I got him. You can unmute yourself when you're ready, dude.
No, the observations that we're taking are in real life with all that could be present, which just one of those is angular. Then you'll have to add in things like optical distortion, or you could add in
So
all that
if
stuff.
I was to just put two objects in front of a camera, and one was further. If I have an object on a sliding rail, like for B-rolls on a camera, and I put an object closer to me while I'm on the same, like I'm lying down and looking directly on the same plane as the object, like just a cutout of a circle, and then I move that object on the rail away from me. So it's not going up or down, not going left or right. It's just moving along the z-axis, so further away or closer. I think we can all agree that the circle will shrink in all directions. It won't elongate or flatten out or anything like that.
No, they can. They can distort in all different kinds of ways. If you're dealing with just
I want what you're taking.
What?
I don't know. I mean, I would be pretty scared if I was looking at a car coming towards me while I was lying down, and then the car just started stretching out.
Well, that happens all the time. Haven't you ever driven down long highways? Sometimes out, or the tires will kind of dissolve into the mirage. These things happen all the time.
No drugs needed.
Right. So you think So you're definitely saying that a circular object, not sphere, just a circle, a flat circle, will stretch or elongate as I move it away from me and make sure it's on the same plane as my eyes. Is that what you're saying?
How far away are we talking? How big a circle are we talking? What's the conditions of the day? If this does happen.
Anywhere you want, really. You could do it in your room, at night, during the day, it doesn't matter. Just the distances would be half a meter to 10 meters, let's say.
Oh, you're talking super short. So are we not doing the comparison to windmills and the distance at miles away? Are we not going to do that anymore?
If you want to do it miles, then you'd have to have a pretty big circle. But I'm thinking, I just want to use an example that we can all kind of do.
In pure geometry, yeah. In pure geometry,
yeah.
This isn't pure geometry. I'm making observations.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that point. So you do agree?
Yeah, with pure geometry.
Yeah. That's fine. That's all I wanted.
You already pointed out that we got to do this in a vacuum. Why have we got to do it in a vacuum? Can you remember?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't actually have to be in a vacuum. I was just saying that to
doesn't matter when we're looking through 19 kilometers of atmosphere. Now the vacuum example doesn't matter because it didn't need to be brought up in the
not with perspective.
You're not following, are you? Do you know what?
Wait, whose example was it? Was it mine or yours? I don't think. I think I'm pretty good at following my own example.
Dude, do you know what atmospheric magnification is?
Yes, but look, I want to make sure we're focused on the stats here. because I've
What's
just calculated
atmospheric
the ratio
magnification?
of the height, perceived height, and the
What
perceived width
is
to determine if it's
atmospheric
perspective. And
magnification, you
if it was
obtuse little
perspective,
girl? What is
if it
it?
was perspective, the change in
What?
width and change in height would be this identical, but the
I'm still
ratios are
trying to
different.
same fucking
So it
questions. You
cannot
might as
be
well stop
perspective.
talking. So, what is atmospheric magnification?
There's multiple different forms of atmospheric magnification. You can talk about like mirages, diffraction of light.
Mirage is not magnification.
Actually, it is.
No, that's the mirroring of objects so they appear upside down on the horizon. Inferior and superior mirages above and below the horizon. That's nothing to do with it looking bigger. Try again. What's atmospheric? Keyword magnification.
Okay. You're actually wrong about the mirage thing. So
What's atmospheric magnification? I'll go and get a citation for mirages in a second.
okay, atmospheric magnification.
All right, you just
Is
become
that what you're saying? Yeah. You cut out for a bit. I didn't quite catch. Okay. Atmospheric magnification is just the magnification of the what an object looks like based on atmospheric effects.
so it might look bigger
Yeah,
because of what?
atmospheric effects.
Oh, is that why you said we got to do it in a vacuum because of atmospheric effects?
Yeah,
We
yeah.
got to,
It doesn't actually
we
matter
got.
for the example I was
Hold on,
giving. Because
chatty. Hold on. So we got to mitigate for the atmosphere, right?
no, we
No,
don't
we
actually.
don't. Sorry, we don't have to mitigate for the atmosphere when we're looking through the
Not for
atmosphere in
my
an object.
example.
Why the fuck are you talking through me? So we don't have to mitigate for the atmosphere when we're looking through the atmosphere in an object that's
If
19
we're
kilometers.
measuring and doing calculations through the atmosphere, such as the turbines, yes. But for my example
Thank
of
you.
cut out of a
Is
circle,
that
we
what
don't
we're
need the
doing?
atmosphere.
Is
So
that what we're doing?
I think
Is
you
that
need to
what
be
we're
very
doing?
careful and make sure
Answer
you're
the
following
fucking
along with
question.
my thought.
Is
Because
that
if you're getting
what?
lost in my thought, then it's going to be hard for you to kind of work out what I'm talking about.
No, we're trying to
So
figure.
in terms of the mirage, it says here that,
Right, I'm really not going to have you just talk and talk and talk, trying to point out something to you. If you're going to be an obtuse little child, I'm going to fucking treat you like one. We're asking you if you have to mitigate for the atmospheric effects when looking through the atmosphere at an object that's 19 kilometers away. Do you have to do that? Is that why you said we have to do it in a vacuum?
no.
No, we don't have to mitigate for the
That's
atmosphere.
not what I was referring to when I was talking about the atmospheric effects.
Oh, so what
You're
are
getting
the
lost.
atmospheric? Sorry, what are the atmospheric effects? Now we have to account for them. What are they?
No, we don't. Not in the
No, we
example.
don't.
I think you're getting lost.
We don't. No, I'm
You're
not. Not.
attaching my atmospheric effects example, which was to do with the circles, the cutouts of circles,
We're
to
making observations of the
the
wind
calculations I'm
turbines.
doing. I'm not.
Wind
That's not what
turbines.
I was referring to when I
We're
mentioned
talking
it.
about wind turbines. I was with you when we were speaking about pure geometry, but
Yeah,
now we're not
yeah.
using pure geometry because we're looking through the atmosphere, and the atmosphere is
Sure.
going to do
So you
things.
want to calculate the potential effects of atmospheric effects in my study
Do you think
of
you should?
wind turbines?
Do you think?
I can calculate it, and then I can find a p-value and determine if it's statistically significant. But like that's going to take me a while. But I'd rather get this just done now, and then
We've
I
been
can come
doing
back
this
and do that
for
later if you want.
an hour and 15
We're gonna
minutes now, and we've
exactly, yeah. So
fucking
let's
got
get
nowhere.
this. Let's get this done,
I tell you
because
what,
otherwise
I'm
we're
going
gonna go all over the
to
place. So don't
you go
run.
and do what you need to do
You're gonna
because you're
don't run. Come on,
fucking
so close.
now. Fucking children, do my head in. No, we don't have a runner. I'm just trying to stop you running away and talking and not listening. It seems to be your game plan. As soon as you're challenged,
Come on.
do you want to fuck off?
Focus.
Do you want to fuck off?
The maths is almost done. We're almost there.
All right,
Do you
good.
want to get it done or not?
Dude, I'm just asking you a very simple question. It's like you don't want to answer it because you're the one that said, "Oh, we have to do this in a vacuum."
Look, we need to focus on what we were
Don't
doing.
tell me to
We're getting
focus. I'm
hung up on
hyper-focused on you.
two
Hyper-focused on
separate
you.
examples that you're getting mixed up.
Hyper-focused on you, you stupid little prick. Hyper-focused.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Have you ever been tested for like any psychological stuff? By any chance?
I don't deal with idiots very well.
Bipolar disorder or anything?
Don't suffer idiots very well.
Okay. Have you got bipolar disorder?
No, I just don't suffer fools gladly. Now, if you want to get into personal insults, you can fuck off.
No, it's not an insult. I mean, it's up to you if you take it that way.
Sorry, you want to talk about my mental health? Because you're not listening and you keep talking.
You're a runner. He's a runner. He's a trap star.
Still, fuck off. Still here, dude. Now you're just acting like a petulant little child.
So
we're making observations.
Explanation for my change in width ratio and height ratio.
Excuse me. Are we making observations of the wind turbines?
Yep. Have you got an explanation for the change in width ratio and height ratio?
Shut up. Not interested at the moment. We'll get to your bullshit in a second. Are we making observations of the wind turbines?
Right now, yes.
Good. Are we looking through the atmosphere when we do so?
Yep.
Awesome stuff. Do you think we have to mitigate for atmospheric effects when we're looking through the atmosphere over a distance of 19 kilometers?
I would hypothesize that we don't. That would be my null hypothesis. We can test this null hypothesis by measuring this if it's statistically significant by taking into consideration.
When I show you observations, dude, so when I show you observations of the horizon moving from the same observation height in reference to known distance markers, the horizon's in front of the distance marker, on a different day it's behind the distance marker. What's the cause of that? The cause of that is they're both on land.
No, I'm asking you, are they both on land?
I'll tell you what, let's do this.
I'm assuming they are. So, you can argue that it is the effect of atmospheric effects that are causing it. And you could do a study to test if it's atmospheric effects that are causing it by measuring it on different atmospheric conditions.
Atmospheric conditions? Are we talking about the horizon?
Well, if you're saying that it's due to atmospheric effects, you can test it in different atmospheric conditions. That would be your dependent variable.
I'm not saying that.
The condition of the atmosphere.
I'm not saying that. I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
Could you repeat your question that you would like to ask me?
When I show you observations, which I'm about to do so in the site chat, I've already posted one, where the horizon appears in front of and behind objects from the same altitude on different days. What's the cause of that then? You see the picture I've posted of the two oil rigs, right?
Give me a second. Yes.
Awesome. And you see the horizons behind the two oil rigs, right?
No.
No, you don't. Horizon. Here we go. Don't have to mitigate effects. This is brilliant.
It's kind of blurry. I can't really.
Would you like
I
another
could see
one?
like a mirage effect. If you look on the left side, it's kind of wiggly.
Would you like another picture?
Yeah. You got a clearer one?
I've got lots of them.
The horizon's kind of wiggly?
You know what? That image kind of reminds me of this.
Yeah,
what do you think about U32? You're more of a floating point kind of person.
Do you see the next picture that I've posted? the bottoms of wind turbines, can you see the horizon?
Where's your horizon? Black Swan. What is Black Swan modus tollens? What is that?
I think
I
you've
keep
bricked
saying
him,
that.
Jedi.
I think so.
What?
You're running now. See, the thing that you were projecting onto
Wait,
us, you are
what?
now
I'm
doing. You're running
confused.
away.
What are you running from? What?
You're not even addressing Jedi. He's asking you very specific questions, and you're talking about something totally
I got
unrelated.
distracted. I saw Black Swan, and it's the same thing that I saw on the video that you sent earlier. So I
Right, so you're running. Right,
no,
I get it.
relax.
Yeah, you're running away. You're not
He's a
addressing
runner.
the
He's a
argument.
track
Why are you not
star.
addressing it?
What's the question?
Jedi, would you like to repeat it, or should we just ignore the troll?
Let's try one more time with the troll. You see the picture at 14 minutes past the hour?
Mm.
The bottoms of wind turbines out to sea.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see it? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the horizon? Is it in front of, between, or behind the wind turbines?
Behind?
Awesome stuff. You notice that they've got distance markers to them, right? Going from 8 miles to 11 miles.
Yeah.
Awesome. So we can safely say that the horizon appears to be about what? 11.4 miles away, at least.
Look, there's no information to back up anything. I could just make this picture on mine and just put random measurements.
Right. So you know what you've been doing.
Unless they have the coordinates and like
Hello?
the actual like
Hello?
verifiable facts
Stop
like
talking.
I brought to the table.
Excuse me.
Then
Excuse
this
me,
is just
child.
like the whole
Child who has to keep talking. You know what you've been doing for the last hour? Been on Google Earth, found out your location and figured out the distance to the objects. Yeah.
Hmm?
You know what you've been doing by going on Google Earth, finding your location and the distance to the wind turbines?
Sure.
That's what's done here.
What's the coordinates? What's the where was this picture taken? What wind turbines are these?
I think these are the ones just outside of the Thames estuary, to be honest with you. I'll find you the video. But you notice that the fact, but you notice that the wind observation of the two oil rigs has also got distance markers to them, because the distance to the object's really important when trying to make a measurement to them and what's in relation to them, like the horizon.
Well, for me, I would want to check. So, okay.
Yeah, you can check
This is
it,
not
dude.
how we do science, but let's say that we wanted to determine if it was atmospheric effects or.
Yeah, you're just waffling now, dude. You need to pay attention to what I'm saying and stop talking to run away from the point. Oh no, we've got a runner. Are you going to be able to follow a logical line of questioning?
You know, if the Earth was flat, I'd be
Yes,
able to see New York with a telescope, bro.
If the Earth was flat, if the Earth was a globe, why aren't my shoes curved?
What?
Alright. So when I show you an observation of the horizon moving around...
Your shoes don't have arch
Do you want to do the stats or not?
No, I'm going to hold you to this point, and if you're not going to be held to this point...
Oh, you're a runner. Come on.
No.
Let's finish the stats. We've been here for like over 2 hours now. Come on.
No.
The telescope
You're
thing
scared
is
of
undressable.
actual math and
Got it.
real calculations, but
We got a jumper.
we got a runner, we got a track star.
He can run away when it gets hard.
We're going to hold you to your claim that we don't have to mitigate for the atmospheric...
No, come on, let's do the maths. It's been over 2 hours now. Let's get it done.
You can just fuck off if you're not
runner.
going to be held.
He's a runner, he's a track star.
Listen, Jedi. Jedi, I thought you were good. Jedi, I thought you were not going to run away.
He was literally trying to get with you.
Shut
up.
Bro,
He was literally
bro's been
trying to
waiting for
get.
me to
He
get
was
all the
literally
stats done
trying
and
to get
everything, and now he's running.
How
Come
do I
on.
know where these coordinates are? Me, 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 me.
Well, actually, according to the encyclopedia,
Why does the horizon move?
where's the horizon, babe?
Why does the horizon move? Can you
Sorry.
piss me one more time and
Oh
I'll
my
remove?
days. I'll never get used to that accent. Where are you from?
Tom's tummy.
Yeah, I'm from your sister. That doesn't sound right, does it? That's a bit weird. That was fucking painful. Alright, Watcher, what do you want to say?
Oh, nothing really. I think it's pointless at this point, I would say.
What brings you into our channel, mate? Flat Earth and all that. Why are you here?
Oh, just to listen.
Okay, what, have you got any questions you want to ask?
Oh, not really. Like, I feel that there is no evidence or anything I could say that could change your mind, so.
Well, you could provide a measurement of Earth curvature, or
No,
violate
but
the
here's the
second,
thing, like,
or
what evidence or what can I say to prove to you that the Earth is a globe?
you'd have to give me a measurement of Earth curvature, wouldn't you?
How am I supposed to provide you with that? Like math
Why do you believe it if you
substantial
haven't?
evidence?
Dude, why do you believe it if you haven't got it?
You know, I'm just asking you this question, like, how can I make you change your mind?
I just told you that for the third time with a direct
A
measurement.
measurement.
Yes, measurement. Yes.
Using which method?
Whatever method you think the Earth has been measured by, because you believe the Earth's a ball, so
Yeah, see?
there must be a measurement of drop over distance, then, mustn't there?
I think the only way to make somebody believe that the Earth is a globe, you just physically take them out of space.
Oh, but so this would be
Yeah.
That must have been what you did.
It's like literally just fly them away from Earth so they can see it with their own eyes.
My God. So please don't act like the last child. This would be the second thing you'd have to do. Show me through demonstration that the second law of thermodynamics. Watcher, don't talk through me.
It's not gonna be possible.
What?
You should ask Elon Musk.
Watcher, do you think you can violate the second law of thermodynamics for me? Because you said you'd have to take me to space, right?
I'm not the guy who you should ask for that. Ask Elon Musk.
What, do you think Elon Musk can demonstrate that the second law of thermodynamics is invalid?
There is only one way to know that.
And that would be through direct demonstration that gas doesn't fill
Ask
space.
them.
You're not listening, are you? You said you come here to listen.
No.
Yeah.
So you don't know if the globe then. So do you believe the Earth is a globe?
Why does it matter what I believe?
Well, we're asking you. This is a question. If you don't want to answer questions, that's fine. You don't have to answer any questions. I mean, you could just pipe down and don't say anything.
Thank you.
Okay, pipe down.
The fifth.
And that's when you know they're scared of their own reality.
Not really. Like, why are you trying to gaslight me? That's so lame.
I mean, I'm asking you quick questions, and you're trying to say this is how you demonstrate. Hold on, I'm not done yet. You say this is how you demonstrate. You're still talking. I'm still trying to talk. So you're trying to say, well, the only way you can find out if the Earth is a globe is by going to outer space or yada yada yada, and a bunch of things Okay, now you continue, and we're asking you, how did you figure out that the Earth was a globe? And then now you say you don't want to answer any questions. You don't want.
And if you don't think your belief is
I
worth,
literally told you there's nothing I could say or show you that would change your mind, so it's pointless.
Exactly, because Earth is observably, measurably, and practically used as flat and motionless.
Exactly. You believe that, so there's nothing I can do.
We know that.
There's nothing I can do.
We actually know that.
Yeah.
You know that?
Yeah.
Really?
Dude, it's measured and practically used with regards to cartography, navigation, and aviation as a horizontal stationary plane. It's measured and used that way.
I'm sorry.
To get construction.
Yeah, and construction too. It's not a belief, it's a direct measurement and practical use of the surface of the Earth. No belief required, it's measured that way.
So you would bet your life that the Earth is flat?
100%, it's measured that way.
Okay, so no, that was not a question, but anyway.
Yeah, 100%.
You're certain, like you're 100% certain.
100% certain it's measured that way.
So there is no point.
Are you 100% certain that the Earth is a globe?
Not really.
Okay,
I have to see it with my own eyes.
We go outside, the Earth's everywhere.
But what does it matter if the Earth is flat or round? What does it matter to you?
You don't know?
I know it's an honest question.
You're not sure what it matters?
That's why I'm asking.
So why'd you even join this chat if it doesn't matter to you?
I never said
Or does it matter to you, you're just not sure why?
I literally just asked you, why does it matter to you if the Earth is flat or round?
Why does it matter to you enough to join this chat?
Why are you just twisting the question and just be like, why? Like, don't you have the answer?
Yeah, I'll just throw it back to you. Why does it matter to you?
Say so you don't have the answer too.
I don't know. You must have an answer already. It mattered enough for you to join this
Why
chat.
you keep asking me? You're the one with all the answers.
Because I think you already have the answer. You must.
Not really. Like I asked you, it was a genuine, honest question.
Well,
I'm not sure why you're getting offended about it.
It mattered to you enough to join.
I think
so
it's a public. I think it's a public server. I can join whenever I want.
Yeah, I know, but why did this channel matter enough to join it?
Oh no.
Why does
I didn't
this
know
topic
specifically, jump onto this channel. I just was channel hopping.
Oh, you just went in like blindfolded and just like, let's just see what we get, roll the dice, see what chat I end up in.
Pretty much.
Oh, okay.
Again, you're just diverging.
So it mattered enough for you to stay this long, though.
I asked you a question.
Why would you spend some time on something that doesn't matter?
You're just yapping at this point.
Well, I just figure you must have the answer.
You're just yapping.
It matters to you enough to be here still. So I'm just trying to encourage you to look within for the answer.
Honestly, if you don't have anything, relevant to contribute to this conversation, I suggest you just remain quiet.
So
Because you're not adding anything of a benefit at this point.
So you don't know why.
I don't want to argue with you. I just asked you an
don't
honest
know why
question. If
this.
you don't have the
You
answer,
don't know why this topic matters to you enough to be here
it's
discussing
not
it.
a topic. I asked you like
And
a
you need
genuine
us to
question.
tell you.
Why are you like getting so defensive and emotional about it?
I'm just trying to get you to figure out for yourself, like, why it mattered to you enough
So
to
weird.
be here. You must have the
you
answer.
an honest question. Why does it matter to you if the Earth is a flat or a globe?
None of your business. Next.
The question was basically to everyone else, not just to you.
Well, if you've been told for all of your life that something is one thing, and then you physically measure it to be something else, that means you've been lied to, doesn't it?
I mean,
yes.
Yeah, but the government, I mean, lying is part of life. Everybody lies to a certain extent.
Cool. So should we not be upset that people lie to us and that we've been filled with falsehoods? Or should we just carry on with our day and being ignorant? I mean, the government lies, you've just said, right? And that's impactful, isn't it? So when you find out that someone or something has lied to you, it's important to know that, isn't it? Otherwise, you're just blind and ignorant, aren't you?
Yeah, you call yourself a watcher, but it sounds like you're a stick your head in the sander. Like that, Shrek?
I don't know why you resort to personal insults when you cannot answer.
I'm so sorry you're insulted, you snowflake.
No,
Say again. It just shows like the weakness of your intellect.
Like.
Sorry, what did you call
second word is like.
Is that what you do? You just bully people online because you're overweight?
You feel bullied now?
You sound like you are a mouth breather.
You sound like a sad boy.
Like.
I'm not sad.
Came here.
You sound like the one. You sound like you don't have any answer.
I gave you one.
What is the one? Like that people lie? Yeah, it's fine, dude.
Like.
Here's the thing. You cannot control the wind, but you can adjust the sails.
That's fucking deep and profound, dude.
I know.
You should write a fucking paper or something.
Not really, but why does it matter to you if people lie to you?
Heard of HARP?
Why does it matter to you if people lie to you?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if people lie, so I can lie to you.
You cannot control them. It's out of your control, but you can always control how you react to their lies.
Yeah, exactly. You can control how you can react to their lies. That's right.
Exactly.
That's important. Yes. You've answered your own question.
Why are you focusing on them?
Watcher, this is what Heretic was trying to point out to you earlier. Now you agree with me. Well done. We finally got there.
Not really. I just asked a question, which I
sounds like you're the one that's focusing on that, Watcher.
So you guys are a cult?
Like.
Yeah.
The cult of like? Sounds like you.
I suppose.
Every second word is like.
The cult of no answer.
The vocabulary is very slow.
Cult of no answer.
Sorry, I gave you two. One, the Earth is measured flat. Two, it's important to understand why when people lie so you can appropriate yourself properly in the future. There's two answers for you.
Oh, really?
I would have given you a third one about why you're not. Hold on, Watcher. This is why you don't think anybody's
That is not an answer, though.
Because you keep talking through the answers and saying no one's
Not
answering.
really.
Not really.
Unless you like an objective question. Why does it matter to you if it's a globe or a flat? It's not going to affect you.
Yes, it is.
How is it affecting you?
Well, how the fuck was this place created then? How did we get
How
here?
is it affecting you to do
It's
your
called
job
Truman
on a
Show.
daily basis if it's flat or globe?
Not helping
You're
this
living
dude.
in the Truman Show.
No, but serious. I think you guys are just confused. You don't know why you're here. You don't know the purpose of your lives.
Oh, I do. It's to point out to people like you that the Earth is not what we've been told.
I mean, if you had something better to do, you wouldn't be on Discord 24/7.
Yes, it's a cube.
How did you count those hours?
And he's gone.
Well, let's see. RTH is telling us to move on with our life past this topic, so maybe I'll just help him take his own advice.
So sorry for providing you a forum which you can express your views about something topic. Apologies.
The more and more I get into Flat Earth, the more and more I realise that most people are fucking stupid.
Well, welcome to Planet Earth.
Not a planet.
I'm sorry, pizza dish.
Yeah, it's not even like a planet. Shrek.
Yeah, it's not even
Sorry,
like.
it's a pizza.
He said it was a pizza.
Well, then why doesn't it dissolve in the rain?
Because
Get it out, Shrek.
That's what lava is, isn't
because
it?
Walter White didn't throw it up on the roof.
Yeah,
yet.
lava is marinara sauce. Mystery solved.
Yeah, it's that fucking burning hot cheese.
The Earth is flat. Flat Earth. 24/7. You heard me?
Yeah, man.
Let's go. Yo, if the Earth is flat, why are
Yo,
hurricanes circular?
yo, Big Daddy, have you got your camera on?
Yeah, I do, Playboy. What's up?
Can you turn it off, please?
You said to take my shirt off?
No, can you turn your camera off?
Got you, bro.
Thank you, mate. It just limits the room to 25, and we want as many people in here as possible. So, not being rude to you, we tell this to everyone. Just turn your camera off, mate.
Oh, I thought you said take my shirt off.
No.
Yeah, your veganism is showing.
Just turn your camera off, dude, please. Thanks, mate.
Hey, it's Tits McGee.
Have layers.
T-Dub, have you seen Timbo recently? I haven't seen him for about a month.
I saw him in Alpha's stream.
Oh, good.
Space, but I didn't hear him speak though, but he was there. Yeah.
Good stuff. As long as he's still alive, I suppose that's the most important thing.
Yeah. See, he's probably tuning in now and then.
Is he in hiding?
Yeah, he hasn't been very active.
His account got deleted.
Oh shit!
Really? Oh,
He's done that a few times before, though, isn't he?
Yep.
Or did he delete it himself?
I don't think so.
No globe, no globe.
People can be quiet all at once.
Trying, but you're not making it easy. Raiden. It kind of sounded a little bit like can't remember his name now. The Vayed guy.
Has it really gone this dead again?
Sorry, mate. What was that?
Has it really gone quiet?
Yeah.
So I can never tell with Discord. Sometimes I'll, jump out of the car into the house and no one's flashing, and it'll be like that for an hour, and I'll shut Discord down and open it back up, and there's a whole stack of conversations going.
Yeah. Like that.
It's nuts. Generally, when I start talking, all the trolls join in. I should change my name to the troll attractor.
The troll attractor. Trolley. It's a bit like those Coles trolleys, you push them and they go one way.
Oh, some of them are shocking, I tell you. That young fellow that was on this morning, him and his statistics. Oh my goodness! I'm glad Jedi took over because I couldn't stand him.
Statistics, eh? Statistics of what?
He was a statistics man. He could calculate like how much of something would be hidden because of Earth curvature.
Statistically,
yeah, definitely.
it's amazing. That's some I've never heard of. It's innovative. Well, according to the statistics and my calculations, I notice a difference to the Google feed. It's been enhanced or something. It's like freaking incorporated AI to like check out what you do and what like stuff, because it's like pumping out a bunch of shit at me. I mean, like stuff that like I'm partially interested in, like a lot of heliocentric shit, like space propaganda and all these, and it's crazy. You see, all right? Here I was like, I looked up door systems, right, for the car, into a website and got a quote. But then I just left it on that page, and then like I like turned the screen off, went out, right. And then Mrs.'s device, her iPad was in the room in another room on charge, right. Come home an hour later, first thing that she sees on Facebook, the first post on her feed is for an exhaust system from the exact same website I just got a quote from. My device.
All linked together.
Like it must be reading like through the Wi-Fi. I mean, like it's. I don't think we're synced or anything. Like our devices aren't synced. Anything like that.
Should ask Google a question. What is F.E. Batman's profession? I wonder if it can link all the info up from YouTube and Google. I might actually do it right now. See how advanced it is. Let's have a look, eh? What is FE at man's profession? Ooh, didn't like that. Went blank. There we go. They're not that smart, is it? Oh, there's a wiki there for Bruce Wayne. There's a nice handsome picture of Bruce Wayne. Let's see, we can enhance this, eh? Put it in inverted commas. Bit of doesn't like me.
I'm not getting much. I limited it to the past hour, and it's unless you're in the entertainment industry.
Me, no, definitely not, mate. I hardly speak. I'm not going to be in the entertainment industry unless you watch me play. Nah, doesn't like me, so hasn't done a really good job of that. Still hasn't corrected
You're a
it.
muso.
What's
You're not
that?
a muso. You're
Nah,
not
not a
a muso.
muso. Nah, I did learn to play the violin when I was younger, but nah, nothing. I'm 60 years old now. Definitely got nothing to do with music. There we go. Nah, it doesn't like it at all. Well, that's good. Can't even track me down, and I've got plenty of hints out there of what I do. It wouldn't take much to find out about me, that's for sure. Just got to go to the YouTube channel. I don't hide much. I'm not afraid of much, that's for sure. I'm actually making bats right now as we speak.
You move like a duck.
Do I what?
Like a duck.
Nah, mate, I'm actually quite fast for my age, believe it or not. My just lungs don't hang out anymore. That's the only problem.
Right. I was just
Too
thinking
much.
of thinking of Forrest Gump. They say like a duck on water or something.
Well, remember Forrest Gump playing table tennis or ping pong?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, he probably wouldn't stand a chance against people like me. But yeah, it was good. Good CGI at the time, that's for sure. We all literally laughed when we saw that. It looked cool though for people that actually don't play the sport. It looked really cool. Wasn't a bad movie, to be honest with you.
liked it.
I was a Lost in Space fan, and obviously a Batman fan. You could tell, but Lost in Space was like one of my favourites. There was always something around the corner for the Robinson family.
Yeah, it was a classic old show. I mean, like, did you see how they butchered the new one? They butchered the theme.
Oh, look, it wasn't too bad. I did watch a little bit of that. I'm not a big television person these days, but occasionally I'd watch it. I did love the robot. The robot was good, but then again, I was a big fan of the Thunderbirds. Starts to show my age a little bit with all their contraptions.
Talking about that yesterday, yeah, actually.
What on the live stream?
It wasn't being recorded, but yeah, it was in PNR. Yeah, the other.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I tend not to go there because if I start talking and the trolls come out, I can't mute them, so it becomes a bit of a problem. I don't jump in real often for that reason, Whereas here, like if they start being crazy and nutty and yelling, at least I can mute them. And I do tend to listen. Oh, geez, for most of the day and even some of the night. Like I wake up in the middle of the night if I don't know, maybe subconsciously I can hear things going on and I could quickly fumble and grab my phone and hit the mute button, server mute people. I am pretty active when I'm on the channel, believe it or not. Active and as in not actively talking, but actively listening and, helping out in the background, making sure things aren't going haywire. Half the time, you're just not sure whether you should mute these people or let the conversation, take its course.
Sometimes you got to step in on it, but then I hate it when I'll mute someone, go to mute someone, and they've already been muted, and I'll press it, and I've unmuted them, and then I'll go to mute them. Oh shit, sorry, and I'll press it, and then the other person's got it. It's like, oh.
But do you know what happened to me? I went to mute someone one day, and an admin or a server staff was muting them, and so I got caught unmuting them, and it said I lost my muting powers for 30 seconds or something, but it ended up being like for days until Heretic corrected it via the admins for the actual politics server. Oh, it was unreal. I couldn't do anything. I was stuck in limbo.
Glitch, yeah.
Yeah. It's very glitchy, I tell you. Very glitchy Discord. And there's an update nearly every week, and you'd think that they would correct half the problems, but it doesn't seem to correct anything.
Yeah,
I get my mic is opened on a regular basis without me knowing about it if I got voice activity on instead of push to talk.
Yeah.
Like even just before, I turned Discord on. Well, it was on, but I unlocked my phone, and I was my mic was open. I thought, oh, geez, what's going on here?
I've even noticed it that's why I stopped using push to talk, because I'd have push to talk active, and next minute I'm getting server muted because my mic's open. It's like,
that's voice activity, not push to talk. Push to talk
seriously,
is when you've got a whole.
I know. That's why I stopped using it, because I'd use push to talk, and then suddenly my mic would just be open. I'd be hot micing, and I'd be on push to talk. I'm really like, well, I'm not pushing the button. Nobody's touching it. I mean,
oh wow, yeah. Are you on an iPhone or an Android?
Android.
See, I think it's the complete opposite with iPhones, because both Heretic and I, we have iPhones, and if we go change it to voice activity, we randomly have our mics opened. So that's why we go to push to talk. But push to talk is an absolute pain in the butt when you're speaking to someone, especially if you're driving. You know what I mean? It's just so hard to have a conversation with someone. I'm forever changing it. Like if I'm free to have a conversation, I'll turn around and change it to voice activity, so then I can open the mic myself. And then once I finish the convo, I'll change it back to push to talk, so it doesn't really open it. Because I'm with the family like nearly 24/7. I don't want, conversations that I'm having with them going over YouTube. I could be talking about all the millions of dollars that we're going to spend soon.
Oh.
Well, isn't that what Bruce Wayne does all the time?
His secret gadgets and underground lair.
Yeah. All my secret gadgets got burnt in the fire. My expensive drone, my P1000, all my electronics tools.
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah, that was back in November. Just like Bruce Wayne had a big fire in his joint, I had a huge fire in my joint, mate. Huge. 14 fire brigades couldn't put my fire out. They drained all the water from the local water supply.
Another thing that happens to me is I'll just be listening, right, for a while, and suddenly I won't hear one person, and I'll hear someone talking, don't know who they're talking to. I can't hear the person they're talking to. Like they're not lighting up. I can't hear them. I have to log out, log back in, and then I can hear them again. It'll just do it randomly.
That's mine. That's mine with everybody. Like it'll go quiet, and literally no one's talking, no one's flashing up, nothing. And I'm thinking, it's a bit strange. Around this time, there's normally people talking, and I'll disconnect and reconnect, and all of a sudden, everyone's lighting up. The whole conversation's going. My hands are full most of the time, so I can't actually get to the phone to do that. I'm a pretty busy person, so it's just Discord is so weird.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's my Starlink doing it. Now, talking about Starlink, I reckon Elon knows what's going on, and he's just milking the system.
Yeah. Why not? Yeah. Like him, why not?
I mean, it's quite obvious what really is going on, and I mean, he probably looks at it and he goes, "Oh, well, if these dumbos don't want to really see what reality is like, well, let's take advantage of it." He probably got all green screens and everything down there.
Yeah, and it's not even exclusive to a flat Earth. I mean, if you thought it was a globe, there's still the possibility that whole space thing is shit. You know what I mean?
Well, it could be. Space could be 3,000 kilometres up there, couldn't it? I mean, really, let's think about this. What's easier, to travel 254,000 miles to go to the moon, or to travel 3,000 miles and go to the moon?
Right. That's if it's even a thing you could actually like walk around on.
Yeah, no, for sure. I agree with you. You know, maybe not. Maybe you can't walk around on that object. But if you look at it realistically, I know which one would be a lot easier to go to. I mean, the International Space Station is only supposed to be 200 to 250 miles up there, you know, in the so-called space. So, you know, how much more difficult would it be to actually go to something that's 254,000 or 3,000? Which one would you put your money on?
Yeah.
I mean, this is all speculation, but you understand what I'm trying to say, don't you?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, they'll come onto the server and they'll argue till they're blue in the face about all these rubbish subjects, yet it's observably flat. It's just crazy stuff, mate. I tell you what, we live in a crazy world. Crazy, crazy world.
I mean, like, you know, if imagery is the standard, then, you know, Bigfoot's real. Like, and then they'll say, but that's not from trusted sources. And it's like, what makes trusted? Why do you think? It's like they think that, you know, like NASA is synonymous with integrity and, you know, and honesty.
I mean,
Why?
what is a trusted source these days? Well, I mean, the other day I was looking at some TikTok videos of miniature cows, and I'm thinking to myself, my goodness, they look so real, yet it's all CGI. Like, we're talking miniature cows. And like my wife, she breeds like toy poodles, which, you know, some people would classify them as being miniature, right? But yeah, it's this day and age. If NASA turned around and said, right, we're going to the moon, it would be so easy to turn around and use AI to do all the videography that would be required. And how would we even prove it wrong? Yet people can't see this. Technology has advanced that greatly that they could easily do it.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, they and about, but you know, there's independent people doing it now. Like, they're not part of the government and all that. Like, yeah, that's bullshit. Yeah, let a group, you know, invest in, you know, a program, get all the math figured out, get it all worked out, and the government, all the rest of the world governments, all the agencies, and that step aside, let them do it absolutely purely independently. They won't do it. Even just to like put something in orbit. If a group got together, they said, we've got the finances, we've got the resources, we've got the manpower, everything, we're going to put something into orbit. We want to do it absolutely, purely, independently, free of anybody else's assistance or intervention. So no NASA, no ESA, no JAXA, no nothing, right? No government authority stepping in and say you can't or can do this, whatever, right? Just like let them go. They won't do it. We'll step in. I'll probably use some excuse. Well, how do we know it isn't a ballistic missile? It's going to blow up some city, you know, like some shit like that. That space elevator, I mean, like the people behind that project were pumped. They were at production stage, right? They were ready. They had it all figured out. We're ready to do it, and they pulled the plug. And at the top, pulled the plug and said, "No, do it." And the engineers and the developers and that, they were like, "Why? What's going on? Like, what?" It's like, no, no. Disappointed because they'd invested a lot of years into ready to do it. Waiting for Larry to come in because I want to talk to him about this new shit that they're talking about, like photons coming out of something before they've been inputted. So, like, they're saying that. How do they describe photons? Are exiting something like it's weird. They reckon that the light is traveling faster than light. Yeah.
Hey, oh, I'm sorry. You guys have a conversation. My bad.
No, I'm just rambling on. Like, go for it. What
Oh,
you got
I
to
have a
say?
quick question for you guys. So recently, a quote unquote second moon has joined the Earth's orbit. I think it's called 2024 PT5. It'll orbit the Earth for 2 months and then leave. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah.
What do we think about it? What do you think about it?
We think it's cool.
Okay.
You think it's cool?
Yeah, we have a second moon.
Wow.
Oh.
If I had
have you heard of it?
told you we had a second moon a year ago, would you have believed me?
Excuse me?
If I told you we had a second moon a year ago as a flat earther, would you have believed me?
No.
I
No,
mean,
but now it's okay.
what was the evidence?
Well, what was your evidence now? What, the fact that you saw it?
I can see it.
Google.
Right.
Yeah,
now,
yeah.
when you walk out your front door, can you
Mhm.
see a globe?
I have a telescope.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
My God, you
Yeah, I'm so confused, dude.
Fuck.
Wait. You can see with binoculars. It's not really easy to see,
You're
but there are certain periods you can see it.
Can't. No, you're lying. You cannot see the new moon with a conventional telescope, binoculars.
What?
Who said I had a
Dude, it's
conventional
3
telescope?
million miles away and 37 feet wide is what they claim. You're not going to see it with any conventional fucking optics.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, we need to check this for a second.
You need to go and check on your fucking lies. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, first off, who said no? You made an assumption. Who said that I had a conventional telescope? First of all, that's an assumption. I have a professional
You
one.
just said you could see it with binoculars.
I didn't say that. The other guy said that. I said I had a telescope.
I'm the one who said that. But I might be wrong because I haven't gotten to see it yet. I just heard of this.
Need a 30-inch diameter lens and some other crap to go with it to even be able to fucking see. It's 3 million miles away, man. Not even classified by astronomers as a technically as a moon. It's just a fucking asteroid.
Yeah, but it's been captured by Earth's orbit, so it's going to stay around for a couple months.
Technically, it's not. Like, it's just being affected a little bit by it. It's
Wait a minute.
Get up, man. It's not even fucking. It's a joke. It's
All right.
media bullshit.
1, 2, 3, 4,
pumping
5.
out.
Okay, so it's not 3 million miles away. It's 3.7 million. You might as well, if you round up a couple tens of thousand kilometers.
Kilometers.
3.76 million kilometers away, which is 2.33 million miles away.
Yeah, sorry, I got
anyways,
miles mixed up with kilometers.
I just thought it was cool.
It's a long way away, and it's tiny. You're not going to be able to see it with a telescope, man.
I have a professional telescope.
Nobody's telling you you're going to be able to see it with a telescope.
I'm an astrophotographer, so I have like all that shit.
Yeah. Have you guys been able to see it?
No, they can't even see the curvature. The fuck?
Oh, that is a good point.
I know, right?
The sky isn't an empty, vast, ever-expanding fucking void for things like rocks to fly around in. That's not what the sky is, man.
What? Wait, do you believe in space or no?
Space is fake. It's fake as shit.
Then it's what? Okay, all right.
There's stories, about balls of gas and dirt and ice and rock and shit flying around up there. That's just a story you're told. Nobody's validated any of that shit. As it being a violation of natural law. Sorry, heretic. You talking? You say something?
No, I wasn't going to say anything important at all. No worries.
Oh, they left. They didn't. What? Space is fake? What? That's it. I'm out of here.
Yeah, they bounced as soon as you said that, dude. That hurt them. Stunned them.
They tell us that you can't even see like the American flag on the moon with the best optics available to us, right? Think they're going to be able to see something 37 feet wide from 3.7 million kilometers away?
Well, you could see the flag on the moon if you had a telescope that was 120 meters in diameter.
There you go.
Probably cost $1 trillion to make.
I had a discussion with AI about it. Artificial intelligence, that is, like an AI program, and it said that no, saying that it's like a second moon or a mini moon is somewhat misleading.
Facetious?
Yeah, it's misleading. It's just media hype. It's just bait. Designed to try and encourage, interest in astronomy, basically. Views. I'll share the conversation. There we go. That's my conversation with Perplexity AI. So-called new moon, second moon. Just to summarize it at the end, it says, in reality, 2024 PT5 is more accurately described as a near-Earth asteroid that will briefly share a similar orbit to Earth before continuing on its path around the Sun. Mini moon label, while attention-grabbing, is not entirely accurate from an astronomical perspective. They claim to be all excited because before now they always assumed that there was this sort of thing happening, right? Couldn't quite get it down and map right exactly what was like, we could consider an object, within Earth's orbit, like our moon, etc. Now they have all this new fandangled equipment and technology and ways to calculate it all, and now they say they can map it quite accurately, right? They're just all excited about that. That's what they're really saying. And you'll probably see it a lot more often now, like after this one's supposedly left, on its path around the sun or whatever. Another one in a few months or in a year or whatever.
Any evidence for flat Earth, gentlemen? I'm sure we have something, right?
Oh shit.
Pressure. I think okay, let me give my statement of truth. I think that I'm not going to argue gravity. I will stipulate, and we can argue whether or not that's fair and just. That gravity exists. I think that gas pressure exists as a result of gravity. I think that as the gravitational pull decreases, as you get a greater distance from the center of the Earth, gas molecules are more free to move about, and therefore gas pressure decreases.
I would engage you, but I'll let the panel kind of engage you before I do. I really.
Boom! No response. You just proved the globe.
I would engage you. Alpha knows 275 ways to attack this topic. He's just waiting. He's dripping at the mouth. He's
Dude, I don't need.
dripping at the mouth.
You already know that if I jump in here, it's gonna be a quick one.
Veritas. A week ago, I think that I suggested like a mock debate because I knew you could beat me. I knew you could defeat me.
Dude, I ended it like in 2 sentences. You're like, oh, it's not fair. I was like, why? You wanted me to give you my response, bro? Like,
no. I mean, you're a champion. You're a champion all the way. Veritas, I'm your number one fan.
Fucking Cortigo, dude.
Yeah, I appreciate AV too. A thing you guys don't do is kind of like guilt people who aren't ready to fully embrace the flat Earth theory, like as though we're like traitors or like not part of your thing.
Not worthy yet.
You know what I mean?
No,
a lot of spaces do that.
Before Veritas steps in, does anyone have any feelings about gas pressure or whatever? I'm like I would say I'm a yellow belt. Like I'm the lowest belt of defender.
I wouldn't even rate you that high. So how do you have gas pressure without a container?
All right.
Ouch.
Wait.
No, you're a white belt.
Game over. That was easy. Next.
Wait, we're having fun here, all right? Like, don't have some fun. All right. So you have, say, a level surface, and we stipulate gravity, right? So the higher pressure gas molecules settle to the surface, and then as gravity weakens, because of the formula for gravity that Einstein, Newton established, as you go higher in the atmosphere, that gravitational force is lesser and lesser and lesser, and you get to the point where that force is weaker than the force of the I guess we'll call it stellar wind, the wind from the sun. So you get to this balance of where the atmosphere ends and the sun begins, and the stellar force shoots these particles out into empty space. That's my understanding of it. Does anyone have any like hyper disagreements?
Yeah, you said atmosphere, so you're begging the question to start off with about your globe, Todd.
Okay. Go on.
Well, that was just the first one.
Yeah, go on.
It's just so long-winded that we forgot the start of it.
Yeah, sorry, I missed I missed some of that. I had something come up here, so sorry about that. But all I heard at the very end was a really long story, but nothing to support it.
Can I take a leak real quick?
Yeah, go for it. We're not going to deny you the privilege of using the toilet.
Don't forget to mute your mic.
I figured a couple of Australians would be cool with that.
Just make sure more than 3 shakes.
Hit that mute button.
You're playing with it.
You're down and dirty. Like you understand.
Go ahead and don't forget to mute that mic, though.
You don't want to listen?
think
Unless you're
anybody does.
active, because then the P is silent.
Can really, dude.
It was a very loaded question, wasn't it? He gets gravity, he gets his ball tied, he basically gets everything, and it's like, hang on a minute, you don't get that for free. No. You got to earn this. So
well,
when he comes back,
he said gravity, he said space, he said all the buzzwords. So, I mean, that's like day one, bro.
Hey, Apoc, when you write down these notes, like, are you writing them in like shorthand or something? Because you're so fast. I've heard some. I don't know how you keep track of them.
Yeah,
but it's a great thing to do.
Write fast, bro.
Wow. Oh, it's such a useful a part of this debate. It's so useful that you do that, and you continue to do that. And sometimes I don't even know you're doing it. You come out and you're like, no, what you actually said is X. Like, damn. So appreciated.
Bro. It was important the first night because we were letting them tell stories and we were just like jumping to the next one. But with the new format, it's going to be one at a time, so I won't even have to write it down, but we'll see.
Eventually, you'll be able to just classify it, right? Like, you'll be able to just be like, oh, they did argument this, argument that, and you don't have to write out the whole
It'll
thing,
become like a
except for
shorthand.
the specific things.
Yeah, it'll be like shorthand.
Yeah, your own specific. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. My buddy's wife is a court, what do they call What do they call? I forgot the name.
Stenographer.
That's the name. And I've seen her do like, because she does like, she'll work from home. And one time she was in the kitchen, like working, and me and him walked through the kitchen, like from the garage to the backyard, and she was just sitting there with her earbuds, listening to them do their thing. We couldn't hear because it was in her ears, but dude, she has that machine, bro, where she's just like pushing like 4 keys, 8 keys, 2 keys, and you see on the computer like it's literally creating the car. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, how is pressing 4 keys like making like, like a whole entire sentence, bro? Like, it's crazy though, dude. Like, to watch it in real time.
I've seen those, yeah.
To watch,
yeah, it's intense.
Yeah, I'm like, whoa, that's a whole nother language. It's pretty cool to watch it in real time. And then we went to the back. What happened to Cortigo? Did he leave?
No, I think he came back.
Did he drop?
Yeah, I think he came back.
I don't see him on my
He's not
screen.
here. He probably
He's dropped.
He's kind of a boomer when it comes to technology, so.
Away from, I guess.
We've also got a few others listening. We've got Americto.
I think it's Amorcito.
Amorcito. I don't know, man. I'm terrible with some of these names.
Amor, like love.
Yeah, small love.
Amorcito. If you guys want to join the conversation, request and we'll bring you up. Except you get vaccinated.
Yeah, get vaccinated against the truth.
All right, here we got Hitler did nothing wrong. Uh-oh, I don't. All right, we'll see how this goes.
I think this one's going to go bad. I think I've heard this person speak before.
How's it going? Hitler did nothing wrong. All right, what's
Straight
going
up.
on?
Yeah.
Watch the words, bro. What's going on?
Why do you need 2 co-hosts in your tiny space? Like why?
Oh man, why do you need any
Why do
co-host
you
for
want to
that?
be a lapdog co-host?
That's
You
because
work
when
for
we
no
mute
money,
everybody,
you know?
that's so that
You're
way
poor. You're broke. You work for no money.
This is on 2 other platforms.
And you are a
You know that,
lapdog.
right? We're on YouTube and
Co-host.
Discord.
Lapdog.
Hey, Hitler did not. You have any proof of the globe? Are you? We're looking for globe salesmen. Would you like to apply?
No, I don't work for no money.
Oh, what do you work for?
For free.
I work for money.
That's a double negative.
Wait, you just said I don't work for money, and then I said, "What do you work for?" And then you said, "I work for money."
He said no money. He doesn't work for free.
Yeah.
That's what he's
I
trying to say.
don't work for no money. That's a double negative. So
I
he
don't
must
work for
Even
no
your
money. That
listening
makes no
problem
sense.
Even your listening problem is poor.
Well, it doesn't sound like English is your
No,
first
your
language.
ESL sucks.
Yeah,
You are just
I get it.
poor.
All right, hold on.
Yeah.
We got Mick B up here too. Hold on. Hitler did nothing wrong. Mick B, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I'll just say hello. I finally created
An X?
Twitter X.
Yeah. He dropped out. Is he still talking? I can't hear him anymore.
Nice. Yeah.
Did I finally create and then bloop? All right. Maybe
This
he's having
space
problems.
is lagging for me.
Hey,
what's up,
is it
brother?
still lagging?
Yeah, people are showing up and then they're speaking and then they finally show up in the space here for me.
Huh.
Hey, did you see what I posted up in the nest? You can just hand that over to Cortigo when he returns.
All right. Big oof. You should have tagged him.
Yeah, we can do that. We could just hand it out anytime somebody wants to just talk about gas pressure.
True. Go ahead. Hitler did nothing. I don't know what happened to McB, but you have your
What
hand
do you
up.
want me to talk about?
Well, we want to know if you have any proof of that the Earth is a spheroid.
This question is just pure retardation. What do you
So
mean
you don't have
flat
any
Earth?
evidence?
There is no flat Earth, and I don't wanna like. Oh my! Like I
Do you
just
have
don't wanna.
evidence that it's a globe, sir?
Yeah, I don't
What's
need to
that evidence?
provide you evidence. You just
What?
get on the motherfucking plane and then look at the window, look through the window, look outside, and you will see that if the motherfucking world is flat or round, like it's just dumb. Like this question is pure retardation.
So now you're seeing windows bending the horizon, and you think, okay, gotcha. Interesting. Hey, Mick B, are you back? Oh
This
yeah, he's
flat
busted.
Earth discussion is just pure retardation, really. Like, just stop it. Stop it and
All right.
get some
So
help.
you're saying that all you go ahead,
Boris.
Matrix. You go ahead.
I was going to say, if it's purely retarded, surely there'd be mountains of curve proof out there for us to swallow up.
Yeah, he gave his proof. He said, just go up in a plane.
Yeah. Let me just look into what he presented. Okay, so according to you, all you got to do is go on a plane, and then you know that the Earth is a globe.
Just look.
Yeah, I know,
Just
but I'm
look.
asking. That's your standard of evidence. Just looking.
Okay, maybe you can shoot yourself all the way to outer space, and then you will see if the motherfucking Earth is round or
Yeah, I know.
flat.
I get your pain. You think that you're looking at something that looks like a globe, right? From an airplane window.
But
Have you ever been?
the mountains and the
That's
up
great.
and down
Wonderful. I'm
of the
excited that
Earth,
you have
and
a lot
then
of things to talk about, but you're still not talking about you. Did you take an airplane ride? I really want to know.
He's a topographer, glober.
Yeah. Did you see the Earth curving from an airplane window?
the Earth is a triangle. Yeah,
I know. Yeah. Did you see the Earth from an airplane window?
No, he saw mountains. That's why it's not flat.
Yeah, triangle. It's a shape of triangle.
Now you're not taking it seriously, because I'm wanting to know if you saw the Earth from an airplane window with any curvature. That's what I'm asking. You said so, right? It's curving from an airplane window. Did you see it curve?
Yeah, it's not flat.
I know, but I'm asking if you've seen it that way. Did you see it that way?
It's not flat. What do you want me to
Why are you evading my question? Just answer yes
What
or
do you
no.
want me to
If you saw it from an airplane window, say yeah, I've seen it from an airplane window, or I didn't see it from an airplane
He's
window.
never been in a plane, I don't think.
I know, but let's see if he'll muster up the fortitude to answer the question. Can
the
you
Earth
do?
is triangle.
Yes,
you
Earth
now?
is triangle. Did you answer my question?
You happy now?
No, I'm happy when
Triangle.
you answer my question. Like the question I'm asking, if I can tell you the question, did you see curvature from an airplane window?
No, I don't need to answer your question.
Okay, so you don't need to answer any questions that are specific to you actually having any evidence. Is this correct?
It's just pure retardation. Really,
Pure retardation. Okay, so you're saying it's retarded to answer questions. Is that true?
No, it's retarded to talk about if the Earth is motherfucking brown or motherfucking
Well, you should be
flat.
able to defend it, sir, if you think it's a globe.
Exactly.
Right?
No, I don't need to.
You don't need to. You don't need to say anything that's actually giving credence to the information that the Earth is an actual globe. You don't need to do that,
Our
right?
motherfucking globe is a triangle. Our motherfucking Earth.
You know
So
what?
now it's not a globe. Now it's a triangle. Is that
Yeah,
right?
it's a triangle.
Alpha, you know what's interesting is, when he first jumped in here, he said, "You guys are broke. You're poor."
Oh,
And I think
of course. Like you look at yourself. You are managed. You are a co-host. You manage a space plus someone else's space for no money.
I think he was projecting, and he's never been in a plane before. I don't think he can afford
I think he hasn't been in a plane, because if he was in a plane, he would be able to tell us that he was in a plane and he saw curvature from the airplane window.
Right.
But he did not say that he actually saw the curvature of the Earth from an airplane window, which is my question to him. And I'm wondering why he's not answering it. He's evading. And he's saying Earth is triangle because he doesn't want to say, I actually saw curvature from an airplane window.
No.
Did you see it?
No, just dumb.
No. Okay, well, that was what I was asking. So you didn't see curvature from an airplane window. So now it also goes into, because you didn't see it, how do you know it's curving from an airplane window, sir?
It's just dumb.
Well, it's not dumb. It's not dumb for you to be honest, but all you have to do is be honest.
Just dumb.
Okay,
It's
so
just dumb.
so now you're just shutting down because you lost the will to answer any question specifically how the Earth is a globe.
He has no proof. That's why.
Hitler thought the Earth was a globe.
Well, it's important because they need to have a platform to actually voice their opinion on how they know the Earth is a globe, and it seems like this gentleman doesn't know how to do that.
Doesn't.
He's laughing, but it's a nervous.
You know what's funny is he's gonna just like go later and sleep tightly, thinking he's a genius and that he's smart.
I don't think that.
Like, this is hilarious.
Honestly, I don't think that's the sleep he's gonna have. He's probably gonna be looking at the ceiling with the bloodshot eyes and like, do I even know what the Earth is? Like, because I thought it was a triangle, and it's not. Okay, so
I got those idiots without any proof.
I have to fake a Chinese accent, and then I tell them it's a triangle. Like, dude, like really, all of that. It's because you're hiding behind the information that you don't know, right? That's all you're doing. It's just a facade. You're putting up a front.
Yeah.
You're making it seem like
you're literally brainwashed in Chinese schools. Like literally.
Check it out, man. Like, check it out. So what you're doing right now is very classic. A lot of people that don't know that the Earth is a globe, they put a front on, they do a little troll dance, and then they go away. But because they're afraid, and that's deep down, sir, you're afraid to answer the question.
About what?
So,
and
I'm thinking like this, right? My contention is that I don't think you know that the Earth is a globe, so you're hiding behind this little troll. That's what it is.
I know everything.
Yes.
I know everything.
Right.
Hello.
I get it.
And listen,
You're absolutely correct. 100% correct.
Yeah, let's see if Anti-Pots can answer the question. Anti-Pots?
Yes, ask me. I'm a Jew. I know everything.
Yeah, see, another troll. So if you put down the troll, like step away from the troll, just put it down for a second. Right?
They're trying to flag this space with like racist
the problem is they're the ones that's going to get banned, not me. So I don't.
Yeah, but you might not know. This is how they work. This is how they try and shut down spaces they don't like. Just view on Twitter.
You want to bet on it?
Yeah.
They try and derail it this way.
I can wager, like Kyrgyz, that these guys don't know anything about the Earth being a globe, and they're afraid to answer. So they resort to their trolls because that's all they have. They have silly trolls and no intellect. No intellect. Anti-Pots. Prove me right. Prove me right that you don't have any intellect. Let's see.
No,
show me.
Let's talk physics. Let's
go. You think you want to talk physics? Let's go.
Oh, finally, yes.
What you got? Stand on all 10 toes, sir.
Yes,
I'm licking my lips.
You're making a claim. Let's try to convince me.
All right. So this is the way we're going to do it, and it's real simple, right? So if you think that the Earth is a globe, and I know that the Earth is flat, right? So there's two points here to talk about. If you think that the Earth is a globe, now, and because I'm gonna speak on my behalf, but on your behalf, if you think that the Earth is a globe, I want you to present the Earth as a globe to me, as if you were to convince me, and I'll do the same as if I were trying to convince you about the Earth being flat. I'll do the same.
Okay.
I'll let you go.
Are you familiar with the trigonometry rules, right? And then need to go inside, right? I can talk to you as a guy that knows math.
Yeah, you're just cutting in and out, so I don't know if you want to get control.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're better. Go ahead.
Okay. You do have the basic in math. I don't need to explain myself every time, right?
Yes.
Can you drop Hitler? His mic is fucking
it's kind of garbage, dude, your mic, but I get what you're saying.
I'll try to reconnect.
Okay, go ahead, try to reconnect.
I'll be back in about 10 alpha. I got to jump out for about 10. I'll just mute myself up so I don't have to do anything when I get back. I just got to put some animals away.
All right, brother. We'll still be here.
Yep.
Dude with a real job.
Yeah, we're looking for that guy to come back. So Hitler, if you're not speaking,
I'm bringing him up.
Hitler, if you're not speaking, put yourself on mute because we're backfeeding from your mic. If you don't mind, sir. We can, but you're backfeeding, so.
Ah, God, I don't know what happened to my microphone. I'll try to.
No, you're better. I was actually talking about the other guy. The other guy was backfeeding, not you.
Okay, so let's talk about the trigonometry, the circle. You know that if
Sure.
you will be audience, right? Okay, so if you go and take 2 kilometers, and you can watch 2 kilometers. You put 2 stones and you can measure the curve. So when you do the sinus algorithm, then you can get the curve. You can see the tilt, and then you can see um, the breaking of the light. When you see the breaking of the light, it's open up to all the spectrum. Okay, you can see the distortion that you can see, not with your naked eye. Of course, you need how do you call it? The scope, the electroscope, to see the breaking of the light. This is how you can measure the tilt, the horizon, and of course the round shape. I'm sorry, my English is not that good, but
Yeah,
if
you're
you
fine.
you
You're fine.
yeah,
I'm
you
tracking
get
with what you're
what
saying. I'm tracking. So what are you saying? Okay, I just need to know what method is this that you're appealing to. If you
Okay.
can tell me what method this is, can you point
Yes.
to a source that I can maybe look
No,
into?
it's trigonometry. Like the sinuses. It's called the sinuses equation when you do
Yeah, I know what you're
the
talking about, but what I'm
yes,
saying is there's a method that you spoke of, an actual,
yes,
like you
yes.
said
The
you
method
talked about doing something outside.
with two
Like,
kilometers. Yes, yes. The
okay,
experiment. Yes, the experiments. I forgot the name. Wait, let me find the name. It's really
hey,
old
do me a
one.
favor. Do me a favor.
Because we need to know what you're
Yeah.
measuring from and
Oh, you
to and
take
all
you
that
go- it,
stuff.
it's really easy. I can just explain to you the experiment. You take one stone, one mark. It used to be stones, but you take a flag or whatever you like. You take between 1.8 kilometers to 2.2 kilometers, and then you can measure it. Okay, with lasers or a beam of light, doesn't matter. You can take two mirrors, and the reflection of the light will come back on the light. We can agree, right? You're
Yeah,
believing
no,
that
I'm with
light.
you on that. Just two
Okay,
kilometers.
so
You're talking
then
about just 2 kilometers?
between 1.8 to 2.2, this is where
Okay.
you're gonna see the first curve. Okay, this is how you can measure the tilt of the Earth. So
And is this something you've done?
of course, I have a degree from the Barilan University.
Excellent.
Yes.
So are you're a professor? Like, if you don't mind, I'm just
No,
gonna
I'm not a
ask. You don't
professor.
have
I
to tell me
only
if you don't want to. I'm just
no, no, it's okay. I have a degree in physics and I have a degree in math.
ooh.
But it's only. I'm not a professor. I have only one degree.
Nice.
I didn't do the master. I only have the BA.
That's fine. That's fine. And then really it was irrelevant. I'm curious. So it really didn't matter. You didn't have to tell me, but I wanted to know.
No, it's okay. I don't come from authority way. I hate it when people do it and
Okay.
when they say I have a lot of degrees. No,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, yeah.
Math.
No, I
We
get
can
I get what
always.
you're saying.
Can
All
you
right.
agree with me that the law of math is how we need to measure it, right?
Well,
Wrong.
it needs to be measured, but you using math, you're going to be able to determine whether or not there's going to be a drop
Yes.
over a distance. So, like, let's just say, right, from the 2 kilometers that you're using, there would be a known distance between point A and point B. Point B would be the target distance. Point A would be the observation point, like wherever you're standing at, right? I'm assuming
It
that's kind of how
will
you're
be
doing it,
you
right?
will be outside of it because you want to control the experiment. You don't want to interfere the experiments. The way you're gonna do it is with the beam of light. Okay.
Yeah, what
You
type of, if you don't, can I ask some follow-up questions? I know that you're I don't want you to go too fast on this, but what is the beam of light? Is it a laser? Is it a flashlight? Is it a reflection off of the sun, a mirror? Like, what are you using here for the beam
I
of light?
will generate. You have a generator of beam of light in all the spectrum. It's better to use the whole spectrum to get the better result. But if you want to be more specific, infrared or ultralight
My man.
signal will work better.
Okay. So what are we doing here? Lasers over a distance and infrared. Is this what we're doing?
And then the curve, you can see the curve and you can see the tilt At the tilt of the Earth, the 22.4 degrees tilt of the if I'm remembering correctly, you can see the
Okay.
tilt of the Earth. This is why you have seasons.
Okay,
Okay.
but the method that you're speaking of, is it somewhere posted
Yes,
somewhere?
I'll send you the DMs. I'm not on my computer. I'm on my phone.
Yeah,
I'll
let's
send
get
you the
some.
DM.
Yeah, let's get some. Information put forward, and then you know what? I tell you what. Can you put it? Look, man, this is too much. You don't have to, but I would like you to post it up in the nest. That was easy for everybody to grab a hold of it.
So give me some. You know what? I'll get my sources. I'll come back in 10 minutes. I'll show
Yeah,
you what
we'll
I
still
mean.
be here. We'll still be here. Just go ahead.
Yeah.
I'd rather listen, man. I want you to give me your best shot. That's what I want. All right.
24/7.
Oh, oh, really? 24/7? That's great. Listen,
Well,
if you guys, I'm sorry of being trolling. Sorry for trolling for
That's all
earlier.
right. That's all right.
If you want to have a discussion, like a real one, and
Yeah,
I
I
will
really
be
do.
happy to. So let me bring my sources.
Yeah, we look forward to it. Actually,
Yeah, you're making like Kyrgyz just want to put a pot of coffee on. Like, I mean, being honest.
yeah, honestly, because you sounded your switch to being more serious was appreciated. Because I'm not.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
This is very interesting because this is how science should work. We need to do the peer review. Okay, like if you guys have a counterpoint, it's great because if someone will prove wrong of any kind of scientific theory. When I say scientific theory, you know what I'm talking about, right? Scientific
Yeah, we
theory.
don't have to get into that. Yeah, well, I'll let you use it for the sake of the argument. You could use it colloquially without me having to get into what that means. So semantics. I'm just gonna for now put it to the side for just a moment, just so you can speak as to what you're saying. So.
Auntie, let me tell you why I liked it when you brought out your credentials, even though you weren't trying to place it as an argument from authority, is because I remember looking into the actual calculations, that people would give to me when someone would bring up Aristophanes, right, and his experiment in ancient Egypt and Greece, right, at that time period, and how that proved the Earth was round centuries ago, and why are we still having this debate? And I looked into the calculations, and it assumes the radius. It was like, what the fuck? So I like when people bring up the numbers because we can actually put them to the wall and look at what they're saying and seeing if what assumptions they're
Listen, you're
making
completely
on
right.
paper.
The one you're referring, it's the radius. You're completely right. The one you're referring to, it's the way to measure the radius of the Earth. It's not the way to how do you say it? It's not the way to prove that it's round. It's okay. You believe that's you have the assumption that is it's not a sphere, but it is a circle. Am I correct?
Yeah, that's the assumption that was used in Eratosthenes. You're correct.
I have to clean up a spill I just made here, but I'm listening.
Yeah, he's correct. And what he said, that last statement that you said, that was correct. That was the assumption. It was a circle, the radius of a circle.
So I don't like to go to the ancient ones. I like to do the. You have a lot of experience from our time. We don't need to go, and we have a lot of. Let me pull my sources. I'll go back
Yeah,
to
we'll
my
still
computer.
be here, man. Just take your time. I would say if it takes you 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, we're still gonna be here. So just take your time.
And don't just disappear, man. Some people disappear after come back.
I will. I want to show you what my position. You show me your position. We'll review it together. I think it's the best. We don't need to fight.
Sounds good.
Great. So I'll talk to you guys.
Some people look into it. They realize something, and then we never hear from them again. They have this existential crisis. We're not here to help, So it's just come back.
You're not the guy. You don't want to hurt anyone. So you're good. So I just sometimes here on X you hear people with a lot of hate, and I made the mistake when I come here and trolled, and you guys are respectable and I can make a conversation with you. That's great, and this is what I really look for.
All right.
So I'll go and I'll come back.
Auntie, did you see the Hitler guy in the room and you thought that's why he came in guns blazing to troll?
Yes.
As a Jew?
Yes.
Yeah, see, I told you. See, AV, this is what happens. This is what they do to target certain spaces. Just keep an eye out on for that.
I get it. It's kind of a battlefield for the mind, so it's going to be riddled with. But also too on that side, it's usually going to be based on the person causing the infraction and not on the host that's hosting the space. Because like the host can't do anything about somebody just going blatantly wild. So it's not a. I mean, they'll give you a little leniency to the host because I can't control what somebody says.
It's true, but let's say like more of them arrived, right? And even one person speaking is sympathetic, they'll start like lowering your bandwidth of the space, and there'll be more glitches happening. I've noticed it in some spaces.
Listen. This space is important because you guys, you have a claim, and I love it when people make claims. It's okay with the scientific measures. This is how we need to talk. This is how we need to convey ideas. Maybe we'll not. We will let math do the work. This is why I love math and physics, because you can argue with physics. But no matter what you do, you can argue with it.
Agreed. So Antipop, if you can just collect yourself and then come back again, and we'll have another discussion.
Great stuff. Bye everybody.
See ya.
Hey, McB, if you wanted to come back up, I know you like cut out. You just said like 2 words. I threw you a mic. If it doesn't get it for whatever reason, just like request, and I'll bring you up again. And anybody else that joined, Thomas, Caput, Baloo, Marcito, if you guys want to join the conversation with us, just request. We'll bring you up.
Oh, you better comb your hair, APOC. We gotta have a serious discussion.
Right? You gotta get serious and put the tux on.
Yeah, let me get the fine china out, man.
Get Sundays.
I don't think I was dressed for this occasion.
You lot of foaming at the mouth waiting for him to come back, aren't you?
I mean,
yeah.
I want to make this as tantalizing for the listener as I possibly can, because I want them to come back again. I don't want this to end quickly. Like, let's make this one last a little bit.
You know that scene in Highlander when he's like, he cuts the guy's head off and like electricity and lightning starts flashing everywhere. It's like when it's like when someone with a degree comes in. It's like in physics or math.
No, because like I think to me that's the best, dude. I can't even tell you. Like when academics come in, it's even better than the regular like internet Joe Blow. You know, like the guy who's just on the internet claiming that the Earth is a globe. Oh, it's so much better. You'll see. I mean, hopefully, if he doesn't wig out too quickly, well, you'll see.
It's like XP farming in WoW or any RPG for like hours and hours to gain levels, and then you finally get to fight the boss.
The cave troll.
Because all the like dumb arguments you hope are out of the way, but you never know. Like they might still also be on a level 1. As far as justifications for their worldview.
Right, let me make a prediction. Let me make a prediction. I'm going to make a prediction that he's not going to have drop over distance measurements. I'm just going to put that out there right now, putting it out into the ether, right?
I think you're right about that.
I'm just going to put that out there.
I think he'll know. He hinted at it. He hinted somewhat at it, that he knew what those were.
So let's just let's not get too...
I'm waiting for the pause.
I'll take that.
I'm waiting for the pause when you tell him that it's all measured off a flat baseline.
Matrix, we gotta let this. We gotta let this.
He's listening and getting ready.
You know what? It's better. It's better for the conversation. Let it just, however it happens. It's gotta happen naturally. You know, just
right.
Here's a question for you, AV. We know what you would ask Elon and APOC. We know what you guys would ask Elon. What would you ask Aristophanes if he came back?
Dude, why are you assuming things? Bro, we don't assume anything. Like, because I think he's building his work off, and then, like, really, check this out, like Kyrgyz. The information of Eratosthenes is actually, it's not even secondary; it's tertiary. Like the information that came from Eratosthenes. So whether or not he actually existed as an actual human being, it's still in question, bro. Like the information we got so far in academia is it's just like a story. Whether or not it can be validated that he actually existed and this was done in the way that it was. So
At this point,
just look at all the people you do know from ancient Greece, and I've never heard of Eratosthenes until Carl Sagan mentioned his name. But I've heard of Aristotle, I've heard of Socrates, I've heard of all these guys, Euclid, everybody. All these guys are historical figures from years ago that you've heard of. Never heard of this guy until like the 1970s.
I'll tell you what, I would believe that Kid Icarus was actually somebody.
Freaking A-Bob, you're wild, bro.
Before Aristophanes.
You're out of control, bro.
God kid, right? Like Kid Icarus flew into the sun.
let me just like Kyrgyz, if you don't mind, up in the nest, I have just as a kind of summary what kinetic molecular theory states with like 5 points. If you want to look at that, I go over it quite a bit when we talk about gas pressure, but this is kind of the theory behind gas pressure. So if you want to look at that.
I think ASDF or whatever that guy's name was, the one with the argument for the gas pressure.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying I don't know. Have you seen this argument?
I'll take a look for sure.
Yeah, no, I know he's the one, but he's not really. He's not. He knows that once we lock in, that it's not going to be something that winds up in his favor. But also because he was advocating for gravity, but there's nothing there under kinetic molecular theory that states anything to do with gravitational pseudo force attraction. So it's interesting, right? Because this is kind of like the theory that backs up the gas law. Something to look at anyway. I think, what is it they talk about?
Sorry, I had an issue with my button. So you're saying that the laws for gas molecules does not invoke gravity, the weak force of gravity. Is that what you just said? Okay, cool. Yeah, interesting. I'll take a look.
Yeah, go ahead.
I made a huge mess, so I'm like cleaning it and trying to like hit the button to talk, but it's not working out.
Yeah. Very interesting stuff.
Yeah, that's is it so weak? I think they would argue that it's so weak that it doesn't need to be in, but it definitely should, because
actually they don't say that. They actually argue for particle attraction. Seriously, that's what they do say. I can't make this
right.
up.
We heard that tonight. That's true.
I can't make it up. That's what they do say. So this is kind of like what flies in the face of that. So it's almost as if they don't know what they're saying. I mean, according to what gas law would abide by with this theory. So I mean,
so with a loop like that Hitler dude was in, like I don't know, he's trolling obviously, but he was obviously also in a real one of these kind of loops, right, where they can't face what they don't know, but they are committed to the foregone conclusion. He was a troll, so that's a huge barrier to getting past that loop. But there was definitely a moment towards the end there where he was, maybe I don't actually know. So how do you get past that? How do you get past that loop in people?
It's the will to, and it's hard because I know everybody, when somebody's like that, everybody wants to jump on top of him. Like Dogpile, I get it. I'm sympathetic to that. But the problem is, if you allow me to, I will start to chip away. It's kind of like a chipping away. The more I continue to redirect the conversation right back to the premise, it's going to make his mind realize that it's not just like him diverting away to a troll, but he's going to realize I'm asking him something that he's not responding to. So eventually, over many attempts, he's going to realize, okay, I got to answer him because he keeps asking me, and it sounds like I'm not giving it. So it's kind of like it's a, I don't know, it's a psychology basically. So if you keep asking somebody something that they're not giving you the answer to, they're eventually going to get frustrated. Be like, okay, I'll tell you. Like, you get it. So it's a battle of like who's going to actually give in, me or him. Like whether or not I'm going to mute him first or he's going to answer my question. I don't know if that makes any sense or not. But
got it. Yep. Oh, I didn't realize my mic was open. Yep.
You just got to be persistent, man. So that's, I think, the most important thing. Your persistence and being able to like withstand the barrage of his troll, and at least to the point where you're going to be able to expose what he's doing to the audience, so the audience can identify that this guy's just trolling. But when you expose it, it's kind of like I would say like it's an embarrassment. Sometimes people do get embarrassed that they actually are trolling and they're not giving anything intelligent. So it's they start switching gears. Okay, you know what? Screw it. I'm gonna get smart now. Let's really talk about what's going on. So just like what the other guy did. That's why he switched off the troll, because he understood that we weren't about that. We're not going to be like going crazy because somebody's acting like a troll, but we really want to have the conversation. So that's the way it goes.
Yeah, it was cool that he like toned it down and chilled out, and he was like, "Okay, yeah, I do want to have the conversation because that's what we're looking for ultimately."
So get ready, because he's coming back, and then we're gonna have that conversation.
Yeah, he's gonna come back with some information.
Yeah. So like I said, make sure that you comb your hair, you put on your tux.
Sunday's best.
Really, go and splash on that Old Spice, man.
I don't know him. That dude leaving was kind of an admission in and of itself. Like, if we see him back, then that would be very good. But him not being able to just Google, right, and send us a Wikipedia link to the thing that he's talking about, which takes 2 seconds, is sus.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
And you see that's very effective, because towards the end he started to realize, you know what? Let me switch my game here, because I've been trolling, and you kept telling him that he was trolling, and what he's doing, and we just by the way know what he's doing, and not giving in to like getting aggressive in a different way. We just kind of made him like stop doing that thing. So that's what I was telling you. That's how you get him to like realize. You have to keep redirecting. Like, okay, I know what you're doing, so you just don't want to give me the answer. You're too afraid. It seems like you're hiding behind your troll. And it eventually starts to get to a person like, okay, I'm not. So let me tell you why, because I think flat Earth is dumb. Like that's why. It'll get them upset to like really tell you why they're doing what they're doing. Essentially, it works most of the times, but I'm not saying it's going to work all the time. Sometimes you just need to mute them. So it's not going to work every
That's
time.
true.
You just have to mute them sometimes.
Yeah, true.
But yeah, so I think Rayleigh is splashing on the Old Spice. We're getting ready to have a conversation with him.
Let's see what happens.
Hey, why don't we try to invite some of these anti-flat earthers to our space?
Well, you can do that. Shoot them the link.
McToon and Red's Rhetoric and all those retards.
Yeah, Red's been in here. I don't know about McToon. Red's on like episode 4, I think, or 2. 2 or 4. I keep saying 4, but I think 4 was pretty popping.
I think it was 2.
That was 2, wasn't it? It was right when we're getting going. Yeah, it was. I think it was 2. I think about it.
Yeah.
But Rayleigh, his argument was just him and Jaren were arguing about whether or not you can have a continuous footage from a rocket that goes up and back down. And Jaren was saying there's no video that exists that you have continuous footage of a rocket going up and down. And lo and behold, Red's Rhetoric, brought up a video that or something. There was some observation of it happening where they had a camera that was uncut from launch to land. So.
Hey, what's good, gentlemen?
Was it the amateur rocket, like Go Fast?
No, I think it was another. I think it was one of Elon's launches. If I'm not mistaken, I could be though, but I think it was like what he was.
Hey, did you take down episode 2?
No.
It's not there. It says unavailable.
No, it should be there. Hold on, let me see.
Yeah, I see it. It says unavailable.
Let's check it out. Hold on. What's going on here?
Evening, gentlemen. Can you guys actually hear me now?
Mick, what's up, man?
Is that Egypt?
Nah,
Man,
that's
bad.
Mick B, man.
What's good, guys? Sorry about that. I kept trying to get this to work on my phone, but it's a piece of shit.
No worries.
I'm on my laptop now. Fuck it.
Good stuff.
So I'll just be listening. Don't really have much to say.
Okay.
But
all right.
All good.
Good to see you here, Mick.
Yeah. So all right, I'm gonna tell you, APOC, the first one, because I didn't have any numerics for the first two. So the first one is, do you have evidence of a globe Earth? That was the very first one.
Right.
And the second one, it didn't. I mean, hold on a second.
Yeah, it says unavailable. Then it just goes
Oh
to
shit.
number 3.
Oh, hold up. Yeah, I think you're right. Well, details not available.
And that's the one
Okay,
with Grant Barrett.
yeah, the first one. Let's see the second one. Details not available.
Weird.
I don't know. No idea.
No worries.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know. It is what it is.
I think it's episode 7 got the most. It has like almost 3,000 views. That was the one that had the most.
Let me see here. Yeah, you're right. There's like 3 of them that got deleted. Or is it just one that was posted over again and over again?
Yeah, you just like kept sharing it or probably.
It was. I think it was shared over like 3
Right.
times.
Right.
So possibly don't share. I guess I don't know.
No, I think just it got whatever. It's removed, so then it's not available. So I don't think it's because you shared it. I think that's the case.
Dude, that one I think has the most engagement. It's like 2,400.
Yeah.
I think that's the one that has most.
I don't know. Maybe he reported it. Maybe he didn't
take
like
that one off because I'm on there. Oh no, I got one that's got 2,900.
Yeah, that's the one that I said. It's like almost 3,000.
Take me off of there. I'm on there. Take me off. Come on, man.
Right? Okay. It's nuts.
Was that the same one that he claimed he was going to use a particular part of the clip for his own ammunition?
Yeah,
I think yeah. I think so.
And then made a dick of himself 10 seconds later?
Yeah, that's one.
Yep. Sounds like him.
We're not doing too bad with the engagements. 1,500 engagements on the last one that we did yesterday's.
That's cool. Yeah, a lot of people kind of shot through here, and then people are listening on YouTube as well. So we got to be over 100 people at one point.
I should make a small promotion just to, see what happens. What if I do a promotion? Think that would get some more eyeballs on here?
Yeah, it'll get a lot more when you pay for that it to be like in the algorithm.
Yeah.
Shitload of people will come.
Let's see. Give me a moment. Yeah, can you take over the space for a little bit, you and AJ? As soon as AJ
Yeah,
gets
we
back?
got it.
Yeah, do that while I'll be busy trying to see if I can't,
All right, Cherry Pop, I see you just jumped in. If you like to come up, just request. I threw mics out earlier. Flatsy, I threw a mic at you. You didn't pick it up, though. I don't know. Maybe it glitched out or you just didn't want to come up. But if anybody wants to come up, please just request. I don't know if me throwing mics is helping or working. I threw it to you, Mick, couple times.
I got it. I'll just say this: I don't have much to contribute except for my astonishment as to how people are engaging in the chat on this thing. This is my first time on X in general, and I'm appalled at the attitudes and the critique or lack thereof of solid critique. At least on Discord, there's actual engagement. Yeah, sure, there's text chat and people throw the poop, but this stuff, it stays up there, right? Like it's kind of like posting on a Facebook wall from back in the.
Yeah, it just stays there.
This is sad, man. People can't. This is not how you engage, guys. And there's some people in the voice channel now who have commented on that. At least one in particular. It's like,
I saw it.
Bro, it's like, pick yourself up, man. If you have something to say, voice it. Have a little bit of ping pong action.
Yeah, that person don't talk. He's what we like to call our village idiot. He always requests, and I always just deny it. We just deny it. We don't let him come up because.
Did he say anything before? Like
the first time that he requested, we bring him up, and he just he goes to the soundboard and he just does the alarm he just So then we mute him, and then we gave him one more chance. The second time, he also did it again.
Yeah, he's listening. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just so you know, APOC and AV, I don't know if AV is still listening, but and Mike, tonight is Friday, and one of the biggest spaces for Flat Earth happens on Friday. It's Flat Earth Fridays, so that might be why you guys are getting as many people in tonight. Just so you know.
No, yeah, I know. And actually, what happened last time? You know what happened last time is when they stopped streaming. A bunch of them came over here. They came after the after hour party. You know what I mean? There's always that after hours.
Yeah, exactly.
That just depends if they end early or not. If they stay up just as late as we do, then yeah, they have a bunch of people over there. But what happened the last time when we were streaming on a Friday night, they came to our space if it was the after hours back in the day, everybody
so
always
all the contentious globers will be over there. Or interested globers.
Hopefully they won't come in here all sloshed.
Right? They're all hammered already. Well, it is the after hours. It is that, No, but
well, hopefully, all right, fruitful engagement can happen. Doesn't look it so far. I mean, it did. Was a bit of it from the other gentleman who said he's going to come back. That was worth listening to,
right?
At least in my opinion. But aside from that, man, doesn't look good. I got a sour taste for X already.
Okay, we should start getting promoted now. If everything worked correctly, we'll see what happens.
When you say that, a couple people just jumped in, 2 or 3 or something.
It said about 2,000 people should get a algorithm boost.
Yeah, we just gotta make sure we keep welcoming them up to grab them.
Do me a favor. I don't see it anywhere.
You don't see what?
The space it was on my profile, and I don't see it anymore. So I don't know. Do you guys still see it on my profile?
Let me see here. Yeah, it's right there. 2 hours ago.
Yeah, it's second from your kinetic molecular theory post.
Oh, so it's still showing? Okay, I gotta refresh.
Yeah, it's just not bannered at the top.
I gotta refresh. Let me see.
Yeah, scroll.
Yep. Retarded's back. Doc came back. Hopefully with proof or evidence. I don't think so, though. We'll find out. If anybody wants to join, please just.
It shouldn't take this long. It should take this long to find the trigonometry that proves the globe that he was talking about. What the hell? Where did he go?
Didn't he say
I think he was just going to disappear?
Did he not say he was just going to get something or get on his computer?
Yeah, he was getting a laser test.
Okay.
Yeah, he literally said he's going to get the name for the thing. Come back. Ah, fuck. Blue balls.
How's it going, Doc?
And also, for what it's worth, if I can relinquish my speaker role.
I can't hear anyone. Is anyone talking?
I was just
You
gonna say
can have. You
I can
can hear
relinquish.
Mick.
I was just gonna say, like, I can relinquish my speaker role if that helps at all.
Well, we could have up to 10 people, so you're good for right now. No worries.
Okay.
Where did he go? Oh, he left.
I think he just dropped.
Yeah, because he couldn't hear people. He said, "I can't hear nobody."
We could hear him.
Yeah.
Come
All right,
back
so-
up, retired PhD.
Yeah, he could bring himself up. I believe that's what we learned. Once you're made a speaker, you could just bring yourself up after you. I think. Oh no, I think maybe because he left.
Yeah, if you disconnect, you have to re-request.
Yeah, I didn't move him down. That's right. He just disconnected. Should be good now.
Back. Anything exciting happened while I was wrangling sheep?
Yeah. We're waiting for someone to come back for the proof. Oh yeah, that happened when you were here.
Yeah, waiting for you to come back and wrangle some more sheep.
Yeah.
Globe sheep.
Ah, very good.
Yeah, I kind of paid for a little promotion on this specific space, so we'll see what happens with it. Kind of using the algorithm.
See if it works.
Yeah.
That's cool. Oh, we got the Ether Hunter in here. I see. I'd say Ether Terminator. Need to change
That's
your
right.
name, Flatsy. I want to see Ether Terminator.
Yeah, it's funny. I've been at a festival all day where I'll be all day tomorrow and all day Sunday. So I'm kind of tired. I just kind of came in to say hey and listen in for a little bit.
Hey.
Yeah, we're still waiting on a guy that, like Kurgus, is kind of spinning around in his chair for to come back in here. So
Right.
whenever he comes back,
Did I hear right? That he's supposed to be bringing back plane trigonometry, measuring a globe?
Yeah.
Yep.
And proof of tilt and seasons.
All that good stuff.
Yeah, you see, he had it all. He's a physics. He got his degrees.
So I told APOC that we need to comb our hair and put on our Sunday best and bust out the fine china because tonight's a night. Tonight is your night.
Clip your fingernails. You know.
Throw on some Old Spice. You know how it is.
Yeah. Get all done up.
Dim the lights. Put the candles on.
Shine your shoes up a bit.
Yeah.
He admitted to have done the experiment, which was rare, right? Most people would have said, "No, I don't," but all these scientists have done it. So it's very interesting that he actually said that he is something that he is.
Yeah. Let's freaking go, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't it interesting when they start talking about the scientists? It's either thousands of scientists have done it or millions of scientists have done it. There's always these crazy, massive claims. It's not like, oh yeah, I know 3 guys that have done it. It's
Well, I didn't even hear what he proposed, but I'm going to tell you now, straight off the bat, it wasn't a scientific experiment. I know that without even hearing it. And I'm really interested to see how plane trigonometry measures he is. That's going to be...
Yeah, because I think, like Kurgas, you know, he threw him a bone there with Eratosthenes. He's like, no, we don't appeal to ancient people no more. We got something better. I'm like, let's freaking go. Finally, somebody that says they got something better than Eratosthenes. So, let's see what we got.
Right? That was my reaction too. I was like, whoa, we can shoot past Aristophanes. Let's please come back.
Yeah.
He's not back.
Baby, come back. You can blame it all on me.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what he brings, though. I think it'll be a first. It'll be one for the books.
Well, I mean, you better bust out your notepad, dude, because this might get pretty crazy.
It's in front of me, bro.
I'm telling you, it's gonna get wild, dude. If he's saying that he did.
Oh, I was gonna ask.
Go ahead.
I was gonna ask APOC if you wrote down what his specific claims were.
Yeah, you're saying the seasons
with the trig thing.
Yeah, you said he could explain seasons and the rotation.
Until
he pretty much went down the list.
He actually measured the tilt.
Yeah, the tilt, the seasons, and the rotation, and also the curve.
Using 180-degree triangles.
Yeah. So if you have socks, you're gonna get knocked right the hell off, dude. I'm just saying.
Yeah, don't even put them on.
Don't even put them on. Just leave them off.
No. That was the Hitler guy with the triangles, the anti-doc guy.
No. He said it too. He said it too.
Well, he's claiming trigonometry.
He said the triangle thing too?
Yeah.
Because he said he's using planar trigonometry.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So triangles. Good point.
It's gonna be good, bro. This is gonna be one for the books. I got my I got right here. Got my copy.
But see, what Kyrgyz was actually telling him before he left. He's like, dude, don't tell us you're gonna come back, and you don't come back. Come back. So he did the best he could. He did the best he could. But
yeah,
I just got a feeling, man. He's gonna be like, you know
what if we offered a prize, like $1,000?
No, I think a chocolate chip cookie would be the prize. You get a cookie.
Yeah, I'm thinking what would he use other than Aristophanes, because that is the go-to for them.
Well,
all right, let me bring up
yeah.
Doc.
Okay.
I think Doc might have it before the other guy. Doc, you have the proof? Planar trigonometry? You have that proof?
Is he in the room?
Oh,
I don't see him.
He probably didn't hear anything I just said because he was connecting while I said it. Doc,
I don't see him at all.
We'll see if he talks.
Right?
Doc. Yeah.
Oh, the retarded guy. That's new guy. Okay, retarded. A PhD.
No, I've been here for a while, bro. I've had discussions with these guys.
Doc.
Awesome.
But so you're figuring the motion now, the rotation?
There was a guy that came here earlier, and he said that he has the proof, the evidence. He's got the receipts.
He's done an experiment.
And
So you guys always deny that it's rotating because something about exclusive proof, which nobody has explained what that is. What is the exclusive proof that it's not rotating?
That's the old classic burden of proof reversal. For you guys that are brand new to this, that's an old classic move.
Yeah,
nice.
I'm just asking for a definition. There's no move here.
There was totally a move there.
Yeah, there was totally a move. We all notice it. See, when people come into this forum, they don't realize that we know all the tricks of the trade. We know everything you're gonna do.
Oh, no, I realize you guys know everything. You guys are super geniuses. Don't.
Do you realize what you did though? What you said? You don't see the reversal that you did though?
No, there was no reversal. What is the definition of exclusive proof?
See, he's still gonna ask.
You came in saying you came in saying they had a position, and then you said, offer me proof for the opposite of my position.
I asked for a definition. What is the definition of exclusive proof?
What do you mean the definition of exclusive proof? Whose claim was that?
When you guys asked for definition of motion or lack thereof, you use a specific term. I've heard this several times now. Exclusive proof. Exclusive evidence.
Yeah, that the
I haven't heard that.
That the Earth is a globe, so it can't be anything other than what you claim it to be. So you say that it's a globe, right? It has curvature, it's in motion. on axial rotation. So if that's true, what is the evidence that it only speaks to that doing exactly what you say it does?
I've heard that, but I haven't heard the term
And as far
exclusive
as I
proof.
understand it, then you poke holes.
What?
And then say it's not exclusive because of XYZ.
No, I know. I'm getting what you're putting down, but I'm asking you, right? Now it's time for you to kind of come up with the information if you have it. What is the direct evidence that we have that exclusively shows only the globe doing exactly what you think it's doing?
That
Go
it's
ahead.
spinning and rotating around the sun.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I think I've had this discussion before with you guys.
Oh, go ahead and give it to us again. Go ahead.
Right. Moving charges generate an electromagnetic field.
Moving charges.
Yes. Like, magnets, electrons, that sort of thing, protons.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're talking about, are you talking about like a model?
Yeah, it's a model of reality as
a model
with
of
all
reality.
science.
Okay, so a model of reality. Was I requesting a model of reality, or was I requesting something else?
Yeah, I think what you're requesting is exclusive evidence and proof.
That what?
Of something that's relative.
What do you think it is? What do you think? No, relative wasn't what I was asking. Not relative. Whoa, pony. No, we're talking about specifically what the Earth is doing. Specifically.
Right, specifically that the Earth is rotating around the sun.
Correct, sir. That's the evidence we're looking for. All right, take it from there.
And what we mean, just wait, just real quick.
Real
quick. What we mean by that type of evidence is that it has to be evidence that it's so strong by itself that it cannot be contradicted by any other evidence.
Yeah.
And that's what we're looking for. And then what you did is you turned it around and then you put it on
I haven't
us.
turned anything around.
See,
I
he's
asked
gonna
for a
get.
definition.
He got distracted now.
Okay, go ahead. Ask him again.
That's why I'm saying APOC. He gets distracted.
I'm not distracted. I
you
understand
just did.
the trick you guys are playing here. It's a metaphysical game.
Told ya. All right, so go right back to what I like. Okay, pretend APOC did not speak. He didn't speak at all. Okay,
No,
now
I mean he did speak, so you don't have to deny that he spoke.
All right, so let's listen to my voice, right? So if we're talking about specifically the Earth being a globe and the Earth is spinning, just give us the evidence of that. That's all.
Right. The evidence is that it has positive curvature.
Okay, that's a claim. Okay.
Right.
But we're talking about the motion, the spin of the Earth, not the curvature.
Right. The alternative would be it's not.
Alternative?
It's
No.
not if there's no proof that it's not spinning, right?
No. Wait.
And that means that there is proof that it's standing still.
We're all over the place. All right, no. Let's get back.
No. Hold on.
No. You're not starting a car start. No. Listen, dude. You just gotta focus on the question. The question is.
Oh, I'm totally focused. I'm with you, man.
Okay, so
if
I'm asking, yeah, I know. I'm the host. If I'm asking specifically for Earth's rotation, axial rotation,
right, yeah.
I only want a demonstration of how you know.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, which is a non-constructive position.
Non-constructive. So you giving me evidence that the Earth is actually doing what you think it's doing is non-constructive. Is that true?
Right, because the alternative is it's not spinning.
Alternative. So the alternative.
Yeah.
So where did you get? Help me out here.
It's
where did you get
proof by contraposition? Have you looked into this?
By contraposition. So there's no way that okay. So from what I'm getting from what you're saying, there's no way directly we know that the Earth is spinning. Directly, we don't know that directly.
No, of course not. You don't know directly that I exist.
There you go. There you go. Like Kyrgyz, you can take that one down.
He just flat smacked himself.
He flat smacked.
What are you taking
you very
down,
much,
man?
sir.
This is
I appreciate you.
Basic logic.
Because you came into the room asking why they asked for specific evidence for a specific phenomena, and now you're saying that evidence doesn't exist.
Ooh.
Can you please lower the volume?
Big oof.
Oh, sure, yeah. Sorry about that. Okay, so you came into the room asking, is that better?
That's too low now.
That's a little too low.
Go right in the middle.
Somewhere in the middle of that.
Yeah. How's that? Let me know.
That's good for me.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Okay, so you came into the room retarded. Go ahead, AJ.
So let me make it easier. No, not necessarily. I was just going to say, let me make it real easy. All you keep offering up is circumstantial evidence so far. So evidence that implies a fact or event indirectly. Yeah.
All evidence is indirect. All evidence is circumstantial. All evidence is relative to an axiomatic system.
That's his epistemology, AJ. That's what's wrong with his reasoning.
Yeah.
With his reasoning. So
that's the game you guys are playing, though. You're playing a metaphysical game of ontology and epistemology.
There's direct
and you're
evidence.
spinning people around in circles because they don't understand any of this.
There's direct evidence, there's empirical evidence, and there's circumstantial. Now, what we've asked
There is no such thing as direct evidence. There is no such thing.
So we can't have evidence that directly proves something without needing inference. So something
that
straightforward that points directly.
Have a set of axioms.
Okay, and
try to convince Jedi of that. Let me see. Let me just sit back. I want you to convince him that there's no way to get direct evidence.
Yeah. Would this be a scientific standpoint that you've got?
But no, it's a metaphysical statement. There's no such thing as direct evidence. All evidence that you perceive, whether it's through your senses or otherwise, is indirect. It's interpreted via some kind of mental model that you have of reality.
Okay. So when I demonstrate scientifically, for example, heat boils water, I've directly, with evidence, demonstrated that the temperature has boiled the water.
So what's your methodology for confirmation, right? Like confirming that something is true if everything's relative.
There are people who cannot feel heat. So what have you demonstrated to them?
Sorry, what? I've given them a hot cup of coffee. Now, if you say there are people
No, they cannot feel heat. They have no feeling of heat. They have no feeling.
Dude, if you're going to point to the exception to the rule, that there are some people out there...
Yes, that's right. Because your evidence was circumstantial. It was based on the assumption that the person can feel the same thing as yourself.
Hey, bro, shut up for 5 seconds.
Stop talking through me. It's becoming frustrating. Can you
Oh, you don't tell me to shut up. This is the internet.
Could you just let me finish my point? Would that be okay?
Go for it.
Thank you. Without interruptions?
No interruptions.
Thank you very much. So I don't care about the exception to the rule. We can demonstrate how nature works through scientific experimentation. I don't care if someone's blind.
Well, it's completely non sequitur, Jedi, yeah? At the end of the day, we're talking about heat boiling water because a person can't feel heat. Your claim, therefore, is that heat doesn't exist and water cannot boil because someone can't feel heat? Yeah, we're talking about a cause and effect relationship that can be tested. Sorry, Jedi. Go, Jedi.
What is the definition of testing?
Spot on, AJ. Absolutely 100%. Doesn't matter if someone has got a disability where they can't feel.
Is this a semantic game? Sorry, AJ.
It's fine. It's just somebody playing silly buggers and thinks that they're going to tie us up in pseudo-intellectual knots. We're not going to go anywhere, are we?
24/7, baby.
There is no pseudo-intellectualism here. This is basic ontology, epistemology, axiomatics.
Of your mouth.
I'm just going to let my wife know that I can't make her cup of tea because water no longer boils due to the fact that some people can't feel heat, guys. So my wife's going to be
divorce.
Based.
Can you convince a rabbit that water boils? Like,
That's the best squirrel yet.
Can you convince the rabbit that the Earth spins?
So come on, you're almost there. Tell me what assumption you are making.
There was a question. Can you convince the rabbit that the Earth spins?
No, that I am asking you. Can you convince a rabbit that water boils?
Oh, it's a rabbit.
Excellent, excellent. We're getting somewhere. Okay, so what is the basic assumption?
Oh my god, it is so good.
You know they
man.
used to burn people like
sure.
you, right? Like in
Yeah.
ancient Greece, they would take you out back,
completely
burn
unrelated.
you
Completely
alive.
unrelated.
I'm
to
sure that
the
if I
Jedi
was to
discussion.
tip,
Come on,
I'm
Jedi.
sure if I was to tip
You're
boiling
almost
water on
there.
a rabbit, it would have a response to the stimuli.
Like people who treat logic this way,
You
like
are almost there, Jedi. Don't get confused.
That was AJ, not Jedi. Don't get confused. Idiot.
Yeah, how many times do you speak to a rabbit?
What is the basic
I'm
assumption
asking
you're
for
making?
a friend.
The basic assumption at the moment is you can't seem to demonstrate your claim that the Earth spins. Now we're talking to rabbits.
Let's go back to the basic ontology,
Is it the Easter
epistemology,
Bunny?
and
It's Alice in Wonderland, bro.
Yeah, is that the Easter Bunny you're speaking to?
It's Dr.
Just
Doolittle. If I
asking
could
for a
talk
friend.
to the animals.
No Easter Bunny,
It's got to be
no
clipped. That one,
speaking animals.
guys. That's got to be clipped.
We'll take that one.
You guys are so smart, but you can't figure this out.
Whether you
You
can't
can't
talk to
prove
a
the Earth is flat without convincing a rabbit. Got it. Moving on.
Oh, you're almost there. You're almost there. You can make it.
You're almost there, like Kirkus. You just gotta convince him somehow.
Look, I would
Just
rather
stick to the rabbit.
gouge my eyes out than to hear retarded philosophically wax all over us.
Yeah,
Thank
but that's
you.
because
That's
you
a
haven't.
good way to put it. That's very generous of you, as usual.
Patsy, that's because you haven't talked to a rabbit yet. Maybe if you did have a conversation with one, you would change your mind.
You might get enlightened, yeah. You might understand some ontology.
Good. So is Edmund saying that we can't prove that the Earth is a spinning ball because rabbits?
No, you can't prove anything. That's not the game you guys play.
We can't prove anything, even though scientifically I can show you that heat boils
Oh,
water.
you haven't done any of that.
Yes, I have. I've got a fucking kettle.
Oh, this is a Kantian thing. He's doing a Kantian thing.
No, I'm not doing anything. This is, like I said, basic
It's
ontology.
weird. It's weird that he
Basic
tells.
mathematics.
It's weird that he tells an English individual that he can't boil water. That's weird. He can't know that water boils.
How did I ever make my tea this morning?
You guys can just admit defeat.
Really?
It's fine.
You can admit defeat.
You can admit defeat
Because you didn't talk to. You can admit defeat because you haven't talked to a rabbit, according to you, right?
I will never look at rabbits the same way.
No, I said you can't convince a rabbit water boils. That's all I said.
What do you think that's the case? I mean,
So you
I don't know.
convince
Just
him that
intuition.
water boils, but if you
Wait,
put
wait, wait.
boiling water on him, I bet you he up and fucks off.
no. Let's try to give it a go, right? So, what happens? Have you ever tried convincing? Maybe you didn't try hard enough. What was that? Maybe that's the case.
Oh no, I talk to animals all the time.
Yeah, but were you convincing?
I don't
Maybe
doubt
you
it.
weren't. Maybe you weren't convincing. How about that? You ever think of that?
No, I'm definitely not convincing to animals.
Ah, well, see, that's your
I
problem.
was putting some stuff away. I missed the quote. Can you give it to me again so I could document that? What was it? The Earth is a globe. If you can convince a rabbit, what happened?
Oh, you missed it.
No, he was demonstrating scientific evidence, direct evidence, but he couldn't convince a rabbit of the fact he was trying to directly.
Because I'm gonna put this.
Demonstrate.
Tell me if this is wrong. Because you can't convince a rabbit the Earth is a globe. Got it.
No, it's not quite. You can't prove that the Earth is a globe because you can't convince the rabbit.
Oh, okay.
Almost there. Oh, very close.
Don't forget
It's
that
so
that
close.
water boils at the end.
Yeah, I can demonstrate cause and effect.
You guys are so close. It hurts. It's very close.
So you say it then. Go ahead.
No, actually, it's
No, that's
more
not how
like
this game works.
because a rabbit can't conceive of there being a flat or a globe Earth, that means it's not flat or a globe, depending on what position you are. That's what he's saying. It's because a rabbit can't conceive of that at all.
Is
It's
that
not
accurate,
actually
Doc?
true.
Not sure if that's it. Go ahead and give it to us one more time. Let's see if
Doc,
if
what is
everybody
it?
got you.
You were going to demonstrate with direct evidence that water boils, which would be, I guess, exclusive in your worldview, right? That was the term. But my counterexample to that was, well, you couldn't convince a rabbit with the same evidence that water boils.
So at best, your argument is that we're not intelligent enough to understand the globe.
Rabbit.
Oh no, definitely. You guys are smart enough to understand what I'm saying. It's just that's not the game you're playing.
When you said when you can convince a rabbit that water boils, right? That's what you just said, right?
Yes, that's what I said.
But what was the point of convincing a rabbit that water boils?
That is an excellent question.
Oh, yeah, what's
because
the
if you
answer?
can't, then it's not evidence. That's what he's saying.
Okay, so
Yeah,
all
well,
right,
put that down.
prove?
Because
There
all
is no
evidence
absolute evidence. That was my claim. There is no such
Does
thing
this
as absolute
does this
evidence.
prove
There's
a
no such
globe
thing
Earth?
as
Because
evidence that
rabbits.
is not circumstantial
Because rabbits.
or inferential.
Is the rabbit in the room with you right now? Is he right next to
Oh,
Wait,
it could be. I have a
Doc.
lot of animal friends.
Point
Yeah.
to me on the doll where the rabbit hurt you.
you? Oh, God.
Oh,
Doc.
took
Hey,
the words
Doc.
right out of my mouth.
Hey, Doc. When you said when you can convince a rabbit that water boils, does that mean the Earth is a globe because of that statement?
No, we weren't even at that point. This was just I was making a point about basic ontology.
We're trying to figure out whether we can demonstrate that the Earth has any motion, which is where we started. But apparently, no, we can't because the rabbit wouldn't understand us.
Interesting. So if he
very good.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. If you had 5 rabbits and I took away 10 rabbits, how many rabbits would you have?
I mean, now we're just getting off track. But so did everybody get the point or no?
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
What?
I understood.
That was so cheap, man.
We're just
what
now
the
getting
hell?
off track.
I understood what you said, yeah, but man, you make no sense at all.
We're just now getting off track.
That was
Is that
so
what you said?
cheap.
Yeah, we got a bit off track, but
Well,
that
I'm
was
going
the
to say
lesson
that
of the
there
day,
is
guys.
such. Okay,
Good luck with the
in
reality.
I'm going to make the statement that there is such thing as direct evidence. So this could be something that straightforward that it directly proves a fact without needing any type of inference. So this could be, let's just say, video footage of a crime. Yeah, we can also have empirical evidence, which is based on observation, experience, and experimentation. Yeah, so we can make direct measurements of the surface of Earth. And then we have what you're proposing is circumstantial evidence. So we can, in fact, have direct and empirical evidence. And this is what we're asking for in relation to the rotation of the Earth. Now, if you can only come up with circumstantial evidence because in your worldview, and the fact is that there is no empirical or direct evidence of rotation, then you're stuck with circumstantial, yeah?
Yes, science is circumstantial.
So science, how is science circumstantial?
I thought we went over this.
I must have missed it.
No, that's where he started talking about rabbits.
Oh, the
Right.
rabbits. Ah.
Which seemed to me that I thought you guys understood. But anyway, the axiomatic and ontological foundation of everything in language presupposes a basis of understanding. And if you keep denying that, then you can't get anywhere, which is basically the game you guys play, because you understand this, and so you play this metaphysical game with everybody that comes in, and then they get nowhere.
So you can't prove the Earth is spinning?
I think that's what he's trying to say.
No, the Earth is spinning. I believe the scientists when they say it's spinning.
So scientists, what did the scientists do to demonstrate the Earth was spinning? Did they convince the rabbit?
No, because their ontology and metaphysics is very sensible. The rabbits are not involved.
Excuse me. I demonstrated that you could boil water when you applied heat. This is a scientific experiment. Now you're saying that you trust the scientists when they say the Earth is spinning. On what basis?
On the basis of the scientific proofs that they present.
What did they prove? What proof did they give? Science would require an experiment. So what experiment did they do?
Well, the basic assumption is that the Earth is moving.
That's a nice sidestep.
I want the proof that the Earth is moving, not the basic assumption.
That the Earth is moving.
Yeah,
and then the question is, how is it moving?
I want the proof that it is moving. Scientifically, you made that claim.
Yeah, you see, again, we're back to you're saying science, but you're doing metaphysics.
Hadn't finished. You said the scientists had done something. That would be a scientific experiment. So what experiment did they do?
Yeah, again, we're playing a game of definitions now.
No,
you're playing the game of not answering the
question.
I'm asking you to give me the proof that the scientists said, quote unquote.
Okay, I have to get going, but for next time.
You coward.
Of course you do. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I'm a coward. Next time, you guys should look into ontology, right?
Should look up
Something
science.
that you should look into.
Yeah, ontology, the
Look
part
up
of
science.
philosophy that studies what it means to exist. So how about, instead of looking up that, how about you go and get some curve proof and some axial rotation proof? That'd be tops.
Right, yeah.
Well, he's
right. And you look into ontology, you look into this ontology thing, and then next time when you're having an argument, make sure you define your ontology and the basic objects.
Oh, how rich! You're telling us how to do. You're telling us how to apply logic.
Yeah, how about this? When you come
And
back,
then,
how about
and
this?
then we can have a discussion.
Yeah, okay. So how about this?
Then
By
you
the
can
next
provide
time,
us the scientific experiments that the scientists did to prove that the Earth was rotating on its axis, begging the question that the Earth's a ball. Okay.
Yeah. Well, he can't because he's already admitted that it all belongs in the realm of metaphysics. Yeah, his worldview.
In Sparta, we let
it's all
when you come back,
metaphysics.
nah, fuck, you left.
in Sparta we let people like him die in the winter without food.
Yeah, the winter takes them. We
Yeah.
don't have to do the work.
Wow.
I don't think they get old enough for some of them.
I was, you know,
when he comes back, man, he should have like the latter 3/4 of his name truncated out. That was
Flat Earth, globe Earth never ceases to
That's
amaze me.
horrible.
Jedi, how
I
did
hate
you
when
feel
people-
about? Let me just ask Jedi, how did you feel about that conversation? I might maybe have to review, like, if your sanity's still intact with after that conversation, or did it chip away a little bit at it?
I did start pulling my hair. I did start doing that. Started getting uncomfortable. Yeah. Weird.
Started itching, like
Because
you
you can't
like parts of your
convince
body
the
start
rabbit.
itching.
Awesome.
Before you have a cup of
was
tea, you
worse.
got to convince your rabbit that water boils, Jedi. So you're
Yeah,
dry for
I
a while.
think. No, I'm just gonna put this out there, but I think he could convince a rabbit. I'm just saying it, man. Right now.
It's because he could talk to him. He said he talks to the animals.
What I'm thinking is Alice in Wonderland. I'm late, and he's chasing the rabbit.
That's exactly what I thought. I even said, "Oh, Alice in Wonderland." I thought about the white rabbit.
So, AV, the thing you did where you asked him about the 10 rabbits and taking, or the 5 rabbits and taking away 10.
Did you get that?
That was interesting to me because it sort of forces you to be in the realm of the real or the imaginary numbers, right? And so, what are we dealing with?
That's correct. You
Okay,
got what I was putting down.
Interesting.
It's great that you were actually listening to, because I was taking a little jab at him talking about rabbits, but I did kind of put in there a bit of math for him to think about, in reality.
If I may, how do you pronounce your name? Lycurgus? Is that it? Like
Lycurgus.
Just to be clear, like I understood what you were saying about taking the numbers thing. Technically speaking, other people might come in here, especially if they're staunch, rabid wolves or something like that, and might say, "Oh, well, negative numbers are real numbers," because technically they're classified like that. That's actually the term. And imaginary numbers are like, the square root of -1 or something, some off the top shit. So
yeah, he was speaking to reality though, not the numbers themselves being real.
I get that,
but a product of reality. So
I totally get that. It's just
that's what he meant.
I might try and pin you on that, even though it's pedantic there. But it is.
Yeah, you could go that direction, but then they're going to have to substantiate how it's possible in reality that you could actually accomplish this mathematic
for sure
impossibility. So
for sure, just strictly on the use of the specific terms. That's all I was talking about. But you got it.
So that's contentious to me as an ancient Greek, because in our time it wasn't considered a real number, and people who said they were real were also burned alive. But I know what you mean in the modern terminology. It's in the domain of all real numbers. I understand that, but it's a little bit of a contentious issue for me.
Yeah, it's a bit silly, but some people might get all autistic and shit on that.
I mean, they're more than welcome to. That is indicative in and of itself. If they're not able to be like, okay, yes, we could sort of, it's great for practical physics and practical experimental physics, perhaps, and even theoretical physics. But the rubber meets the road, are you actually using Gaussians and fluid dynamics based on unreal numbers, or does it actually have to be a real sum with real molecules and a real total at some point?
Yeah,
and of course it does.
Yeah.
You're only using negative numbers as far as like tolerances go, or potentials. You're never using negative numbers for like something really interacting with another real thing.
Yeah. It's you're talking about natural numbers. I get it.
Yes, yeah. And so what Alpha did was bring it back to natural, like like we could go off into the like hairy fairy all we want.
Yeah,
but that exercise was useful. I haven't noticed that technique done before. That was useful to bring it back to the real. I think that's what the purpose was.
It was.
It was.
What's up, Thomas?
I talk to the rabbits outside, and I've had better conversations with them than retarded. Who is get vaccinated?
Cool. Oh,
he's the village idiot, you know.
Obviously, yeah, I have him blocked, but I was wondering why he's here. You guys I like you guys. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm just gonna say you can give me shit for it, but I think you're a little too lenient.
He was picked on in high school by a flat earther, and he's got this vendetta.
Of course, I'm going to be 52 next year, so I'm just a dick anymore. Don't mind me.
We like playing with our food, Thomas.
Oh yeah, I'm a nice guy too. You know, I've been called too nice by a lot of people. It's one of my faults. I'm working on it. Yeah, I'm Thomas, the FBI guy. Nice to meet you. Who's AJ? How you doing? Co-host.
Good. How are you?
Oh yeah. Yeah, you can see my profile if you want to ask me anything. Go for it. I'll do my best to answer.
What's the shape of the Earth?
What's the shape of the Earth?
Yeah.
There's no measurable curvature. It's a horizontal level plane that's stationary, but however, there might be rotation because if you haven't noticed, the Earth moves. We do have ground shifts. Like, you know, we live near San Andreas Fault, so there's earthquakes. The plates move. And it's hollow. And it's actually a lot larger than we thought, way bigger than we believed to be prior to.
It's hollow. You're a flat hollow earther?
A lot of flat earthers miss that. My uncle was a 33rd degree Freemason, a Shriner. He said that the Earth was both flat and hollow, and that it's actually way larger. There's other lands past Antarctica that were discovered. When he met Admiral Byrd, they went to, that was Operation High Jump in 1946. His real purpose was to explore other lands. And he never told me like what they found, if they did anything, or what happened. I guess the mission was basically after they arrived, it was aborted. But it was his.
Do you have evidence for
contemporary? No, we don't actually, because when you ask about the shape of the Earth, and you can say it's flat, but that doesn't mean it's not. It's not round. It's not a planet. It's not a sphere. It's not a globe. But it's.
Yeah, you're only giving a description of a surface property. You're not actually giving a shape.
Let's.
Nobody, flat Earth or globe or either way, can say what the shape of the Earth is. We're not really sure exactly what.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, we're not talking about that specifically. Do you know? I guess nobody's ever maybe spoke to you about this, but do you know what we mean when we say flat Earth, Thomas?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, it's kind of steel man what we say, if you don't mind.
Oh, you want me to go over?
Yeah, steel man. What do you think we mean by flat Earth?
You think it's like a flat disc with an edge?
No, that's incorrect.
With a dome over it.
That's incorrect.
That's one of the firmaments.
Yeah, but that's incorrect. We don't say that.
Yeah, you don't say that. Well, you guys
Some
all
spaces might.
So yeah, some spaces might, like Kyrgyz, you're correct. We don't do that here.
I've never said that. I've even gotten into debates with friends where they're convex concave Earth people out there that think we're both wrong.
That's great.
Shout out to convex Earth.
The only thing I'm saying right now is that people mislabel us for something that we're not, and we're definitely not what you just said. So that steel man was not a representation of what we say we are.
Yeah. Well, I personally don't love Hitler, and I'm not a Nazi, just for the record. So in case let's clear that up real quick.
All right. So when we talk about flat Earth, we're specifically talking about the horizontal plane that we reference. Now that right there is what all of nature is referencing. Now let me just give you a little example of what I mean. So when we take a measurement from mean sea level, right, that vertical point that's established right there from the rise and fall of tides, off into it doesn't matter where you're at on land, right? You're going to get a profile. The profile will be either above or below mean sea level, which is the horizontal plane that's established from the vertical point.
Right.
You
and the
follow
other
me?
argument is that 75% of the Earth's water is level because water is always flat and seeks its own level.
Yeah, of course. So it abides by the reference of the flat Earth. The flat Earth is what we're discussing here, is the horizontal plane that all of nature references, which is what I'm talking about right now. So from mean sea level off into any part of land, we're going to know an elevation profile because of the fact that we know where mean sea level is established, and any horizontal plane that's established from that point off into any other point will establish that horizontal plane. That is what we're saying flat Earth is, not the idea that somebody says a disc or anything other idea. That's flat Earth right there. That's the essence of flat Earth. So when you say something is referencing flat Earth, like anything holding rigidity, doesn't matter if it's water, it doesn't matter if it's a gyroscope, it doesn't matter what it is. So whatever's holding rigidity in space, in free space, then we'd say that thing is referencing flat Earth. So the horizontal plane, essentially. So that horizontal plane, all of nature tends to be moving towards. I'll give you one example, Thomas. So if you have a bowl of water on top of your table and you have a little mound of dirt on your table, you get your end of your table and you shake it, right? That little mound of dirt that you had will even out. It's going to level out, right? That bowl of water will be shaken violently and it'll be rippling, right? But once you stop shaking the table, what's going to happen is you're going to notice two things. That water's going to settle and it's going to even out. It's going to get level across the surface. And that dirt that was being shook will also be level on its surface. So everything is tending towards that horizontal plane that we reference, which is, once again, flat Earth.
Yeah. Yeah, that's obvious observation. That's a basic experiment you can do.
That's correct.
Sure.
So we're saying when people say, what do you think flat Earth? If the Earth isn't flat, you got mountains and valleys. We know that.
Yeah. Well, it's not like, we don't mean like it's flat as a pancake or flat as the state of Kansas or a pizza.
Yeah. So
it's horizontal.
So check this out. Yeah, the horizontal stationary plane that we're referencing, that is flat Earth, and there's no deviation, there's no elevation change, because we need to understand one simple fact. That's how we know we get elevation profiles from the horizontal plane. So if you're like, you're 5 miles away from, the other person that you and him are going to measure where you are above mean sea level, you're going to know that person is either below or above your position due to the fact that they're going to know where mean sea level is to their point and from where you're standing. So there's going to be a couple of points drawn up to where it's connecting on a horizontal plane and knowing where you are in elevation due to the fact that the horizontal plane underneath your feet is above you or below you, excuse me. So you're going to be able to know that you're above that horizontal plane, which is mean sea level. And that's how you know you're, however many feet above mean sea level or below mean sea level, because that's the flat Earth that you're measuring against. So you're referencing that horizontal plane, essentially. That's flat Earth. And it's not this other conception that a lot of these newbie flat earthers are fumbling over trying to explain, which is they need to get with the 24/7 Flat
That's
Earth Crew too.
one of the reasons I'm in your space and I'm not over on Flat Earth Friday with Sacred right now listening to Widget.
Yeah, so we gotta be concise and we
Yes,
gotta
but
be sharp with the
AV,
argument.
have you checked? Have you checked with the rabbit first on everything you
Well,
just
I
said?
need to see the problem with the rabbit is I haven't convinced him. But I guarantee you, if you left me alone with 5 minutes with the rabbit, he damn sure will be saying the Earth is flat.
Yeah, the
Guaranteed.
white rabbit, I could use a Playboy bunny myself, but haha.
No, because Thomas, I don't know if you heard the argument, right? The other guy that was here.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's talking about you have to convince rabbits and está loco. He's crazy, right? The guy's crazy.
I do love his name though, retarded AI. That's classic. That's about the only thing though.
No, it's more on the nose than we might think. But
Probably true.
yeah. So anyway, yeah, we just want to like have people that are listening to us to come up and like, hey, look, I'm a glober. This is why I think the Earth's a globe, and just tell us, right? Because usually, what happens in these kind of spaces, people think that we're in it for a debate. It's like, oh, the Earth isn't flat. It's like, well, hold on a minute, Buckaroo.
The last few times I was on, I gathered that you guys want globe. You guys want them to argue the globe and not debate about it.
Yeah, it's a big difference because there's something where if you have the evidence, it's just no contest. You're just going to go in there, you're going to give your presentation, you're going to say, look, this is how I know the Earth's a geometric shape. The consequence of a geometric shape as an oblate spheroid would be such that the surface of the Earth would be curving, and at a specific rate too, because of the fact that the metrics of the Earth are understood to be 3959 radius, 24,901 miles circumference. The values would be intact to be able to measure a specific drop over distance. So for us,
yeah, man, I'm drinking this. Hold on a sec.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so for
I
us,
was just gonna interject with you. Like, 7.89 miles per curvature point, or they say 8 miles, but it's 7.86. Actually, it's 7.89.
So a lot of people don't realize that when you're asking for them to demonstrate that they have knowledge of the Earth being a globe, it's important that they come out with their globe facts, but they don't ever do that, which is what leaves the conversation very lackluster. So we're having to kind of coerce them into, okay, we want you to say this thing, like, okay, do you mean this? And like we're kind of nudging them, but it gets kind of tedious because you have to keep feeding them what to say because they're used to basically being told how to think, right? So it's hard when you're having a conversation with somebody coming from the globe perspective. They don't really know how to articulate the point of how they know the Earth is a globe. So it's you're looking for something they can latch onto, so they can be confident, right? Oh, that's what you mean. I know I can do it that way. So
because we know we grew up with the globe our whole life, so we've been there before then, so we know now.
Yeah. So
that the radius is 3,976 miles and the circumference is 24,901. It was 26,158 by Eratosthenes guesstimated. I overhear everybody, whether Eratosthenes was a real person, he existed or not, I doubt it. But it's evidence. They want proof and evidence as far as the mileage, as far as how high is the center of Polaris, how high is the middle, how high is the Earth, how high is the dome. Well, according to CIA documents, it's 73 miles high, 385,440 feet. And if it's as above, so below, so it must be guessing 73 miles down also.
Yeah.
That's an off guess, saying if it's like using Genesis 1:6, I'm not a Christian, I can quote the Bible just for reference, excuse me, Genesis 1:6, God divided the waters and separated the waters from the waters above and beneath the firmament. Okay, so the waters above the earth, the waters above that make the sky blue, and the waters beneath us, and the waters here where we are in the physical realm.
Right. So I guess with this space, man, I'm going to switch gears a little bit, Thomas. We're trying to put out the information so that people can intelligently come at this conversation versus it being where they're just coming out with this ambiguous information where they don't have any way to tell us how they know what they know. So the conversation with the previous guy was telling us some very off the wall kind of crazy nonsense. So it's hard to have the conversation that's direct, that's that proof of the Earth being a globe, So they're used to kind of being in a debate about it. Well, the Earth isn't flat, and I know it's not flat. So it's like you kind of have to get them off of that mindset for a little bit. Like, okay, let's just for a moment, right? Put that to the side. Don't talk about flat Earth. Just strictly come in here like you're going to present the Earth as a globe, and don't do it like we're three. Well, first you got to look like we're ants on the beach ball, like that kind of stuff. Just do it like as you would presenting geometric information, right? Detail it to us and how it's been constructed with math and such. So that would be better, right? So you have to kind of tell them how to do it. It's very tedious, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I can see it is tedious because I'm not a mathematician, but I love math. Don't get me wrong. I did geometry and I've done some trig, but I forget because it's been 10 years and I haven't used it in so long. What there's with using physics and quantum mechanics to try to explain how the models work. I don't think that works either. Trying to using science and quantum physics and mechanics to explain whether the Earth is a sphere or whether it's flat. I don't see how that works either. But I could be wrong.
Shout out to CB, man, joining us at the wee hours of the morning. What's up, brother?
Oh, hello. Hopefully I haven't missed the fun. I am just getting off work. Just checking in with the panel gang.
Let me just tell you a little bit. So the guy before us, of course, his handle is called Retarded AI. So that's his handle. But he said that to Jedi that he had to convince him that the Earth was flat, but he has to first convince a rabbit. APOC, I might have got that incorrect. APOC wrote it down. I don't know. Está loco.
Yeah,
crazy.
he's
dude.
It's when you can convince a rabbit that water boils.
Yeah,
What
water can't boil.
On that.
Yeah, that was it. Water doesn't boil because you can't teach a rabbit that water boils. Can't tell a rabbit.
What? That is just retarded.
Basically, that nothing can be known because not everyone can know something.
Classic.
Somewhere I heard him say you can prove the Earth isn't spinning when you can convince a rabbit that. Well, I don't know, bro. I wanted to ask him because it made no sense, bro. I was like, this doesn't make sense. What he's saying?
Yeah, he did say that.
Bro, like little girls will play Tea Party and then they just make up their own arbitrary rules. And Betsy, you're in charge today. Okay. They just start making up rules and stuff, right? This is exactly what they do. Oh, well, if you're going to prove it's flat, you need to convince Sally the rabbit. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is so dumb. These arbitrary teacup party rules they make up on the fly for you that they don't even abide by themselves.
One thing he said was interesting was that he claimed that you're playing like a word game basically, because nothing can be known, right? And it's exactly like you were saying there, Creation Bear. The same rules apply to him in his position, and people kept doing that in the conversation. It's like, okay, well, try and convince a rabbit that the Earth is the globe. It's like, it should have ended right there.
Automatically true. Yeah, exactly. They definitely don't abide by these rules that they set upon you. So,
exactly what he was doing.
What was funny? What was really funny about that? I thought I remember hearing that this type of conversation happened back in Discord, and I do recall a retort to that being as simple as, well, if you can't know anything, well, how do you know that you can't know anything? It was something like that, and it didn't really go much further.
It's
than
an ontological claim too.
I'm surprised.
Yep.
Right.
Well, that's
how
the
do you
thing,
know
right? So I'm surprised
true?
that exactly. Then you get into an infinite regression bullshit.
Exactly.
Probably could have saved a lot of grief if that came up.
And you know what stops that regression loop right in its tracks? What happens when you remove 5 rabbits? How many rabbits do you have?
Yeah, if you say, okay, if you got 5 rabbits and I remove 10 of them, how many do you have?
Well, if I do some calculations, just start making shit up, dude.
Yeah, because like you don't have negative rabbits. That's not possible.
Yeah, but if I do the math properly,
So you can't have that as a product of reality. So it has to be something in the physical form. If you're saying, I gave you something and I took it away, you can't say, I gave you 5 of those rabbits and I took 10 of them away. It's not possible. You can't take more than the person has. So
At best, you can layer onto that a sort of like contextual thing, right? You take away 5, and then you say you owe me another 5. You know, it's an indebtedness
yeah,
thing.
it's
But
an
that
indebted, but
indebtedness thing,
you can't physically take
exactly,
more than the
over
person
here.
has. You know, like
Right. We don't do
exactly.
that over
But
here.
they conflate that with being real.
People like
That's
that
the thing, right?
learned
They
about
conflate this
Schrodinger's.
element. Of
People like that learned about Schrodinger's cat and then never let it go. They made their whole life about it. They just couldn't get over it.
Dude, we literally have a running joke about negative apples. Like it's like a whole thing. It just comes up, right? Because it comes up. It's not just something that happens every once in a while. This happens a lot. And
but math is reality.
Yeah, you were able to tell. You were able to tell what argument was, and you weren't even in the room at the time. That's wild.
because it happens so damn much, man.
Right,
Stevie already knows it's like a running joke.
We're in
It's a
season
script.
9.
It's a script that they're running off of. I'm being honest. It's like a script. How many times has CB heard they told him, and it frustrates him that we're like ants on a beach ball, or an apple, or whatever. You use any kind of oblate spheroid idea.
Yeah. So you take a big beach ball and you're an ant.
I want you to imagine you're an ant and you're on a basketball.
Holy. Crazy, bro.
I mean, at best, you know, if you're an ant on a basketball,
Don't do it.
you put a ruler on it, the ant is still going to see a deviation, you know, from the ruler and the curve. So you'd probably be able to report back to or drop.
I was going to say the ants would probably do a better job at measuring drop over distance than some of these numpties.
Maybe we should have retarded AI talk to the ants. Maybe they'll.
We
give
spoke
them
to him before, didn't we? I feel like I remember the name.
Yes,
Yeah,
we've had him at home, back at home, one of the channels.
Oh God.
Yeah,
Username
the
checks
snobbish, you know, 1700s looking fella.
Yeah. Is that Isaac Newton? I think that was Isaac Newton he had. Maybe.
Hard to tell. They all look the same. With their fucking wigs and shit.
Yeah. Pale and thin.
Ooh.
By the way, it's getting reviewed, but I put this space to be promoted, so it's gonna probably get a lot of eyeballs on it as soon as we're done. So it's getting reviewed at the moment.
Oh yeah, brother.
So if you're a part of this space, there's gonna be a lot of people that are gonna hear it. So
Okay, well then,
how long do you
I'm out of
this going?
I got a promotion going for 2 days, I think. So it'll be a 2-day promotion.
Shout out to lycurgus.com. You can pick up your hoodies. You can pick up your vapeware. Just hang out.
Yeah.
No, but the space, right? Like this little arena there that we're chatting. How long do you plan on holding it up for?
We'll go out for at least, let's see, it's 3:40.
All right,
You guys,
hey
I
guys.
don't understand how you guys
3
are up so
hours,
goddamn late. It's crazy.
Yeah. Hey,
Saturday, man.
thanks
Friday.
for having me.
Saturday.
Hello.
What's up, man?
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
10 o'clock in the morning.
It's 1:48 a.m. here. Yeah, it's 1:48 a.m. here.
Holy.
Yeah, my battery's dying on my tablet, so I'm gonna go right after the 9 minute break.
All right, Thomas. Appreciate you stopping by, brother. Yeah.
Thanks for
Mike, catch up.
Talk to you guys later.
Till next time.
You guys all have to, yeah, till next time. Have a good night.
Don't
Or
talk
morning,
to any
or-
rabbits.
Yeah, I do.
to any rabbits.
I feed the rabbits the watermelon rind outside in the yard, and then they come out and eat, and I say hi.
There you go.
But, you know. So, good morning wherever you're at. Whatever. See ya.
See ya, man.
Alrighty.
See you later.
I can't believe he said the watermelons were round. Or did he say rind? He said rind, right? He didn't say
Yeah,
round.
rind. No, he said watermelon
Okay.
rind.
If he said round, that would have been a whole like thing with the rabbits.
I mean, what's wrong with that statement? They are around, right? Or not?
Yeah, but does the rabbit know that? Because if the rabbit doesn't know that, then it's not.
Got him.
I think I need to be doing what you're doing, CB. I need to do a little bit of that too.
What am I doing?
TD, baby.
Oh, facts.
Actually, I do that. What am I talking about? I'm in the city, boy. Anyways, we're just waiting around for any more globe salesmen because, as the title of this space is "Globe Salesman Wanted," and we're taking applications. You have a bunch of operators on the line. You got Jedi who's waiting to take your calls, and he's listening. So, if you want to sell him the globe, you better bring your A game. Just don't tell him to talk to any rabbits, okay? So just don't do that.
Yo, AV, do the emojis and replies and shit like that kind of like follow this space and kind of influence its rating?
The algorithm,
and,
yep, that's correct. So the more hundreds you drop, the more
Okay.
hand claps, the more whatever.
I'm just gonna do
influences
this.
the
Then.
algorithm.
I'm just gonna just
Yeah, you could
Okay.
just spam stuff.
Well,
yeah,
constantly just.
Well, that's it. I was told that
Fries,
there was an
smiles.
individual who was spamming bullshit in the thing, you know. So I don't know if that's influencing stuff. Your famous, your call boy, you know, he's just waiting for you, you know.
Yeah. Well, see that one guy we're
Wow.
waiting for. I'll tell like Hergus because he had his hopes up, but I know they got dashed because he never showed back up. So, did you forget about it? I did it. I was still waiting on it, man. We had our hair combed, we had our tux on, the candles were lit. I mean, Jedi had splashed on some Old Spice. It was about to get real. He was gonna come back with some globe evidence, man. I'm telling you, drop over distance. We had the tilt of the Earth, the explanation for seasons. I mean, it was all going down. I mean, it was gonna happen, legit. But what did we get? We got stood up, bro. I'm gonna just say it. Look, man, the chicken dinner got cold.
I still have blue balls.
Listen,
I
dude.
got blue
CB,
balls.
you know what it means when we get stood up like that? That's a bad look. You know.
Yeah, we're flipping the table, man. Like.
Yeah, how can
And all you did was ask him. It was amazing, AV. You asked him what specifically is the technique you're describing.
Oh, they can never tell you.
Lost it.
Yeah, they can never tell you.
Really?
We got to come up with a syndrome for this, but they do this all the time. Oh, well, there's many experts. Oh, okay, well, give us one. Well, oh, well, there's many methods of measuring the Earth. Oh, okay, give us one. Oh, geez, look at the time. I gotta go.
And that's what happened.
Wonderland.
Wait a minute,
Alice in
that's what
Wonderland
happened.
syndrome. I'm late for a very important date.
Dude, hold on a minute. Like Kyrgyz, isn't that how it went down? Because he said he had to leave. He was like, "Well, let me go collect my information and I'll be right back." And bro, he never came back.
It's like, bro, you're supposed to start with that information, not like.
No, because I mean, I honestly,
you guys knew he wouldn't come back, and I'm over here like, I'm hopeful he'll just have to Wikipedia the one article and come back.
It's like like your real good friend is like, dude, she's not calling back, bro.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? CB knows what I'm talking about.
Facts. Like,
and the dude's all like, nah, man,
no,
we hit it off. Everything
if I just text her again,
it's been 3 days. She's not coming back.
You're like, dude, how many times you text? It was like only 10. Like, you're like, bro,
it's over, bro. It's over.
Just stop. Like,
just stop, dude. You're finished.
You have your hand on his shoulder, like, bro, just stop. Stop.
Yeah,
bro.
You're cooked, bro. You're cooked.
Oh shit.
Lord.
I can't put the meme up, CB, but I'd be saying that we're like the clown. The clown.
I was just thinking about it, dude. I was just thinking about that.
So
we feel like that right now.
I'm not throwing shade on other spaces, but in other spaces, what they would have done would have gone off on a tangent on ether, like especially Witsit.
Oh Lord!
What is
You know what I
ether?
mean?
What the fuck
Because
is that?
he took the kill shot and it unraveled himself. Like he had to unravel himself. That was wild.
Dude, like, I used to play these Fresh and Fit clips. They were so great because the girls on there would be saying the same things that these goofballs would say. Oh, all the facts, all the scientists, all the data, it's out there. Let's Google it, you know. But it is 1 a.m. You know, I can't back it up. I can't support these facts, but I'm just gonna say it. Like, it's just scary how similar
Yeah.
these 304s are to the ballers.
Bro, he boot scooted, and then he was telling like Kirk, dude. I don't know if he promised him, but he's like, no, I'll be back. I'm just gonna get my information.
Sure.
And like Kirk was like, all right, man. Hey, but come back. You know, and he's like, nah, I'm coming back, and didn't show up, bro. I mean, we're just chicken dinner's cold. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
The wine.
It does not take this long to search for a Wikipedia reference.
Yo, he's like that meme of that. I don't know. It looks like a Spanish guy, you know, sitting on the park bench, and then he's by the pool.
Yeah, waiting. Yeah. Oh man, but see, they shouldn't be Googling stuff on the fly. They should come prepared, like with the things that they know or that they're about to present. You know, like I don't really hear you guys say a bunch of stuff and be like, well, hold on, let me just Google, you know, my facts real quick.
Oh, the Earth is flat. Yeah, hang on a second, bud.
Yeah,
Let
hold
me
on.
Google that.
There's
Google
a
that real
paper
quick.
somewhere. Let me just dig it out. Like, we don't. You
Yeah,
just
what
speak
kind
on
of
what
look
you
would
know.
that be if we were doing what they were doing? Like, what kind of look would that be for us? We're like, just hold on. Let me Google it. Or flat Earth. Let me Google it real quick.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be a bad look. It's like, I don't know. Just to be in the mind of a baller for a day would be really interesting. Why don't you think that we have the ability to also Google? You know? Well, here, I'll just Google it for you. It's like, well, dude, no, we already did the Google search. We're way ahead of you. You don't need to Google stuff for me, bro. Like, I don't know. They have many syndromes. Flat earthers can't be right syndrome. It's one of the main ones.
Or Pizza Planet syndrome.
Oh Lord, that's a bad one.
Yeah, there's this guy that's just he's just spitballing in the chat thing. Latest ones is Pizza Planet. Like, bro, you okay? Like,
wow.
Fuck is this?
You know, like, how do you even? What do you even do with that? Because it's not our position. Two, no flat earther gave them that idea. They came in with their own sloppy idea of this pizza planet. How do I even? There's no rebuttal to that besides you're an idiot. You've got the wrong idea entirely.
Yeah,
I don't even know how to
classic
counter
fraud.
it really, because I like to reverse things. You know how they talk about, well, where's the end of the earth? Okay, where's the end of the universe? To reverse that idea,
Yeah.
you'd have to like talk about the globe in some weird other way. Oh, the pair.
Yeah, you'd have to rewrap it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to rewrap it onto the. Yeah. Fuck.
I don't know, bro. It's just goofy as hell.
How many Funko Pops do you think Get Vaccinated owns?
Oh God. Honestly, I hope he's just like I hope he's like working on his acting skills.
I bet
That
he has
guy-
like a Neil
I hope you're
deGrasse
just
Tyson
trolling.
Funko Pop.
No, that guy. All he does, because we gave him like 2 chances when APOC was in here, and he just plays the soundboard.
Dude,
Siren.
like,
Give him a third. Who I vote? Give him a
Hell
third.
no.
honestly,
Hell
get a
no.
life. Get a life, dude. I mean, I don't say that very often,
Yeah,
but
no,
like,
it's
for
not
real.
coming up.
Get a life, dude.
All right,
Like, for
all right.
real. Go somewhere. I really hope it's a secret flat earther just trolling. That'd be really funny. I don't think that's the case, but
He's
that's
too
only.
NPC to be that NPC.
But dude,
if you look
like,
at his timeline,
the responses are crazy though. Trust the globe. It's round. Science. You're an NPC of all NPCs, bro.
I'm gonna have the
Holy.
Aussie. I'm gonna have the Aussie crowd up here. Matrix, get that co-host, man.
For real, how are you guys doing this so late? Like,
it's not late. It's only 2 minutes to 7.
That's 2 minutes to 7, man.
Because I don't know, man. Miggy, are you working third shift or something? Like, how
Yeah,
do you do it?
I'm all about the graveyards,
Okay.
baby.
That explains it. That explains it. Because
Yeah.
I'm 3 hours back from what I used to do, and yo,
What
there's
are
like all
you?
these. Huh?
You running? No, you're running like a.
I'm
You're.
on PT. I'm on
Oh
Pacific
God.
time now, boy. So I'm on the coast. It's 2 a.m. here.
2 a.m., bro. Like you.
Yeah.
But you're getting up for work right now?
Yeah.
You doing some DD or what?
DD. What's that mean? Designated
DoorDash,
driver?
man.
Hell no, I don't know. You heard the DoorDash? No, dude. I was in this shop. I was in this little shop. And actually almost this guy set his beers down on the counter, and the guy at the register thought he was about to ring it up like it was mine. So people kept touching this guy's beer, and then I joked around. I grabbed it and pretended like I was gonna walk out with it. And he said something like, "Oh, you wouldn't have got very far." And I was like, "Oh, you think so?" Oh, you
Yeah,
know.
that's not how that would have went down, huh?
He turned around. He's like, "Actually, you look really sharp tonight, my man." He like complimented me. He's like, "Actually, you know what? You look good tonight." It was funny, but no, that was some DoorDash going off in the background. I don't drive for DoorDash.
Your number one fan's still here, Alpha. We've still got to get vaccinated. He's been here every stream, man.
Yeah.
He's your number one.
Bro.
Number one listener.
He helps the algorithm a lot, man.
That's
He's throwing
crazy.
Up
Yeah.
thumbs
Keep
down.
running up
Thumbs
You
the
should let
algo,
him
brother.
up every 5 shows he's around, just to
No,
test.
but he can come up. He just has to talk. Like, you
Yeah.
can't spam the sounds, dude.
That's all he does.
Sorry, bro.
He'll spam the
Sorry, dude.
sound. He's also a naughty boy back at home.
Just
Guys.
Ew. Can we just turn off his soundboard perms or something? Or
Don't think so. Like,
Damn.
once you let him up as a speaker, they have all the ability to do that. So,
damn.
They freaking X needs to work on their perms, man.
For real. And they need a custom soundboard, please.
They need ability to mute
Yeah,
certain people in the room.
That would be great.
That's one thing I like about Discord.
You can only mute the whole room, right?
Yeah, or except for the co-hosts.
I think you can mute individually, but whether it sticks or not, I don't know whether they can unmute themselves.
Yeah, it doesn't stick.
Yeah, it doesn't stick.
Yeah.
It just gives it like a real quick block, and then the person can, when they talk again, it'll unmute them.
Yeah, right.
And
Like,
even from a listener
interrupts.
point of view, you should be able to block certain people. It's like you might like a conversation, but you don't like when a certain person speaks or the mic is fucked. It's just it's not perfect yet. Which is why we need to get Elon in here.
Wait, so who's the newest flat earther in here?
I don't know. Like Kyrgyz, you're not a flat earther, right?
Whoa.
Okay, I knew this was it. You guys were gonna ask me eventually. So I'm not a flat earther, but I'm not a globe earther either. I'm definitely on the fence, and I'll tell you why if you want to know.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, because other spaces, they always want you to be part of their cult, and the minute other spaces on Twitter, I mean, like there's I don't know if you know this, you guys are new to Twitter, but there's like
I don't know what that's about, but okay.
There's a lot of cults on here. So for instance, if I admit that I can't measure curvature through anything I can do, they'll be like, oh, okay, well now you have to accept all these other things we said about the world.
No, we don't agree with that.
Well,
I don't
so
know.
everything
whole
you
nother
guys have
topic.
said, I agree with, right?
W.
So if that makes me a
He's
flat earther,
based.
then I am.
W.
he's based.
You don't have to be anything, bro. You can call
You know what I
yourself
mean?
whatever you want.
Exactly. Yeah, that's where I'm coming
Yeah,
from.
but essentially, go ahead, Jedi. You want to weigh in?
No, I just appreciate what he was saying. To be honest with you, you can go, and we have this within the flat Earth as it is. You say that you can't measure curvature. Now all of a sudden you're an ether believer.
Exactly.
You have to accept that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hell no.
Now we run a very different game over here, man. It's way different. That's what
you
one of
guys
the
are
things.
closer to like Bev in that.
Whoa!
Hell no!
I don't know if that's an insult.
No,
I don't know if that's an insult.
Hell
I didn't mean to. I didn't. No, on the spectrum. Though. I don't mean you're like Bev. I know. I wasn't trying to.
No, he's on the spectrum. We're not.
Look, man,
He's closer
like
to my
No,
love,
that man's
which is
talking to rabbits,
geometry.
brother. Like we don't talk to rabbits. That guy's talking to some rabbits. You know what I'm
For
saying?
sure.
I know. I'm not saying you're like him. What I mean to say, I should have said that more articulately. But basically, on the spectrum, you like Witset's on one side of flat Earth, right, and like Eric Dubé, and then on the other side are people who stick more to like geometry and hard facts, and I would put Bev in that, right? And so you guys are closer to that, whereas other people are more into like grifting and like being a persona.
Well, hold on. Like Kyrgyz, I would say this though, because maybe just hear it from our point of view, because he used to be a part of 24/7 a long time ago, but he doesn't have a case for flat Earth. Like the way I articulate, the mean sea level measurement from that point, from the rise and fall of tides to any point on land, the flat Earth would be constituted as the horizontal plane that we reference. He does not say that. He does not.
Yeah, he has a whole thing with horizontal. I know. I've had talk to him. He has a whole issue with horizontal. Ugh.
Brother, he says the Earth is not flat. And
brother,
we ask, brother,
like, brother,
no,
what's that?
What's that?
I didn't mean to start.
I freaking love that meme, by the way. But yeah, so he says that because we have mountains, the Earth isn't flat.
Bro,
now, I'm telling you, this is his argument. Now, if we were to say, okay, so the word flat is anything flat, he's gonna have trouble telling you that, like,
right?
Nothing in his worldview is flat. You can't have flat. Flat does not exist. There's nothing that's flat. You get what I'm saying?
Actually,
so
I had
the
a chat
term
with him
retarded.
One episode on PNR about flat. His definition of flat, and there's these things called optical flats. They're pieces of glass that are basically machined to precision. And by definition, if it's not that flat, it's not flat.
Wow.
He's just an extremist. Dumb. That's all. So,
he's really pigeonholed himself into that.
Well, check this out.
He has.
Yeah,
You're right.
But check this out. When we're talking about what flat is, we gave him from mean sea level, right, all the way across horizontally, anywhere that we're gaining elevation profile. So that mean sea level horizontal plane that we referenced, that's flat as hell, dude. There's no curvature there. It can't be. That's not curving anywhere. That's how we know what elevation is. Because if we have a horizontal plane that extends, that there is no bending or curving, that's what flat Earth is, and it's zero curvature.
Right.
So that's even flatter than that machine thing that he was talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
You get what I'm saying?
Because he's talking about
opened
texture.
himself up to human error there.
Yes, exactly, dude. See, like Kyrgyz, you get it, man. Like that's base, bro. That's what we're talking about. That's why that is flat, and everything references that, including anything holding rigidity, right? Which is water. When you hold a cup of water and then you manipulate the container in any direction, the surface of that water will remain flat and level to the flat Earth, the horizontal plane that it's referencing. So the container itself and the water in there will be moving around, but the surface of the water in that container will be flat and level on its surface against the ground, against the horizontal plane, right? The horizontal plane is what it's referencing. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
So anything holding rigidity like that, or a gyroscope is referencing flat Earth, bro. And maybe unbeknownst to you, but the liquid in your inner ear, part of the vestibular system, also references flat Earth. That's how you know when you tilt your head that you see when you look upon the Earth, that you know you're sideways or you're upside down, because your vestibular system, the liquid in your inner ear, will give you the sense of motion and knowing where you are. And your eyes are like little gyroscopes. When they're moving all around, they can tell you, like orientation. So you can understand the physical and natural world by the body that that you were created with, to understand what the flat Earth is. You can know what flat Earth is because you experience it every day in your senses, right? So hopefully I'm giving you a lot to chew on when somebody tells you, well, the Earth is not flat, like like Bev and all them. Because his argument, like I said, is open to human error, even if they're saying something the most smoothest machine, kind of object. So
So dumb. That's texture though, and what you said is absolutely right. If it's not curving, then there's no other option.
There's no other, yeah. So it's flat.
No. I always use the example of just like looking around your environment. Everything around you has a surface where it's either curved in some way or it is not. And we don't care whether it's bumpy, lumpy, smooth, or grooved. It's either curving or it isn't. And if it isn't, then it's flat. Simple as that.
Yeah, and because water is fluid, it can retain the surface tension, which shows you that it's abiding by the flat Earth. When large bodies of water at rest display no convexity, so you don't see a convex surface of water. It lies flat with surface tension, and that's how we understand that water is, the mechanics of it anyway, behaves in such a way that it abides by the horizontal plane that it's referencing. Does that make sense? Because like you can understand water is an indication of flat Earth.
So that makes sense. I think this is what I would call sort of a domain-specific contention between you and Bev's school, because he has his own server, right, and a bunch of people on there, and I went there maybe 2 years ago, so I don't know what his up-to-date kind of position on things are, or who's still in that group and stuff, but yeah, so I'm not defending his position on anything. I'm just maybe you could be more specific about what he would disagree with about what you've just said, because you both agree that the Earth is flat and not a globe, but then you have a domain specific.
No, he doesn't agree.
He won't even say the word flat. He won't tell you what is flat, bro.
Yeah, he
The
doesn't.
closest I could get,
He won't say it.
was I suggested that we live in a place that's planar in nature, and even then he struggled.
They don't want to say
Yeah,
it.
he gets
I think they've been
autistic on certain
scarred.
things. I noticed.
They've been hurt or scarred by some bully flat earther, and they don't want to be like them. So they're going to do anything and everything to not be like the people.
But someone was
That's true. Nathan in that crew in QE definitely picked on them for a while ago.
So they're like, well, I don't want to be like that, even though I can't say it's a globe. Well, I'm not one of them. So they're like coming up with this other weird position. It's like LGBT or something. They're like
Nathan
LGBT
got his
flat
black
earthers.
swan from Bev though, so it's interesting.
Yeah, he always tries to poke holes in the black swan, but there's no.
He didn't get that from Bev.
No? Oh, okay.
Oh, Bev?
QE got it from BMLSB 69. And
he's the author of the video that took
this
the
is not
black
Bev.
swan.
I don't even think Bev wants to touch that shit. If I'm totally
he's
honest.
There's this whole thing
He's
like
totally
thanks Bev, hashtag thanks Bev for a while.
I don't know, Jedi. Did you want to weigh in?
No, it's fine, guys. If I'm just mumbling in the background, it's cool. But Bev doesn't like the black swan art.
Right.
I want the Razor
Gotcha,
released the
gotcha,
LSM video 1st of January in 2020, so that's not his argument.
Yeah.
I can't believe this has been going on for 10 years, like 2014-ish. Wow.
It only seems like yesterday, huh, Jedi?
Isn't that crazy, dude? But see, that's
Yeah.
the thing. It's so fresh for a lot of people, but the globe's been around their whole life. I mean, I've been a flat earther since like 2017, but that's only like 7 years of my life. Think of a 7-year-old child versus I was a globe earther for like 24 years, 23 years. You know what I'm saying? So it is still fresh. 10 years sounds like a lot, but it's not for most people.
Just remember, guys, that this specific space is going to get promoted. So since we're done with it and they review this space, they're probably going to go ahead and start promoting it. So it's going to
These
probably
are all
get us
being
some more
recorded?
views for us. So if anybody,
you're up against some steep competition though, AV man, because like
really.
Flat Earth Fridays is the thing.
Oh,
yeah, here's what I hear. And there's a lot of people that are used to that, but such as it is with new things, they'll hear about us. They know how we do things. We've
for sure.
I've already got like 267 following right now. When I just started like maybe 2 weeks ago, so yeah, it's pretty good numbers for just hanging out. I'm only really just starting to press a little bit harder on like doing more spaces. So
the format's a W too. I mean, I was like tripping at first. I was like, "What the fuck?" Like I can't respond to these guys, but I see what you're trying to do. It makes sense.
Yeah,
Although,
we're
bro, I swear to you, bro, I must have been walking because I went for a walk the other night. I must have been walking for like a half hour. We didn't even we didn't go back to some of the shit I wanted to say. We did not go back. So I was triggered.
So APOC had a whole bunch of notes we didn't even get into. Like
I
we
could hear
just
him
tabled them.
rustling through the paper. I could hear him rustling through.
Yeah, we tabled most of the notes that he took from the rest of the ballers that were in here.
Dude, I mean, we had guys say like, "Oh, well, you can see curvature from a mountain." What? What?
Yeah.
I remember that guy.
I was not trying to let that slide. I was like, nah, no, you can't. That's why I simply asked him. I said,
"Yeah,
okay, so which is higher, a plane or a mountain?" He was like, "So you don't think you could see it from a mountain, bro?"
That was the Red Lake guy, right? He's like, if you go up this specific mountain, there's like a lake there.
I don't even think it was a mountain. I think he said it was a big hill.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Jedi knows which one it is.
It was the radar
was
guy.
Mount
What? Oh, Mount what?
Mount Snowdon in Wales.
Oh,
It's a big
APOC's
hill,
not here.
basically.
That was crazy. And I'm like, dude, so
we got an absentee
airplane
landlord, man.
or hill, airplane or hill. Well, you no, you could see it. No, you can't. If you can't see it from an airplane, how do you see it from lower? It's retarded.
Well,
I just love how easy it is to be a flat earther because these guys are so Dunning-Kruger.
Let's try and get some of these new listeners up. Come on, guys. I'm going to come and interact with the panel. Rob, Capit.
You're reading my mind, AJ.
Baloo, Steph.
Yeah, throw a mic at him, dude.
You know, all of you guys can come up here. Meanwhile, there's nobody else here. We can just have a quick chat with you guys. See where you guys at.
Come on down.
Come on down. I mean, you know, just tell us if you think the Earth's a globe.
Wait, I wanted to cook the new guy.
Or not. Oh, which guy?
I'm going to throw some mics out to them and see if they take them.
Oh, like Kyrgyz?
Yeah, let me go. Let me put my baller hat on real quick. Or we can talk to the.
See if he's gonna.
I mean, where's the new guys at? Or we can do a little cookie session with like Kyrgyz or whatever.
It's gonna be hard to cook me, man. I'm pretty much just mush.
Wait, so
It's just mush.
have you been in an airplane, sir?
With rabbits.
Nice.
Okay, so you have been in an airplane then.
I have, yes.
So when you looked out the window, you saw the curvature.
I saw something that I think people could perceive as curvature. And
Exactly.
given the variables of my eye and the window, it could appear as curvature. Was it actually curvature? I think is up for debate.
Well,
So I can't say positively that.
Well, if it was flat, then we'd all see flatness. But clearly, like you said, you saw curvature because of some variables, and one of those variables is the Earth being curved itself. Seems pretty simple to me.
No, I didn't say that. I said I saw something that some people could perceive as curvature given various factors. But that doesn't mean it is.
Well, I'm telling you it is. So, I mean, so if you were to ask
that's
the
a you
pilot,
problem.
Not really. If you were to ask the pilot, do you think he would say the Earth was flat?
Why does it matter? What the pilot would say.
He's an expert in his field. And
in flying a plane.
He's flying the plane over the globe every day. You think you think
he's also susceptible to the same things I'm susceptible of in interpreting what we see as being a curve.
So you don't
We're
trust
both
the
susceptible.
So you don't trust.
Hell no, you shouldn't.
Okay, well, this is why you're a conspiracy theorist, folks, and this is why flat earthers exist, because they just don't trust the experts. I mean, this guy he's a certified expert in flying a plane.
Exactly what they sound like. Do conspiracies exist at all?
Honestly, if there was it wouldn't be a conspiracy, it'd be a fact, because then people would
That's
tell us.
exactly what they do. They won't answer. They'll go off it. Oh, that's exactly what they do. Oh my god, I'm so angry, and I know you're faking it, but it's still pissing me off.
Let's go. We'll keep going. See, because if there was a fact, the experts would tell us. There'd be whistleblowers, there'd be experts. Somebody would tell you. Otherwise,
There has been
there'd have to be
whistleblowers.
there'd have to be this grand conspiracy of people
Starting to
coming together
itch.
and lying about things.
My skin is starting to itch.
Yeah, he's kind of the way that we break in some of the newer newbies. So it's a good training exercise to see how you articulate a point. If you were to get it, because they don't give you any slack. Like in a real debate, or I guess you could call it a debate, or in a real interaction with somebody like that, they don't. There's no, like you have to think of your position before you engage, because if you don't, it's an optic position. Like people on the outside look like you're just not giving him an answer,
Right.
and he's overcoming you with just his assumptions. Well, I don't know how you're faring with it, but I haven't heard you respond. But what would you say to him with all that? I'll step back. I just wanted to see if you think you can engage him, or do you think you're not ready for engagement?
My style is different than yours, AV, because I'm like a dog, a bloodhound chasing after the truth. So my style wouldn't be I'm not even able to physically or mentally like try and win over the audience. I'm learning a lot from you and the way you're doing it, but and maybe I'll get better, but my goal is not that. It's purely what is the data he's saying and how does it relate to other data, right? And it's not like, oh, I need to win over people that are listening because he's using an argument. Like I'll notice the argument style or the trick he'll use, an argument style, but it won't be the way I'm thinking right now isn't, okay, how do I counter that in a rhetorical sense? You know what I mean? It's purely like facts. So what I would say is what I just said, which is basically you're appealing to authority, which is a logical fallacy, and you're appealing to an expert. So you're wrong. But then, yes, you're right. He won over the audience by going off on the thing that he did, and I hate that.
I see. Well, it's good that you know yourself well. I would say that my favorite way to sort of frame the back and forth, the debate, the discussion is to sort of imagine yourself as a lawyer in a courtroom in front of a judge and a jury. So when you're making your case, who is your case directed at really? It's not necessarily directed at the lawyer across from you. Doesn't matter what you two think of each other. We could be buddies when we go in the elevator after intermission. We could talk shit. We could be friends. We grab a beer. But really, my case is being presented towards a jury. So you do sort of, like, you should address the audience. I do that all the time. I'm like, and folks, do you hear what he's saying here? He's capping, right? So like, it's not a bad idea to keep the audience in mind, and those are the people that will have their minds changed. The people that you speak to, like the ballers, we're not here to change their minds. They're not really here to have their minds changed. So it's less about them and more about the audience, for sure. That's why we're live all the time. That's why we're on Rumble and YouTube and Twitter and all this stuff. So
once you exercise the mind like Hergus, what happens is you're able to stand in a position where you know that somebody who's coming against you does, like, think about it like this. Everything they're coming at you with, they don't have any evidence. What they're doing, however, is trying to win over the audience by making it look like they're saying that they do have evidence without presenting any evidence. Any, not even a little, right? So you have to think about that. Like, so if they're saying, I see curvature from an airplane window, and what do you see? See, okay, so there's a bit of psychology behind this. What's happening is they're assuming that the curvature that they're saying that they see is something that can be a valid option to say, when you see something, that thing that you see is what it is. And you, on the other hand, know that that's not the case, but you need to bring it forward, right? You need to say, okay, so you said you saw Earth curvature. Now think about it like this. If that was truly Earth curvature, what we need to do is verify that what you're seeing is absolutely what you say it is. So you have to draw the correlation from what they're seeing to how it can be measured. So you have to make the audience understand it's not just seeing something, it's verifying its physical nature. So if its physical nature is that it's such that it's the curvature that is being witnessed at an airplane is actual curvature, it could be measured physically. So you have to bring it around so that people can understand what you're getting the person that you're engaging to look at is the evidence. Because with just seeing something, that's not evidence. Because let's just put it this way. Let's say there's 3 people on that plane. One guy said he sees a curve. One guy said he saw it flat Earth. And the other guy said he saw a concave Earth. Who do you think is right? Based on what I just said.
Clearly the person who saw the curvature because they agree with consensus and science.
I think like Kirk is not here. But yeah, it's important, man. I think these
I'm listening. That
so which one of those 3 was speaking truth?
Well, we without more analysis, we don't know.
Correct. So what is the next thing that needs to happen?
You need to like confirm your observation somehow.
Exactly. So how can we confirm an observation? Like, let's say we're speaking to the curvature of the Earth. How can I confirm that?
Well, they would typically either
Take
go
a telescope
to.
and. I'm kidding.
Sorry,
No,
I didn't hear that.
I'm just kidding, bro. I was gonna say first you take a telescope and then point it at the sky and.
No, but that's exactly it. Yeah, like they'll either go the path of claiming other external things that confirm their initial claim. But you're not talking that, AV. You're asking me like, how would we confirm it, or in this argument, how would we bring it back to real evidence? So it would be, they'd probably go to something like a theodolite, or like some sort of measurement thing, or something in the sky, like Polaris.
I'm calling it that from now on.
Theodolite.
Theodolite.
Listen. So basically, like, your idea is correct. You're in the same vein of what you need to do. So the next thing for confirmation is that you need to measure that sweet drop over distance.
Ooh.
Drop over distance would be, and I'll say it to you like this because it's pretty simple, right? Imagine if you had a ruler on a basketball.
Oh, here we go.
That ruler that sits on a basketball would be a tangential line. So it's it's going to be like an imaginary line. A tangential line would be like a ruler on a basketball, right? So that line that where you're standing on a globe, if it were a globe, you'd have a tangential line from your position, and it would go straight off in direct. It doesn't bend. A tangential line doesn't curve. It just goes straight. So that tangential line would go straight, and the curve of the Earth would be curving away. That is known as drop over distance. That is what the drop over the distance is. It curves away from a tangential line. So if you were to say that, okay, I want you to measure a drop over the distance, because if the Earth that we're standing on is a curved surface, the tangential line that extends outward can be known to be measured as a drop as you extend out further in the distance. So the further you're out,
a drop relative to that tangential line.
That's correct.
Yes. Sometimes that's not clear in the arguments you make, but I know that's what you mean.
Right. I usually sometimes have to come back and say that, but according to just like the basic understanding, if you have like a ruler on a basketball, you know that line would be straight, and it doesn't bend like the curve of the Earth, allegedly. So you'd have to point that out. Like, I need the drop over distance, and this is what I mean, right? Use that example, the ruler on a basketball, and then you can show them that if the Earth is curving, there would be a significant drop over distance. And not only is it significant, it has to coincide with the numbers value of the radius of the Earth being 3959, the circumference of 24,900. So we can't just say that it's just curvature, drop over distance. It has to be specifically like the one that would conform to the Earth being a globe of a specific size. Do you get it? So the drop over distance that they're attempting to measure, where they're back on the ground after they're seeing the curved Earth from an airplane window, would have to coincide with the exact metrics of the size of the Earth being what it is, allegedly with the numeric values that are given. So you have to press them on that. I need this information. I need the drop over the distance. And once you explain to them what you're asking, then they're either going to be able to present that in a way that a method has been done to prove that that's true, which it's not, But for you, it's easy just because you're going to show them that they don't know what they're talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
for me, there's a bit of I've noticed that you and the people that come to this space tend to frame these things as though in legal terms, like in a legalistic framework, like invoke. I've heard some people use the word invoke, certain things like that. And so for me, coming from a point of view where the truth has to be, no matter what, inside or outside of a court case, whatever, it doesn't matter. The truth is the truth. I'm reluctant to take that approach, but I appreciate it in what you're doing, right? Where it's like you're dealing with the public, you're dealing with all these people who are using rhetoric falsely to advance false presuppositions and claims. So I totally get the value of it, but there's something about me that it's like, I don't want to approach this like a court case because it's not up to a judge. It's not up to the public what the truth is. The truth is the truth. So like, I'm sort of like too high in looking at it from that position, but for practical, what you guys are involved in the trenches every day doing, I totally
let me respond to that real quick, just quickly. The main reason I bring up that style or format is because it seems that most people are trying to appeal to the other lawyer, right? Like if I'm the if I'm the defendant, and it's not your job as a lawyer to try to convince the other lawyer. It really doesn't matter what I think. So I just see people do that all the time. They're like, well, this guy's not listening, or this person doesn't agree. Doesn't matter. It's for the audience. So whether you think about that in like a live stream format or some other format, that's fine. It's just to get people away from like trying to appeal to the other lawyer across the board.
I think you were correct. The first way, CBU would be the prosecutor. They would be the defendant. They're defending the globe, so you'd be the prosecutor.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
who you're trying to convince? The people sitting in the grey area. The other guy is probably.
It doesn't matter what the plaintiff
You don't care.
or the defendant thinks exactly, because you see the shows. You watch shows about like law, and sometimes the lawyers will take a break. They'll go in the elevator, and they'll get a coffee together. They'll hang out, or they'll talk shit. Oh yeah, man, you're trash. Blah blah blah. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what those two think of each other. It matters what the jury thinks of their case. So you have to make your case known to the audience.
But the problem
I do appreciate that that you know what your style is, and you should tap into whatever it is your style is. That's probably better. But it's just a reminder to never worry too much about the person you're speaking to, because they're probably not going to listen to you anyway.
Yeah, and if I could chime in, in my experience with all this, right, it's been the best approach for me, and I think it basically kind of condenses down to this amongst those like Alpha and Jedi and stuff like that, is the more questions you ask, the more it kind of gets them to reconsider what they're saying, right? And the fact that they have to take time to think about things, or stutter, or try to elaborate on things that they can't, or whatever, that it kind of leans into what CB is saying, right? It demonstrates that people, to anyone who's listening, and especially to you who's asking the question, that the guy doesn't often really know fully what he's talking about. So instead of telling them what things are, you ask them questions, and that gets revealed in the
revelation through method.
Not only for you, but for everyone involved. Right. And I think Alpha's done a really good job at that in my time in here. So kudos for you to that, and everyone else too. Right? It's not you don't tell them stuff, you ask them stuff. It's not about the information necessarily. It's about the quality of the questions that you ask.
And where were you at 5:35 p.m. on Wednesday? Well, I wasn't where I was supposed to be. And there you have it, folks. I rest my case. Questions really are very strong.
No, and there's so many similarities to like a court case for sure, like chain of evidence, right? Like how do we know where we get the photographs?
Burden of proof is a big one too, because they'll try to reverse the burden. Oh well,
I get it. I get it. But
if
my
you're
issue
not guilty,
is,
then who is, right? That doesn't
my
matter.
problem is there is no actual, judge besides,
That's God. That's your God, bro. Yes,
but
there is.
no. But hold on. The other thing too is that
whoever you
it
believe
makes
made this place is your judge. So
it makes you susceptible to like attacks like retarded AI guy, right? Where it's like an ontological game. You know what I mean? Like
that's cool,
playing in the realm of law
Guys.
and like the
We gotta-
procedural of law.
Hang on, Lycurgus.
You just got to remember
Guys.
the jury. Go ahead.
Hang on,
Hello,
guys.
guys. We've got a new speaker in the house who's been waiting patiently. We've got Pendel, who has a picture of a globe.
Oh, Lord, here we go.
Pendel, what's happening?
Ooh,
welcome to
welcome.
the space.
The only place you can find a globe on your screen.
The Earth is a circle. It is a globe.
No, it's not.
Awesome, guy. So what evidence do you have? So if I was just to run into you on the street one day and we were having this discussion, what could you put forward as evidence that we're living on this globe?
Nothing.
The astronauts up in space looking down.
So nobody.
Satellites. And you can test it by doing that little stick experiment, whatever that thing's called. The
people did
Egyptian pillar on the ground.
Egyptian pillar.
Aristophanes.
Yes, you know.
No,
what I'm talking
bro.
about.
Vsauce came out and did that same thing, and they said it works on.
Hold on, Creation Bear.
Yeah. Hold on,
Remember
guys.
the format.
All right. So we've got astronauts, satellites, and Eratosthenes. Yeah. So have you got anything else you'd want to add to that you think would be pretty solid evidence?
Those are my top three.
Cool. So
top three.
We need to tackle them one at a time. I think. Let's go with the astronauts.
Let me cook on the first one.
Yeah, go CB. You cook. No, I'm calling them out for you guys.
You take the astronauts. I'm gonna take the damn sticks.
Well, we'll go the sticks.
Vsauce. Are you familiar with Vsauce?
Wait. He didn't finish. I don't think
he
Panda finished though.
He said those are his three, bro. Yeah.
Oh, okay. My bad. Sorry.
Yo, Pandemic. So you said, are you familiar with Vsauce?
Nope.
Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. You've never seen Vsauce?
Yes,
ever?
I've seen his videos.
Okay, so that was weird. They made a video. You realize that's kind of like a science-y channel. It's not like a flat Earth conspiracy channel. They came out and said they did the Eratosthenes sticks in the shadows thing. Works on flat Earth, bro. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson says this. So that's not conclusive. Just putting sticks in the ground and doing a bunch of numbers calculating doesn't equate to globe or flat.
He says it that way, but he actually knows how the experiment works. Like he's not dismissing it that far.
I would say it's not an experiment to begin with. And
it's not an experiment.
And I'd like to ask Pendel as well. What was Eratosthenes trying to achieve out of measuring these shadow angles?
Oh shit.
The length of the shadow would relate to moving sun around the planet.
Yikes.
I think you're a little bit confused, yeah? So he was trying to calculate a circumference.
Hey man, I'm not the one arguing the Earth is flat.
No. You brought it up and you're confused. Like this was your example, brother. And you don't know what flat Earth is to make fun of it. Because I could just ask you, what's flat Earth? And you would fumble it very quickly. So you're basically making fun of a ghost. But this is your example, the Eratosthenes thing, and you're confused about that. We're trying to help you with your example. Go ahead, AJ.
Yeah, so Eratosthenes was trying to calculate a circumference of something he already believed to be a sphere. So there's no evidence in this to suggest that he's measuring a sphere, yeah? Just like CB stated, he's measuring shadow angles to calculate a presupposed sphere.
Oopsie.
So we can strike Eratosthenes off. So his next one's
satellites. Let's talk about satellites. Regardless of what the Earth is, we have technology in the sky. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. There's technology up there, whether it's on a balloon, a drone, a plane. whatever, a kite. There's technology in the sky. So that doesn't mean the Earth is a globe or flat, just because there's technology above your head. So next question, what is it, astronauts?
Yeah.
Name one astronaut. Name one. Don't Google it.
Armstrong.
Neil Armstrong. Okay. Who else?
I don't know.
Okay.
He said one.
Okay, so we got one astronaut.
Neil Armstrong.
And what? He has
Where are we going with
facts.
this CV?
I mean, okay, like what? So one guy says one thing, therefore what? Like what does
Okay,
he?
well,
What does
Elon
Neil Armstrong
Musk, when
say?
he sent a rocket up in the sky, he recorded,
Is
live
that an
streamed the whole
astronaut?
thing, and you can see clearly that the globe is
Okay, hold
that the
on.
Earth is a globe.
Because you gave us your three best: satellites, Eratosthenes, and astronauts. And so now we're abandoning astronauts. We're going to Elon. We can do that. Just want to double check. You want to talk about Elon Musk? Not Neil
I think he's
Armstrong.
trying to link
Why do
together
you
with
believe
space, yeah?
it's flat? Because
He's
I
just
really
No.
don't know. I have
Don't
argued this
weasel
point.
away. Don't weasel
Hang
off.
on, Panda. We got to finish up with what you've claimed, and then we've got some questions
Yeah,
for you,
facts.
yeah? So I think he's trying to link SpaceX and rockets to astronauts and satellites. However, Pando, you're in a violation of natural laws here, my friend.
Oh, shit.
So anything that's claimed to come from these regions, we can automatically rule out, yeah?
It's cap.
So we've ruled them out, yeah? Astronauts, satellites, Neil Armstrong. We're done with those guys, but we've got some questions for you. So who in history has ever measured any curvature showing drop over distance from horizontal
Oh, shit.
to show that the Earth is actually curving? Do you know who's done that?
A
Cook.
lot of people.
Name one.
I mean,
we'll wait.
I can research it.
No. You said a lot, so just grab
You made
one.
a claim. Where did you base this claim on?
You said a lot, so you could at least name one if there's a lot.
God, we're gonna lose this guy, aren't we? He's gonna just disappear like the other dude. My heart.
Isn't that
can't
you guys
handle
all
this.
do this? Oh, there's so many proofs. Okay, give us one.
He's gonna start
I can
Googling,
look
just
it up.
disappear.
Hold on, let me Google it real quick. Like, wait, why'd you say there was a lot then? If you can't even name one,
I'm so hopeful.
fuck? That's crazy.
Nothing, Pando. You don't know how it's been done. Do you know how they've measured this drop over distance?
Just to show we're not nasty
So
people, you can say I don't know.
Yeah,
we have photographs, like I said
We,
before.
there's
We
no
also
we.
have
No, hold on.
Not we.
The horizon where
You're not
ships
we.
sail away. They slowly disappear.
Yeah,
Okay,
horizon
in the
horizontal.
distance.
Hold up, Pando.
We have lunar eclipses.
Yo,
we have
bro.
the Globalist
Delete.
effect.
Just close out of that
No,
tab. Like that's
just
that
Pando.
tab is going to
No
lead you
script.
astray.
All right,
Close
Pando,
out of that
stop.
tab, bro.
We need to go back to the beginning.
He
We're
just
asking
Googled
for
some
a
shit.
direct measurement of drop over distance. We can cover ships sailing over horizons,
You're
etc.
trolling.
But at the moment, we're looking for direct measurements of drop over distance.
You're trolling, bro. Don't just go to Google and read shit off that we've already seen. That you don't even know what you're reading.
He's gonna disappear,
Wait, so you're looking for an
guys.
equation?
No,
We're gonna hear from him
a
again.
direct measurement. Yeah, an equation is not a direct measurement. We need a direct measurement showing a drop over distance from horizontal.
You got to tell him exactly what to Google, dude, or he's not going to know what to
A
Google.
direct measurement? You talking about like a meter?
Yeah, how tall are you? How tall are you?
I am 5'2".
Okay, so someone had to measure that for you to know that, right?
Yeah, just real quick, I'm gonna say something before we continue. Mr.
Yeah, that's a
Uncle's
direct
gonna,
measurement. Go ahead.
Mr. Uncle's gonna speak as soon as there's a little crack in the.
All right, cousin.
As soon as Pandale finishes
Turn your speaker volumes down.
Well, Pandela is struggling. If Mr. Uncle would like to add to the current conversation and maybe answer the first question, we could do that.
Bye, Panda. We miss
All right,
you.
Pandemic. Just go on the back burner for now. Well, you can finish up your Google search, Pandemic, and we'll get back to you. All right.
So hopeful.
According to ball measurements, they say it's 24,900 miles in circumference, which if you spherically geometry, it makes 8 inches per mile squared as you go yourself. And when we can see things that are 50 miles across water, that means that it absolutely couldn't be as curvy as they're saying it is.
Facts.
Do you know where the problem is there then, Mr. Uncle? That everything they claim to occur, orbits in space, for example, are all based off that circumference and radius. So if we've disproven the circumference or radius, in the first instance, you've disproven their whole globe, what they call model, yeah? Now, if it's not curving at all, and the water measures as flat, well, there is no curve, it's flat.
It sure looks flat to me, you know. It looks like when there's still water, it looks like a mirror rather than the back of a spoon.
Ooh.
All right. Well, we are after the globe salesman in here. So I think you're leaning more towards the flat Earth, but we've also got Axel Steele with their hand up. Axel, do you have any evidence for why you would believe you're living on a globe?
I just wanted to say something about the idea that these debates are like court cases. I would say the main way in which the main way in which they're not like court cases is that in a court case you're trying to persuade someone who's ostensibly neutral. So like you're either trying to persuade a judge or a jury, and I mean, who's the audience that people here are trying to persuade?
Which is what I said. The audience, aka those listening on Rumble, Twitter, YouTube, etc. We're live all the time. So we have that component, check.
And in a court situation, you would be trying to sway the jury, yeah? The group of people that are going to judge you?
That's a good point.
What also is similar is the fact that, and this is why I bring it up, it's not like we just randomly threw it out there. I've thought about this to be able to say it, but people try to reverse the burden all the time. The last guy we were speaking to, he's like, well, yeah, it's a globe for these 3 reasons. And then he tried to reverse it and be like, well, so why do you think it's flat? No. The claim on the table is that it's a globe, so that is the claim we'll be addressing, just like in a court case. If you charge me with murder, I'm the defendant, you're the plaintiff. It's your burden. That's on you. You have to prove that I'm the murderer, or I get let the fuck go. So that's why it's similar as well, because you can't reverse the burden and say, well,
the thing is
if you're not the murderer, then who is? It's not my job to determine who the murderer is.
The thing is,
I had to prove that I'm not.
Get people like Axel in here who is a lawyer, and it's never going to end up anywhere because it's a court case, right? But there's no actual vote or anything, or rather judgment or gavel.
You're thinking too deep. You're thinking too deep.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
The
You're probably right.
The point being is just very simple: is to appeal to the audience, let the audience know what's happening. Hey, listen, this guy just committed a fallacy. We're not going to listen to that.
Let me ask.
Number 2,
is he a lawyer?
Is we don't appeal to the other lawyer.
Is he a lawyer? Axel, are you a lawyer?
Oh, shit.
I work in the legal field and I am an attorney. Excellent. I'm going to be a bit vague because I like being a bit vague about.
Yeah, you don't have to be specific or anything.
I mean, I have a law degree from an accredited law school. How about that?
That's fine. It's not like a big deal or anything. No, I'm saying because you're familiar with terms and whatnot. But like, so if we were to pose it, but I'm not going to say that you are, but do you think the Earth's a globe, Axel?
I think we had this conversation like 4 days ago. Don't expect you to remember, everyone. Yes, I do think the Earth's a globe. No, I'm not interested in having an argument about the evidence for it.
Oh, shit.
I'd rather snipe and make procedural points.
No, make your case, bro. You're an attorney.
No, I know that's why
Axel, you're gonna fit very well into this space. These guys will let you talk.
Make your case.
No. I just want to snipe, and
Oh, you don't have a case?
No,
I
it's
just don't
interesting.
think. I just don't
CB,
think.
He doesn't.
Hold on,
Yeah,
Axel,
L attorney,
Axel,
bro.
let me jump in real quick. I'm just gonna tell CB. Do you find it interesting that we have a lawyer in our midst who's a believer of the Earth being a globe, and he's denying the fact that he has substantial evidence to bring forward that it actually is a globe? Don't you find
You
that
know what that
crazy,
means, right, lawyer?
That's
case dismissed,
no,
bro.
I'm just saying, though,
You lose.
if he had to, right? If it was up to him to gather all the evidence, if he had to do his homework on this specific case to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe, do you think that he would be able to come in court and be able to convince a jury that the Earth is a globe?
Hell no.
I mean, someone could
Because
hire
he
me
would
to
have been
do
able
it.
to do that tonight, right now. You need to be paid.
The thing is, Axel's used to defending people without any real basis and like thorough social criminals.
Well,
so
we can do that, Axel. I'm the Glober that
He'd
needs
do pretty good.
I'm the Glober with no real basis that needs defending. Can you help me out, brother?
Yeah, you're a public defendant. Let's go.
I like it.
No, listen, my friends, I just don't consider that conversation
Oh,
that interesting.
classic.
That's
I just
okay.
had
Oh, interesting. You're here. No, fuck that, dude. You're here, dude. Hold on. You're here right now with the rest of us.
But we've already like 4
Don't
days
sit
ago
here
we
and
had this
pretend like, oh,
conversation.
well, actually, it's more important that I'm making this ham sandwich right now.
Yeah, pretty much.
Bro, you're in the same call as the rest of us, dude.
Yeah, but
it's just as important to you, as the
it's
rest of
getting
us.
kind of late
What are you
too.
talking
I
about?
mean, just look at the time.
You got L lawyer, bro.
Next
your
one,
your,
I for
your
one,
client
IJ.
is getting cooked.
Oh.
Go ahead.
My word.
I like to point out where the argument really lies. It's not between the ballies and the flatties. The argument is within each person, and in each person is like an octagon, like they do MMA fights in. And you have to be willing. You have to be willing to take your belief system and your ego as a tag team and jump in the ring with your courage and your intellect and have that fight within yourself. Am I willing to
Okay, player. Okay.
to admit that I made
Mr. Uncle is based when it comes to this topic. Just don't ask him about race issues or anything else.
Yeah, no, but I mean, no, we're good.
I got kicked out of the last flat Earth thing that I was really enjoying. It went to my my timeline shit, my profile shit. So don't do that.
Nah, man, but listen,
I'm just here to relax
that's-
because
yeah,
we're not allowed to talk about flat Earth in the groups I normally hang out in. You know.
Well, you're all right here, man. But listen, so when we know a couple of lawyers that actually come through our spaces, and we know most of them actually debated a few of them, and really because it's not a debate for me, but for them, they have to build a case on practically nothing because there isn't anything that they can defend. So it seems like when they think about it, there's nothing in the realm of empirical evidence that they're going to put forward to make their case. So
it's like patent law.
Yeah, and it seems like when asked this question, they understand this. The people that actually are practicing law, they do understand there's nothing to go off of. It's hearsay, right? It's a lot of conjecture. It's a lot of people just appealing to credulity. So it's nothing to do with bringing forth a case that's going to be substantial enough to win a jury over. That's,
right.
that's just my point of view.
There's burden of proof, and it has to be beyond a reasonable doubt.
Exactly. See, Mr. Uncle gets it. Right? So that's the most important thing. But yeah, I agree with Axel Steele kind of not wanting to engage because, it would be a world of hurt because he's going to have to be challenged and there's really nothing he's really prepared for on that arena. But maybe just this, right? I'll throw him a bone. I'll throw you a bone, Axel. If you had more time, however, and you had more, somebody financed, for you to do this, actually, maybe you would be interested in actually investigating whatever the case is. But, maybe things will be different. But right now, he's like, I don't have a dog in the fight. So I'm throwing you a bone, right? There you go.
Axel likes the social aspect. He likes the psychology of flat Earth.
Me too.
I would just say something like, if we're gonna talk about this in a courtroom, sort of environment. Like, what's the case we're talking about? Like, are we both putting up expert witnesses to try and persuade the jury about the shape of the globe? Am I on the stand and you're cross-examining me about my globe Earth beliefs? Like, what's the context? I just don't think that these kind of free-form debates look anything like a courtroom case.
The Bollies stand accused. The Bollies stand accused of presenting inaccurate information. And when you consider the source of where we get all our information and the percentage of the time that we've been lied to about everything, their credibility is suspect at the onset.
Yeah,
the format's different in this space, Axel.
There's a lot to go. Yeah, like Kyrgyz, kind of. We're vibing right now because I think he's really digging like kind of the whole thing that we do here. But more than that, I think Axel, you could appreciate that we go about this a whole different route than the people on other platforms. Because I'm just telling you this: 24/7 has been kind of like the tip of the spear when it comes to flat Earth. Like, people identify the arguments from us. Most of the 24/7 group, you probably already heard of. Like, they splintered off and became other prolific people that you might have known already, like Witsit and Bev or other guys. They came from 24/7. But the core group that are here, we're freaking monsters when it comes to flat Earth. Like, there isn't anybody that I guarantee you could come in here and make their case for a globe Earth, and it would be able to stand at the end of the day, providing evidence that and demonstrating that the Earth is a globe. Zero people can do that.
Can you indulge some AV though? Can you describe the context? Like, what would be the position of everyone?
Well, it's our contention that people just have a belief system, a belief that the Earth is a globe, which is, of course, acceptance without evidence. That's what belief is. So they're accepting whatever's being told to them without any evidence. Now, they can't even justify the Earth being a globe. Now, in their mind, they could, because it sounds like from information given to them when they were very young is that the Earth is a globe, and they were told this mythos. The mythos to them seems real. Because it's just like any story, right? If somebody told you that Santa Claus was real and never told you that Santa Claus does not exist, you would still be believing today that Santa Claus is a real human being that lives in the North Pole and has reindeer and has magical elves that help him build toys. Now that narrative, as weird as it sounds, if nobody ever told you that Santa Claus did not exist or you never heard anything against Santa Claus, you would still to this day think you could write Santa Claus a letter and talk to him in that way. Like, there would still be that thing in your mind, right? But since you know now that isn't true, you don't believe in Santa Claus anymore in that way. So it's the same like the globe, right? You're being told this story over and over again ad infinitum. You're just bombarded every single day about what the globe is. So like I said, it's our contention that people do not have any evidence for a space mythos about what the Earth is in an ever-expanding galaxy. So the cosmos idea, whatever epistemology they have about the Earth, is completely askew because they have a belief system that they think is a real, reality that they exist in. It's a bit redundant, but yeah. So if you kind of catch what we're saying here is that it doesn't matter who it is. You can come with the highest of IQs. If you come in here and you can't answer the question directly of how we know that the Earth is a geometric shape, there is no way that you can provide evidence that it actually is. So it doesn't matter. You could say, I believe with all my heart, when I close my eyes, I see the globe, or I see live stream footage from YouTube or pictures from space. What about that? What about the other planets? Like, none of that they appeal to, because it all has to do with the mythos, has anything to do with empirical evidence. So, like, that's it. So that's our contention.
Notice that he worded it differently than other flat earthers who would say, "Oh, we can't trust that evidence because it's from NASA." So what he said just now is very different.
Yeah, you'll never catch me saying that.
I think one of the best
Axel's used to flat earthers that do, though. Like, the spaces he and P-Dubs and others go into, they're more like that. So we're dealing with a different scenario.
This is a different breed. Our execution is precise. We know exactly where we're aiming. We know what we're going for. We know exactly what you're thinking. Exactly. I'm standing at the end of the argument with the flamethrower, ready to douse you as soon as you get there. Like, that's me. because I know every single nuance. I know all the. I've been down the road, my friends. It's been 10 years, so I know exactly where we're going to end up. I know exactly where you're going. I'm going to allow you to go there. I'm going to let you take me there. And then once you get there,
keys.
you're going to realize that you don't have an argument. I'm going to demonstrate to you, but I have to allow it to progress. You have to tell me, right? Coming from your perspective. And then when we get there together, you're going to realize, well, man, maybe I really don't have the evidence that I thought I did. And then, hopefully, my hope is that you'll realize that you didn't have evidence.
So what attitude should he take? Is he being paid as a cross-examiner?
I do have a question. Sure. How are videos and pictures from space not empirical evidence? Like, what definition of empirical are you using?
Well, if you're going to say that they're taken from a place of a region of space that can be logistically traveled to, I would say primary experience would be the most way that you're going to be able to get to that place where if I said, hey, I've been to this location, it's beautiful over here, and I'm going to tell you, and I told you all about it. I said, it's a beautiful place. It's wonderful. It's got flowers. It's got all this stuff. Until you actually visit there, your primary experience would be via my testimony about what I said about it. So you wouldn't have anything in your primary experience that you can tell me about the place that I'm telling you about. You could tell somebody else that I've been there, and you could say how beautiful it sounded like, but you couldn't tell me what it was like because you weren't there. So if you say, so that's one. But the other thing would be, I'm going to give you two things, right? That's one. The other thing would be if I show you, let's say, some pictures of the Earth looking like a globe. I'm going to ask you something very specific, and please answer honestly. What can you compare that image of the Earth looking like a globe to anything in your primary experience?
But that's still empirical evidence.
Okay, you didn't answer my question. You see how you're evading? This is what most globers do. Now, when it comes right down to it, you have one choice, right? Either going to tell me the truth or you're going to evade.
Because you turn my question into another question.
Yeah, but see how you're
aimed at me instead of answering my question.
You're continuing to evade. And it's very common.
As you evaded my question.
It's very common, Axel. And I think I know why. Because the implication is once you do answer, you're going to find out that there isn't anything in reality that those images that you're seeing from space compared to in your primary experience. So you don't witness the Earth looking like the way they show you in those images to anything you see in reality. When you walk outside your door, you don't see the Earth looking like that thing, right? But here's the kicker, right? I can show you a picture of a horse. You have seen a horse in reality, or something probably more easier for you, right? Maybe some green grass. I show you a picture of green grass. Well, you have green grass in your avatar, so you've seen green grass before. So you know what green grass looks like if I showed it to you in a picture. You have something to compare it to. But if I showed you a globe, Earth, you have nothing to compare that to. So you can't say, well, yeah, I know that's true because I've seen that. Never seen that. So that's the only thing you can say.
Hold on. I asked you a direct question and you evaded it. I was like,
okay, so
what
now
do you
I
mean
got to
by
answer your question.
I never got an answer.
Now I got to answer your question, but you didn't answer mine. How does that work?
But I asked you my question first.
But how does that work, though, Axel? In your worldview, when I'm asking you a question and you evade, and then you want me to answer your question, like how does that work for you? Do you think that's a great way to?
How does it work in your worldview where the exact same thing happens? Only I answer you a question.
So my question,
asked you a question first. You evaded
my question was specific. You didn't stop me and say, "Hold on, did you answer my question?" You didn't tell me that. Otherwise, I would have stopped. Otherwise, I would have stopped and I would have like, "What's your question?" Maybe I didn't hear you, but what was your question?
I was like, what do you mean the pictures are empirical evidence? They're based on observation.
Yeah,
that's what empirical evidence is.
Yeah, you're staring at a picture. Doesn't make the picture of what's being taken, the contents of the picture. So it's all about context, right? What is the picture of? You staring at the picture doesn't make the picture empirical evidence, the content of the picture. So what's the content?
No.
So hold on, Axel. What's the content about? What are the images of?
Let's say you have a picture of the globe Earth that allegedly is from space. I'll give you allegedly.
Right. So now I guess I did hear you. So I guess I would say from that perspective, what do you have in reality to compare that image to? The content of the image. In your primary experience, what do you have to compare that to?
But that isn't answering the question.
Answer my question, sir. Please don't evade.
Question?
Please don't evade.
Empirical evidence.
Please don't evade. What do you have?
I'm not evading. I'm trying to get an answer to my
content,
question.
I just did. Now I'm answering.
So you're saying it's not empirical evidence?
Yeah, I'm telling you because this is the reason why. I'm giving you the reason why it's not, and you're not answering. You're evading. So once again, let's see if you don't evade this time. Hopefully you don't, right? But if you have a picture that the content of that picture is of a globe Earth, and they showed you, hey man, this is a globe Earth, you got two choices. You can believe, which is acceptance without any evidence that what you're looking at is what they're claiming it is, or you could say, you know what, let me take a look at this image. Okay, I see the content of this image is of a globe Earth. I'm going to go out into my real world experience and see if I can link that up to anything that I know I can compare that to. Now, I'm going to ask you once more and see if hopefully you don't evade. What can you compare the content of those images to anything in your primary experience?
I mean, I guess flying a plane and being high up in the air and being able to see further away. I mean, it doesn't seem like a huge stretch to me personally.
Axel, no. What I'm saying is the content of the image is of a globe Earth. It's a globe. Yes? So, when have you compared that image to anything in your primary experience, Axel?
I mean, I think I just did by analogy. Are you trying to imply something like empirical evidence can only be gained through primary experience?
You're not answering my question. You're still evading. So you're evading.
No, I don't. I really
you're
don't know
evading with good cause. You're evading with good cause because to you it would behoove you not to answer my question because it implicates your idea of what you think empirical evidence is, doesn't it?
I don't know what you think empirical evidence is.
Well, it's a primary experience, Axel. I just told you this is the fifth time.
And that's what I just said.
For a lawyer, I think it would be redundant for you to ask me again. This is the fifth time I told you.
What I just asked you, do you think empirical evidence means primary evidence? And you said no.
Experience. The word is experience.
But
you would not be doing well in a court case, my good sir.
Well, I'm a little drunk. We wouldn't gotten this.
Oh my God! Come back when you're not drunk, Axel. Like this is not good. When you guys need to come in here when you're sober,
I knew he was
man.
drinking. I was gonna ask you what you were drinking.
Oh my
Axel.
God!
But
you know what? I'll throw you a bone again, man. Like, cause you're tipsy.
Hold on. So for you, empirical evidence means evidence gathered through primary experience.
Yes.
Okay, that's not in general what people mean when they say that.
Well, I'm telling you, when you have your
this is my problem with the court case scenario because their standard for what evidence is different.
Yeah, I know
you're cooking,
but
I'll shut up.
What this is called shifting the goal. So for contextual purposes, what happens here? It becomes a semantic argument, right? What does it? Let's define terms, and then from defining terms, it'll go to a reduction to absurdity. And on, right? It just because of the fact that the implications here are that if they answer the question to them, that implicates them with the information that they can't describe anything in reality appearing to look like the content of the image of the Earth looking like a globe.
I don't think Axel will go there. He doesn't tend to. I don't think he's going to do a same ontological thing as retarded AI did earlier.
No, you have a private definition of empirical evidence. And that's not the one that's commonly accepted, and so it's a little difficult to know what to do with
that. So when you're comparing the image of the Earth that they're showing you, right? You take this image and you see the content of that image. You say it looks like a oblate spheroid, apparently. Yes?
Sure.
Okay. Now, when you're walking outside or anywhere, any geographic location that you can travel to, does the Earth resemble that image that they show you?
I mean, no, because I'm very close to the ground.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
So that arises, right? So is that evidence you're submitting admissible, and that can take up days, right? In a regular court procedure, what evidence is actually even admissible in the first place? So treat it like that, Axel.
Yeah, you can coach him all you want.
Why should I trust that?
You could coach him all you want. He gave up the ghost, bro. It's a done deal.
The problem is empirical evidence means a certain thing.
You can see this is what's happening. You're reviewing what just occurred, but we've already reached the conclusion. You've already answered my question, and it was a no. Didn't resemble anything in reality. So we reached the conclusion. which now in my case was closed. You're trying to reopen it, but the judge already banged his gavel. We're done here.
I mean, you wouldn't have gotten. Come on, buddy. I'm being very polite.
That's okay. You're being polite, but see, here's the thing that you're not really realizing what just happened. You think that the way you learn law and your idea of the court system is what you're abiding by, and you can't reduce anything that we're saying to absurdity because it wouldn't stand for people that are trying to communicate with the Socratic method to understand terms. We already have defined terms that we should already agree upon. Now you are trying to turn this into like, come on, pal, you're just a layman. You're not in court. You wouldn't make it. But I guarantee you, I'd knock your socks off right now. Where now you understand that I overtook you from the understanding that you think the Earth is a globe, and there's no way with an image you'll be able to relate that to anything in reality. I've just shown that to you, sir.
But I also said that
Axel, further to this, Axel,
switched it to a particular question about me being on the Earth. Anywho,
Axel, please let me make
the other thing is
Axel,
that,
let me make a point here. Yeah, even in court, in your court setting, you're not just going to accept anything as evidence. There's going to have to be some type of further investigation into what's being presented. So you've just presented, hey, look, there's a photograph from space. Yeah. Now, this could be, I could equate this in a court system. Maybe there's a photo of me in a shop, and then someone presents this photo of me in a shop for another shop that was robbed. Do they just take that and say, yep, there he is in a shop? Or do they go, no, hang on, that's not the correct shop, yeah? When was that footage taken? What was the time and date? What was the location of that footage, yeah? So far, all you've actually presented is, hey, we've got a photograph from Narnia, yeah, with nothing to stand behind it.
No, I was trying to make the simple point is that photographs are generally considered empirical evidence, and our interlocutor here has a private definition of empirical evidence.
What he's asking, what I heard was him clarifying, yeah, just like I attempted to with my example.
Any image or video can be altered. I mean, I can give you a still photo of King Kong hanging from the Empire State Building.
That was I use that.
It's an image. It's an image.
Yeah, and on top of that, though, the problem here is that when you're trying to relate that to something in the physical and natural world, what happens with Axel's kind of idea of thinking that that's empirical evidence, he's failing to remember it's the content of the image. It's not that the image itself is fake. It's the idea that the content has to relate to something in the physical and natural world, which is a resemblance to something we can identify with. Now, we cannot identify with the idea of the Earth looking like an oblate spheroid on the image that he's looking at, and then saying, I see that over here. I know what they're talking about. I can relate with this image looking like something in reality. Because in truth, you can't notice that anywhere. You have to believe, that's acceptance without evidence. You have to believe that the Earth is a globe as they're presenting it to you. It's pretty simple.
And I think this is the point I was trying to make.
I think I understand where the conflict is here. Hey guys, evidence can be wrong. Like, evidence can be fraudulent. Evidence can be incorrect. Evidence can point you in the wrong direction. So, like, maybe it is true that the Earth is flat and that all the pictures we have from space are fake. It doesn't mean those pictures aren't evidence the world is round.
Not. That wasn't the argument.
It just means that
Axel, that wasn't the argument.
Fraudulent evidence.
That wasn't the argument. You're making it now a different argument. You're saying that the pictures are fake. That wasn't my argument. I gave you.
I am not saying the pictures are fake.
No, you said that we're thinking that the pictures are. You say you guys are saying the pictures are fake. No, we didn't say that. I didn't.
Literally did not say that.
Yeah,
I don't know.
that's why I'm
I don't
correcting
understand
you.
how you hear things coming out of my mouth.
Did he not? Let me ask
he said
you.
Could. He said
yes,
he could admit that.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah, you did say that.
Axel said could. He didn't say that you were making that claim, but he was going in that direction.
Yes, he said we
So
could
therefore,
say.
we all understand. Are we picking up what he's putting down? Because he's putting that down, saying it's kind of like saying that what you guys are saying, could be.
He could go that
fake.
way.
Yeah. So we're not that direction. We didn't even go in that direction, Axel. We're saying two things: that existence of that location, that the specific location, cannot exist according to the second law of thermodynamics. We'll talk about that later. Number two it doesn't resemble anything in the physical and natural world. So you can't take that image and say, I know this looks like something I see, I don't know, nowhere. Because you can't relate that to anything you see in the physical and natural world.
That's right.
If someone flies a drone,
Get it?
Someone flies a drone over a lost city in the forest and says, "Hey, there's a lost city in the forest there." Like, his pictures of that lost city is empirical evidence there's a lost city there. Now, maybe he's making it up. Maybe those pictures don't exist. Maybe he's taking pictures of other things and claiming that it's a lost city. Evidence doesn't have to be right, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like there's a difference between...
You're talking about a subject that doesn't have the same thing you think it does, or what I argued for. I don't know. You're probably thinking of evidence.
What he's stating,
you're really hung up on that,
Axel, is that you can't test it. You can't actually test the evidence. Yeah,
evidence can be wrong.
Axel, what he's stating is you can't test it. You can't take the image of the globe that's been given and go out and actually verify the image of the globe. You can't walk around and see this curvature in reality that they're claiming. It's not possible. Yeah. So what do you have to
personally can't
compare? So what then do you have it to compare to show that this is your reality?
Exactly.
And I would also add that the credibility of the source, i.e. NASA, their credibility is greatly in question.
Yeah, that's great, Mr. Uncle, but I want him to hear what he's going to respond to AJ, specifically to what AJ said.
Sorry, AJ, what'd you say again?
Goodness.
You hit me with
guys,
it again.
let me just for further, guys, I know you mean well, but because we have Axel on a kind of a roll right now. We have to let the guy kind of answer it with AJ. AJ, if you will, please.
Yeah, so we've got this image of the globe from space in its entirety. Well, from what we can see, obviously, we can't see the entire globe, yeah? Now, you've said that we can't actually go out and verify any of this in reality. We walk outside, we all observe the Earth to be flat and stationary, yeah? You've said that there's nothing that you can verify. So if that's the case, how can you verify that this picture is, in fact, our reality? If you can't walk outside and verify it.
Sorry, I'm stretching my neck. I mean, at some level, that's a very interesting question, and I don't mean that in a bad way, and I'm not just trying to deflect. Like, one of the things that happens all the time, I'll deflect later. One of the things that happens a lot of times in court cases is like, well, you kind of have to accept some basic level of reality what's happening. So someone comes to you with pictures of a crime scene, and you have to be like, okay, I guess we sort of have to assume these are pictures of the actual crime scene unless we have really good evidence against it, right? And so then you can talk about chain of custody, like who had the pictures, or have some of them gotten removed, et cetera, et cetera. And so I do think that sort of the same thing kind of is true with, I don't know, space station astronauts, whatever, taking pictures of the Earth. Like, at some level, if you're like, I think all that's like, I think that when the LA crime scene unit comes to murder scenes, they just make all the evidence up. Well, yeah. Well, then you can't trust any of it. And it's going to be a problem that it keeps getting admitted into courts in LA. Like, if they are just making up all the photos, then at some level, there's not a lot you can do about it. And so I guess if you sort of feel that way about NASA's pictures, the same thing's true. Like, if you're just like, these people are untrustworthy, I can't trust the information.
No, hang on. Let me further Steelman Alpha's argument here. So, second point would be, what if someone came and you had these crime scene photos presented to you and you rolled up at the address and it just didn't even exist in reality?
I mean, I would hope I could persuade a court that was true, although...
Someone drops off some photos and says, these photos are from this location. You roll up at the location or you try to get there and you can't get there and it doesn't exist in reality because, like Alpha stated, these pictures, as you're claiming, are coming from a natural law violation. Yeah, something where we cannot go. It's not possible for these pictures to be taken from where they're claimed to be taken from. So therefore, we can discard them as evidence straight off the bat.
Right. So if you believe that, then yeah, you should discard them from evidence right off the bat.
Okay, so that's not what we believe, yeah? Sorry, go Alpha. You go.
No. You're correct, man. Actually, you're on a roll. But at least he's seeing the point. So I tried to lay it out as broad as I could, so that he couldn't straw man me, or at least red herring to a point that we didn't make. But he continues to bring up like points that we weren't saying. We're not saying that they are fake, the photos. And I think you keep, because maybe you're used to the flat earther actually saying that over and over again. I think that's the case. So we're not saying that. I don't know.
It's a different category, Axel. Try and think outside the typical category.
The nuances
Axel, I'll give you an example
between the various flat earthers are sometimes
let's
lost
just
to
say
me.
the most popular image from space that we have is the blue marble, and that was on everybody's mobile phone if you had an Apple phone. You know the image I'm talking about?
The 1972 blue.
It was never on my Apple phone, but I think I know what picture you're talking about.
The blue marble Earth.
Yeah. So have you ever done any research into how that picture came about?
Oh, I assume it's a composite of various satellite photos or something, but
no, it's not even actually satellite photos, and you know the majority, I'll say, of these satellites, I'll say majority because I don't know the exact amount, don't actually take photographs. So they take data snippets, they shoot different beams or colored lights into different areas. Depending on how fast the light returns, depends on how much plankton's in the area, etc. And then they have someone who sits down and he draws this all up. Now, they did an interview with this guy, yeah? And the things that he actually states in the interview is that it's how I would believe it to be. I'm not an astronaut. I can't go to space, yeah? You know, we had to remove this. We had to add this. Where we got this data back, we knew there was deeper ocean. Where we got this data back, we knew there was plankton. Where we got this. So at the end of the day, it was a full composite rendition of what he believed the Earth to be. And they've also got an expectation that they have to meet of the public. If they just throw something out there that's outside of expectation, there's issues as well. So at the end of the interview, he says, well, it's basically CGI. It has to be, yeah? It's Photoshopped.
Let me put it this way, Axel.
Photoshopped, it has to be.
Axel, it's not, what they're saying is that the images, the characteristics of the objects in the images in the court case, right, that have been submitted as evidence can all be verified for a crime scene, but not for the globe. For instance, if you see a knife or a needle or a blood splatter, these are things and objects and events that we can all kind of relate to, and the judge can, and the trial jurors can be like, oh, I know what a blood splatter is, I know what a body is, etc. But the contents of the image of a globe are not something we can actually point to in our day-to-day existence. These are two different categories. So they're not making the typical claims like, oh, we can't trust NASA, it's inadmissible, which is what you would do in a court case, is you would claim that the source and the chain of evidence and custody is under issue here. That's not it. We're saying the actual contents of the Earth globe picture is in and of itself an entirely imaginary virtual aside. Okay, so the contents, you have to be able to show, to even admit that picture into this court case, you have to show that what's in the content, what the object is something we can verify. Not that the image or the custody and all the things outside of it are. Does that help at all?
What I would say is that I am making an effort to not be boring. So I apologize if I'm being boring. So I'm not trying to retread through a bunch of old nonsense everyone here has heard a billion times before. But I would say that, like in an actual court case, what would happen is someone would introduce I don't know how this would happen, but somehow we have a case about whether or not these pictures from space are at least vaguely accurate, something like that. And so what would happen is someone introduce the pictures as evidence, and then both sides would get an expert witness on the stand, and then the pro globe Earth expert witness would probably just go on about like, well, this is the consensus of the scientific community, and well, many people have attested that while this image has been altered in order to be more presentable, it's more or less accurate, yada yada yada. And I mean, but the problem is that maybe it's not the best way to go about it, because like court cases allow a lot of really suspect science into them on those sorts of grounds. So
Agreed.
I'm not really sure I'm going to defend the court system on this one.
Agreed. But I think knowing that the standard for what they're admitting is the bar is set really low, according to your admission, and also with what we witnessed. Like the judicial system for America, I don't know for other countries, but what we understand, like in different states, it varies, right? But we would understand too that the bar isn't as high as we think it could be. So we find things like maybe you can see things that are lackluster and probably that could be done better, right? I mean, obviously, but that still doesn't negate the fact that when we get down to brass tacks and we start talking about things like that can be identified in the physical and natural world, and then we start to say, okay, I know that this information of the content is true because of, and then you would follow by how you know something is true, right? And the basis of that would be primary experience, what you experience in the day-to-day life. So if you can't relate to anything that they're showing you, then what they're showing you is an evidence of something that is real, that they can tell you that is real. Because it's like me showing you, I don't know, I mean, let me just make something up here, a giant rainbow dragon, right? So a giant rainbow dragon exists. I showed you a picture of it. There you be. There it is, my picture of a rainbow dragon. So you can't disprove it, can you? Because you've never seen it. So how can you disprove what I just shown you? So I can't. That's not a you can't relate to anything in reality of what I'm showing you. The image of a rainbow dragon. So how can you tell me that my picture of the rainbow dragon does not exist if I'm telling you, I'm giving you an unfalsifiable claim. You can't falsify what I'm showing you in no way. So I'm showing you something that the content of the image, because the picture itself could be a real photo, like something that I could have taken a picture of and augmented reality or whatever, right? But there's no way for you to falsify the claim of what I'm demonstrating to you. So it becomes unfalsifiable. You cannot show me in physical and natural world that the content of the image that I just showed you is something you can demonstrate to me that is real. You see the issue. There's a big issue. I mean, we've been like Kyrgyz, me, AJ, we've been trying to go over this with you. At some point, it should be landing that we're not saying the photo itself that you're carrying is fake. We're saying that the content of the image that's been given to you is not real. It doesn't exist in the physical and natural world.
After Mostly talks, I would be interested, Alpha, if you'd be interested in a small experiment, but I think we should let Mostly talk because has his hand up for a while.
All right, guys, just quickly, we've got a few more people in the room. We've got 23 at the moment, so I want to start at the bottom. We got C. Loz, we got Cody, J. Barrington, Cornboy. Oh, I can't say one. Armacito. Someone correct me on that one. We got Michelle, Pandora, Dan, D, Peter, Capt, Rob, CB. You're back in the listeners. We'll have to bring you back up. But we've also got two new speakers. We've got Mostly and Stray. So they've both had their hands up for a while.
Hey guys, I just wanted to regarding evidence, and let me just start out by saying I'm undecided on this because I've delved into it and I've gone down a lot of these rabbit holes, and I've landed in I am not able to verify it for myself, so I'm just gonna sit this one out basically. But I love hearing the discussions. I posted the link on the NASA composite, the one that they are pushing into everyone's iPhones. And regarding the evidence, there is two different things. You need to consider what the evidence shows and what the evidence suggests. And you also need to consider like the source of the evidence, like where is it coming from, and then if it's a primary or secondary source, and also how it, if there was any specific reasons for that evidence. So when you're comparing different evidence, you need to compare, does it actually show what you're trying to prove, or is it suggesting something? So those two can't be conflated. And also, yeah. So looking at the pictures, for example, the pictures may be real because someone made them and they are there. But what I'm hearing is that someone's saying the data that they use to create these images, which they admit themselves that they have made these images based on data, which, certain, one camp is unable to replicate the data. And, anyway, I just wanted to add that. And I put the link up there to dig into the composites, because
thank you for joining the space. Mostly glad to have you here, and any critical thinker that's out there, you can come up to the panel if you wanted to speak. We appreciate you and your input. So yeah, that's something to consider for anybody that's coming up here and speaking. And it's exactly what we're talking about. AJ, I don't know if you want to concur with what Mostly said.
Yeah, no, 100%. And anyone else, like Alf was saying, we want participants. Yeah, feel free, put your hand up, us to come up on stage. We want to hear from everybody.
And let me just say, I love listening to these types of discussions when I love that you're moderating the debate, that people get to finish their sentences, and it makes for a very good debate to listen to. So thanks, guys.
Yeah, we're happy.
Thank you.
We try to keep it this way.
Stray, I think you're up next, mate. You've been waiting quite some time.
Yeah, not that long. I'm back.
Welcome back.
It's been a couple of days, and I've been racking my brain. I don't know if the same topic sort of carries on from the other day, does it? Where you were trying to have globe experts. What are you doing? Salesman today, are you?
Yeah, salesman. Yep. Salesman wanted. Can you sell me the globe, Stray?
I can't rack my head around how you can disagree with the magnetic field of a globe when you're dealing with a core that generates a magnetic field, because you have a North Pole and a South Pole.
It's hard to tell when he stopped. Like Ergus, you have to.
Yeah. Okay. Good. It's like
the awkward pause is. I think he pauses long, so you got to kind of.
Oh, good. All right.
I'm Australian, yeah. So yeah, but you have a North Pole and a South Pole. So how do you do that with a disc, with a flat Earth?
So my question would be, how do you know about the Earth's core, the electromagnetic structure of the Earth? So you'd be talking about the dynamo model. How do you confirm any of this?
Well, you have to rely on the experts, I guess. So you have to put some sort of faith and trust into people that are smarter than you.
Okay. So you're just going to trust in what they tell you?
Well, you sort of have to. I mean, I can't dig down to the core of the Earth, can I?
Do you believe that they have?
No. I don't think anyone has, no. There's no way in hell anyone has.
No, so do you know the deepest hole they've ever dug?
It's that one in, is it Russia or Serbia or some?
Yeah,
what is it?
It's Russia. The Kola
3 kilometers, Russia.
Yeah, the
or
Kola
something,
super deep borehole. You're right. It was Russia.
Russia, yeah.
There's There's actually another one, Stray. The Chinese with their oil drill. I think it was one of the tankers. I'm not. It was on one of the diagrams that I was looking at. Went a little further than the Kola super deep, but it just not by much. No, it didn't pass it by much. But it was like 8 miles and some change.
Yeah.
But it wasn't by much.
So we've got
about
8 miles, and if you actually read into it, they were wrong every step of the way. So how do you believe they're presenting this model of the surface, the mantle, the core? How has any of this been tested in reality when we know the deepest they've dug is 8 miles, and they were wrong every step of the way?
Wrong about what?
Oh, just the conditions, the soils they were going to hit, whether they were going to be hitting water, rock, sand, etc. They were never able to predict what they were actually going to be drilling through. And then they got 8 miles, and that was as far as they could go. So it's like piercing the skin of an apple. How do we get all this other information about all these other layers and the core and the magnetic fields, etc.?
I think they base the belief on the molten core on the fact that, you know, it's a dense, it'd have to be a dense metal molten core in order to generate the magnetic field that we have. So I think it's a supposition made through research of what would explain that.
But at the end of the day, it would be based on assumptions, yeah?
Suppositions.
So,
yeah.
I would say assumptions. So assumptions like the core, what it's made up of, the conductivity of the outer core, the motion
and
of
the proof,
the motion that there is actually, the motion of the fluid would also have to be assumed. The magnetic field generation,
but you've also got the proof of,
is assumed.
You've also got the proof of the magnetic field by having a north and a south pole.
Well, you're claiming
you can test, but you can test that yourself with a compass.
Well, a compass always points north, yeah? Sorry, hang on 1 second, guys. My wife's just asking me.
Go ahead, AJ.
Yeah, I bought that the other day. Yeah.
Go ahead. You need to step away, AJ? I'll take over if you need to step away.
Oh,
yeah, explain,
I'm good now.
Explain it
Sorry.
to me if I'm wrong, but yeah.
Yeah, you're fine. Go ahead.
Okay, so our compass always points to north, yeah? And you're begging the question of a pole here, or having 2 poles as such, as if we're living on some type of globe. But what I'm explaining to you is that, 1, the core, the conductivity of the core, the motion of the fluid that they're claiming, the magnetic field generation, this is all based off of assumptions, yeah? And then there's also major issues such as the magnetic field strength variations, other issues to do with the core. They've got very limited simulations. It's all based off of assumptions, yeah?
But it's not assumptions, it's suppositions. It's suppositions through research into what can cause that to happen. It's not just, okay, if we assume that the Earth's core is actually chocolate, and then we make up the rest of it to suppose that it's, you know, chocolate. It's what can be the only answer for what is at the core of the Earth.
No.
Or at the core of any of these planets.
It wouldn't be the only answer, and to claim that would just be an argument from ignorance. A supposition is just an idea or an assumption, yeah? It's based in metaphysics. It's not based in science. It's not something that can be verified or validated. And as well as that, we've also listed many major issues based off these assumptions.
But then how would you then explain that it is measurable to have a north and south pole? That a compass will point towards north, yes, but that means that the opposite direction that it's pointing to is south. And then directly left and right would be east and west. Sorry, mostly.
I posted a picture of that. What those arguing that, you know, how the navigation works on a flat stationary or whatever you want to call it. I mean, I've looked into both sides. As I said, I'm undecided myself out of principle because I can't prove any. But this is the way that the argument goes when you look into the maps from or how to navigate and why the compass always points to north is because when you navigate, if you navigate west, for example, on this flat Earth or whatever you want to call it, then you actually navigate around north, is what they're saying.
Yeah.
So I put that picture up in the nest now. So that would be how the argument for how compass, how a compass would work, even if you don't have a north and a south.
A compass just simply faces north, yeah? It doesn't tell us anything about the south.
Exactly,
It's
because
just giving us a direction.
But because it points to north, and if north is in a center, anywhere you go on that map, north will be north wherever you are. That's
and that
the
would
argument.
mean that traveling south as far as you can.
Yeah, it means south will always be south of north, so to speak.
Yeah, thanks.
It moves around. That's how they.
Yeah, let me just jump in there mostly. Usually people on this forum, like 24/7, we don't usually put up a map as evidence of anything. It's more of a reification of an idea. So, and then the only reason I'm saying this because I'm showing you that we're a bit far ahead of the conversations of the arguments. 24/7 has been like, I'm just gonna give you a real quick history. We've been doing it since 6 years, live streaming, debating, and all that. So the point gets brought up with the maps, the map projections, and sometimes it gets into this false dichotomy whether they're presenting an AE map against the Mercator globe map, or a Gleason's or whatever it is. But both sides are just reifying a projection. There's no way that either side can tell the truth, that they know that the information on that map has been 100% verified to be exactly the way it looks. So as well as it has good talking points to give somebody like Stray a great way to think about. It doesn't have the validation. If Stray wanted to ask you, how do you know that the Earth looks like this in this way? The answer would be, I don't know. So you're just saying you're working off your best idea of what you think it could be. So at best, it's just speculation, but it couldn't be given to somebody to think about in a way that would give them an indication of this is the way reality would extend itself on a flat plane. It would be an option, but it would be amongst many options. So I'm just saying, for further purposes, I think we don't usually go into that direction because it leaves us open to where somebody can ask us, how do you know that's what the flat Earth looks like? And we wouldn't be able to respond to them in any way that would say this is exactly what it is, because we were just going off the idea that the Earth looking like this would make more sense. That would be our answer. So it leaves us open to that. So we're trying to get away from. Anyway, I'm just.
Thank you for explaining that. I wasn't aware of that. I just thought it was someone who didn't understand how that, because as I said, when I went into this topic, I always go into these topics that I don't understand.
Sure.
I want to understand both sides of it.
Yeah, and I would say
when I found these maps, it just made me see it from that perspective. And
they're easy. They're easy tools. They're easy tools to kind of convey an idea over, but they're not so much as far as a debate goes to articulate a point of how this is what the Earth is being displayed as, because that would be leaving you open to you just saying, well, this is my best guess, I think, and that's what the Glober's doing. See what I mean?
Understood.
It's so. But yeah, just hang out with 24/7, man. We'll keep you up. We'll keep you up to date. We'll keep you up to date with the flat Earth debate. For sure.
Yeah, I'll help them to listen. But it was cool. Just to illustrate, that was how I understood that point of view. I'm not saying it's some sort of proof or anything. It's just that's how I understood that point of view, how a compass would work without being round or whatever.
Yeah. And then the most important thing, I guess, for Stray, because I'm going to ask Stray, with the ideas that they're giving you about how the Earth is a globe and the magnetic fields are working and things like this, all of these are working off of the idea that the Earth is a globe. Now, this is all what I call a begging the question fallacy. So it's begging the question. We haven't established that the Earth is a globe. You're working off the idea that it already is a globe. And this is how magnetic fields work with this idea already established. So we have to actually find out first, how do we know the Earth's a globe? We have to go back to first principles. What do we understand about the physical and natural world that demonstrates that the Earth is a globe that we can verify and test to see if it is? That's the most important part, Stray.
We can actually test a sphere magnet. So we can get a round magnet, a ball magnet, and we can test the magnetic field on that. We can also test it on a flat disk. And if, the ball magnet is putting out the same sort of magnetic field that you would get from...
Yeah, but at that point, are you just identifying that you're making an assumption that the Earth is like that ball magnet?
Well, it's not like the ball magnet. It totally has different makeup, obviously.
Right, but are you saying it's like the ball magnet? I'm not saying it's exactly... Yeah, the magnetic field is displaying itself like the ball magnet. Now, how did you verify that the magnetic field of the Earth is exactly like the ball magnetic field? How did you make the comparison, Stray?
They would be computer-generated models, I guess, yeah.
Sure, but there's nothing you've done to verify this information, as in, I know I see the physical and natural world demonstrating itself with the magnetic fields doing what they're saying they're doing.
Apart from the fact that if it wasn't like that, a compass would not work.
Yeah, no, but we're not talking about if it wasn't like that, because we're only talking about how they verify that it is like that. And you just mentioned one thing. You mentioned one thing, which are computer models, right? That's what you said.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that's an assumption. They still haven't told you how it actually relates to the physical Earth one for one, like the ball magnet.
Yeah.
Stray, they're just trying to get you into the trap where if you appeal to anyone outside yourself, you can't trust it. But if you appeal to your own observations,
that's not what we're doing.
Call you a liar.
That's not actually what we're doing. And I actually just...
it's disingenuous, Axel. Come on.
Yeah, and I actually just sat there and went through it. I was actually going to go to what Alpha did with the curvature of the Earth in the first instance, but I wanted to take you down that path step by step that, this is a dynamo model. These are the assumptions it's based on. These are the major issues they have with this model, and explaining how limited it actually is, but you guys seem to skip over that part, yeah? That just goes straight over your heads.
Yeah, the thing about... Go ahead, Stray. You go first.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, there is two things that I'd like to say about that, and that is that we do have the observable universe. Like, we do have telescopes that we can buy ourselves and actually see that Mars is a globe. We can actually see that it does rotate. We can see the different faces of it. We can see the different poles of it.
That's all incorrect, sir. I'm sorry. I have to... Everything you just said is incorrect.
And here's the you're a liar.
No, it's incorrect because let's put it to the test.
Hang on, can I just clarify? No one called anyone a liar, yeah? Correcting someone for being incorrect is not calling them a liar. And it doesn't mean that they're lying just because they don't have the knowledge, yeah? He's just stating what he believes to be true, man. If you're going to interject like that, I'm going to have to put you back down in the audience, yeah?
Who was it that said that? I don't feel like I was called a liar. I'm just saying that.
Right, right. So, and what I'm saying is, so when you're looking through your telescope and you're identified like these characteristics of something that you see. Now, if you looked at a telescope, can you tell depth perception? Can you see a 3D object with one eye?
No, you can't.
Okay, so that checks off the box where you can't tell me if it's a geometric shape like you just described. So this next thing would be, what type of elemental structure is it? What is it made of? Can you tell me that by looking through a telescope?
No, you can't.
Okay, let's go.
Well, I can't anyway.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's go to the next one. Can you tell me that it's orbiting anything?
I haven't got the science for that, no.
Okay. Any other thing that you said? I'm trying to figure out did I leave anything out? I don't know what else you said, but
the different faces that you can observe
different
as
faces.
It rotates.
Have you witnessed the different faces as it's rotating?
You can observe the different faces of it.
As
you can tell that by different craters.
Yeah, yeah. What I'm saying is craters. Okay, so have you seen craters on? What did you say? What planet were you talking about?
Well, Mars.
Mars.
I'm using it as an example.
Right.
That's the closest.
Did you see craters on Mars with your telescope?
If I had a decent enough telescope, but I'm not going to spend that.
Yeah, I know. That's a appeal.
It is possible to.
You're appealing to the future. Now, I'm saying with what you had, because you made these claims as if it's a matter of fact. So, did you see craters with your telescope?
The one I was looking through wasn't enough to see that. No.
Okay. And is there anything else that you said you saw that would confirm anything that characteristics from what you saw? I'm just challenging every point that you're bringing up, just to see if we can use a bit of critical thinking to see if that's true or not. And you're doing a good job.
I understand you're challenging me
right,
on that.
That's it. That's all I'm doing.
I'm also at the same time. Okay. At the same time, I would have to be disbelieving in what I've seen other people capture images of, and assume that they weren't telling the truth.
Like what? Tell me. Yeah, go ahead and tell me. Can you give me one instance of what you mean by that? Like, give me. I don't know.
Well, the big. I know here in Australia, down south of Canberra, we've got one of those observatories down there, which they can, take actual photos of, planetary impacts that have happened on, like craters and stuff on Mars.
Okay, but you haven't witnessed that so far. You say that's available.
I went there as a kid, and I saw the photos and stuff that were on the walls there. But yeah, they didn't go, "Hey, come on, you can take a look through the telescope yourself." I'd have to be totally disbelieving in.
Yeah, but let's just say for a matter of fact that those photos could be of a higher quality than maybe your common variety telescope. Yeah. And so with a sharper image, we see, and I would just say this: I could point to something instead of looking at Mars. We can just look at the moon. We can see that there's features that the moon has, right? Details.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't know the elemental composition of what it's made of. You can't tell me that it's,
based on that photo.
Granite or any other type of rock. You know what I mean? You can't say that by looking at that stuff. You can do an educated guess. You can say, I think it's this. You can't tell me that
by looking at a photo. No, but then you'd be disregarding,
or through a telescope. Yeah.
But then you'd be disregarding that, people had actually been on the moon and brought space rocks back.
But that's another conversation.
That happened.
That's another conversation. Yeah. The only thing I'm asking for right now is what you can verify with your own experience and what you can say about those things. So it seems like as we went through every piece of information of what you are claiming that is true, now it seems like there's no way that you could verify through your common variety telescope, which is what you're saying you have. And with that, I think it gives us a better understanding for your position to say, well, maybe you could rethink that you thought you knew, but you're really, at this point, you're just guessing or assuming even.
Yeah. Same way I'm assuming that, I can go out and jump in my car, turn the key, and it'll start.
You could test that to be true. You can't test when you look at something.
Exactly.
You could test the car because you can actually interact with it. But when you look through a telescope and you see something far away that you cannot interact with, you can't jump on the planet and test its elemental structure. You can't do that. So with the car, you can. So it's not analogous to say that you can do the same with something you're looking at far away.
But you can observe. That's the point that I was trying to make.
Sure. Everybody can.
You can observe.
Yeah, all of us. Everybody can observe it from a distance, but we don't know what they are or what they're made of.
You can observe that they are globular.
No, you can't observe that it's globular. You can safely assume that it's globular, but you can't say that for a fact it's globular, because it could be.
If they weren't globular, you would only see a single face.
Well,
you would not see separate faces. You would not see something in the middle of it that was then towards the left.
That's another thing. You think there's different faces, but have you seen a different face to the moon?
No, because it's tidally locked to the Earth.
Okay, have you seen a different face to Mars?
Oh, I have seen photos of it. Yes.
No. I mean, yeah,
I have seen. I have seen different photos of different faces of Mars.
What about Jupiter, AV? I've seen Jupiter rotate.
Yeah, are you seeing Jupiter rotate or something on what you think is the surface, like moving across? Like, because what I'm saying here is that you have to understand when somebody says they see something rotating, it's like me saying, like, what is the identifier that makes it understandable that it's rotating?
If it's a solid.
If it's a solid, but do we know that information? Or are we guessing?
Well, it would have to be a solid for it to have an impact crater.
Right. So we're making assumptions.
It wouldn't be gaseous if it held an impact crater.
So what you're saying is it could be any number of shapes. What we're actually observing is like a cloud I've seen X number of days before come around from the left side.
Yeah,
but
you get
it could
now?
be any other number.
Yeah, it could. So if you think about it, not in the conventional way, but more of like, well, if we're putting it to the test and we're saying, okay, it could be a range of different ideas. You're just choosing the one that you think fits best with your idea of the, ball planets. That's what you're trying to identify it closer to that. But it's just an assumption, Stray. You don't really know if that's the case.
It's an identifiable feature.
It's identifiable to you because you're calling it what you think it is, but what if it's not what you're saying it is? What if it's something entirely different?
Because we know what impact craters look like on Earth.
Sure, on Earth. But what if this is something very different?
I'm not sure how you could.
Well, I'm giving you the question because you're making
an impact crater.
You're making a definitive.
Impact crater would look different to another impact crater.
So check this out. You could have what looks like an impact crater be something where water has broke forth from the ground, causes look like a crater. Other things can form craters, but not only just an impact from something else. So if you think about it, there's many things that could cause that. And also the thing that you're talking about, the thing in question, the planet, it could be not even entirely different material that you think it is in your mind. So you're trying to give it the best assumption that you can with what you're relating to in your physical and natural world around you. So you're relating it to something physical, something that you see like a crater with an impact. All of these ideas that you have are something you're identifying that thing is. So it could fit in a specific narrative in your mind, but how can you verify that's true? You can't.
All right. So I still haven't got the magnetic thing sorted in my head yet. I will think about what you just said about identifying what things are. My final point would be, I know that you were talking before about satellite images, how they made Google Earth and all that sort of shit.
Mm-hmm.
How do you how can you deny actual space footage that an astronaut has taken from space, from the space station with a video camera?
Have you had like a really good friend tell you a big fish story, Stray? I don't know if you like fishing or not, but
I have.
and they lied because they didn't really catch the fish that they said they caught, but they sure did lie about the size of the damn thing because they wanted to make it sound to you like they got a bigger fish than maybe you've caught in your life or whatever. Like, so I call it the big fish story. So it's fine that they have this idea. They might have even taken a picture of a fish that they didn't catch that someone else, you know what I'm saying? So the idea that they're showing you something that's like they're trying to make it sound like it's, it's real. It could be just something that's been fabricated. Like you wouldn't be able to know by way of like just looking at the content of the image. The content of what's being shown to you needs to be identifiable. And that's very important, right? So they're showing you some content in that image.
In order to do that, you would have to deny the truth that has been told by hundreds of people that have
Well, that's an
been there.
appeal. That's an appeal to consensus. So you're saying because many people think it's true, therefore it makes the premise true, and that's just not true.
Many people used to believe slavery was okay.
Yeah, it's an appeal to consensus, and we can't do that straight. But okay, so the veracity of the claim needs to be validated by the information that supports it. So the information would be the reason why we know that this image, the content of the image is true, has been solidified by the idea that we can go out into the physical and natural world and be able to identify the features of this image onto the world. Like we can see how it identifies like this globe that they're showing us. You know what I mean? So if we can't do that, then there's
Which
no
you
way.
can't.
Okay,
There's absolutely
okay.
There's no way that you can do that because you're less than a speck of dust.
Sure, I agree.
In comparison to
I
the
agree.
size
I
of the
agree with
world.
the way you're explaining it. I agree with that
Yeah.
because they're giving you something that you can't compare it to. My contention is that they're giving you this image with the content of the image not being able to be verified by you, therefore leaving you with a belief and not something you can verify. So you're just accepting without any evidence that that's the case because it comes from a credible source or a consensus of a group of people that say, but we've already checked. Don't worry about it. Trust us. So you're just saying, okay, I'll trust you guys. So the choice really is yours at this particular moment, but you're accepting it without any evidence. And so now you have a belief that the Earth looks like this according to an astronaut or according to a group of people at an organization.
My strongest belief at the moment is still the magnetic thing. But okay, I'll give you a final hypothetical.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Buzz Aldrin. I can tell you, point of fact, that the Earth is a globe because I walked on the moon.
That's great.
How would you then deny what that person is saying?
Oh, that's easy.
I'm Buzz Aldrin. I've walked on the surface of Neptune.
Yeah, I would say anecdotal testimony doesn't automatically make the premise true, because the claim, the veracity of the claim that he did something, right, telling me that he did something, would have to be investigated and or researched, and then some method would have to be applied to the information, as in, okay, so he said X, Y, and Z. Can we do X, Y, and Z? Okay, so the answer would be no, we cannot do X, Y, and Z. Therefore, the claim that he's given us is unfalsifiable.
Okay, so if he said, I'm going up again next Tuesday, do you want to come?
Okay.
And you had the chance to go up and have all of your belief system completely shattered because,
yes,
holy shit, look at that, it's a globe.
Yeah, so let me just tell you about this hypothetical. It's called a far-fetched hypothetical.
It's as far-fetched as you can fucking get, mate.
Yeah, I know. So let me just pose it to you straight.
I'm pretty sure the guy's dead.
Yeah, he is. Buzz Aldrin? No, he's alive. Buzz is alive.
Is he?
Yeah.
Steve Armstrong, he's dead.
Steve Armstrong has passed away. All right, so let me just give it to you, a far-fetched hypothetical. Okay, let's just say that we took a ride on a dragon into Middle Earth and we saw about 10,000 orcs lined up ready for battle. Would you believe that orcs exist?
No.
We're looking at them riding on a dragon. Why are you denying the fact that you're seeing orcs getting ready to do battle?
Because that's not something that has. What did you call it before? A consensus or?
Well, let's just say everybody in this. What if 1,000? Yeah, let's take this for example. Let's push it a little farther. 1,000 people. Also, we're telling you, dude, there's orcs over there, man, and what he saw was true. Would you believe me then?
Would you offer to take me?
Yeah, I'm asking you. We can go see the orcs standing around.
I'd be there, absolutely.
You would believe that orcs existed?
Absolutely. If
Okay.
you're going to tell me that they're real,
And
and
I
you're
show
going to
you?
take me to see them, and I will, I literally will get in the back of a van for candy.
You're crazy, dude. All right, but what I'm saying is the hypothetical is a far fetched, right? So
It's as far
there's
fetched, and I
yeah.
knew that as soon as I
Yeah, I
asked
know
it.
you knew that, I knew
I
that,
said it
but
was.
what I'm saying is you indulge me, that's fine. But I think the important factor that we're getting here is that we have practical hypotheticals, which is like, you walk outside your house, you look at the sky around you. That's practical, right? You're doing a mental experiment, something that's practical, right? That's not far fetched. But if I told you something that's far fetched and say, okay, I took you to this magical land and you saw the orcs for yourself, wouldn't you say that they existed? And of course, because of my far-fetched hypothetical, I could agree that if you took me to some, wacky place and you showed me, Bugs Bunny or something, like, I would be like, yeah, of course, I see him. It's right there. It's far-fetched, so it doesn't. It's like all bets are off, and like we're going into imagination land. And at that point, you could think of whatever you want, and I'll just agree with you, because why would I disagree if you're telling me you're taking me to some radical, crazy, magical place that doesn't exist, and then you tell me that it would shatter your dreams. Okay, but then that place doesn't exist, but you're just imagining, like I told you, I'm taking you to Middle Earth. Same thing.
I'd definitely be looking at you like, you're a bit stabby, but yeah, okay.
But anyway, but you get what I'm
yeah.
saying, right? So
I get it. I get, and that's why I said it's a total hypothetical. But
sure,
in the one that, if you had a documented person who was recognized the world over as someone who had been to Middle Earth and
you're trying to put lipstick on a pig, huh? You're trying to put lipstick on a pig. It's not going to help.
But if you had someone who had documented proof, quote unquote proof, that they had actually been there and done that in front of you, saying, "This is what I've done, and I can tell you it's real. And here is, photographs of me doing this."
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't it be harder to disregard?
No, I mean you have a choice.
Telling you?
Yeah, you have a choice, Stray. You always have a choice. The choice before you is to accept without any evidence that that's true. If your standard of evidence is their anecdotal testimony, then you've set the standard really low. Like, honestly, your standard is just believing somebody's big fish story. And that's you. You do you, right? But for me, I want to have primary experience. If somebody tells me that something extraordinary is occurring somewhere and I can't verify it, then I'm not going to believe it until I know that it's true. So I can tell the person, I'm not going to believe you. I don't have to. I'm making a choice. Now, if other people want to believe you, that's fine. They can believe your story, but I don't have to. There's nothing in the world that's telling me that I have to believe this person. That's you actually making it like, well, you have to. No, you don't. You don't really have to believe them. You could wait until you have some, empirical evidence to back it up. That's all I'm saying, Stray. I'm not saying for you to just like abandon it. I'm saying just ask for the evidence that you would if somebody told you a really extraordinary story. You'd want to demand some like empirical evidence for sure. That's all
I'll
I'm
put
saying,
some
brother.
more thought into it, and I'll try and catch another
Sure.
one. Catch yous again, but if I come up with something else, I'll bring it back. Thanks again.
You're always
for
welcome to
chat.
come up here, Stray. Appreciate you, man.
Next person.
Whoever else. We got looks like we're winding down. We're heading at the end of my stream anyway. So, but appreciate everybody that's come up, and we've had a pretty good stream so far. I do want to point before we leave, just to real quick. I was touching on the subject earlier, and if anybody hasn't checked on the nest, I'll post it again. This is called the kinetic molecular theory. It's one of the arguments that we bring up with gas pressure needing containment. It's the necessary antecedent. And I don't know for you, rest of you guys who have heard me talk about this, but I just posted it. It's on my profile page, so you can also look at my profile page and such, and check out the kinetic molecular theory. Now it just states with these 5 bullet points of what we talk about when we mention that. And of course, you can type kinetic molecular theory, and it'll always talk about how gases interact in this theory. And you can look for it online. There's plenty of information, diagrams, and everything, equations. But more than that, I think that's our argument against gas pressure without containment for the Earth being a globe. Because, of course, with the idea that the Earth is a globe, you have an open system, which matter and energy can transfer back through the system. Rockets can leave the Earth, and gases can leave as well. Energy can be transferred from the sun. So if that's true, that gases and energy can have an exchange in the system of the Earth, that means that gases will be able to expand into the available space. And so if that's true, we wouldn't have breathable air because it's an open system. And gases wouldn't lightly rush off into the void. It would violently rush out into the void, expanding in all directions, according to kinetic molecular theory, saying that gas particles, and bullet point number 1, do not attract or repel. So there's no mass attracting mass. There's no gravitational pseudo force that's acting on these gas molecules, and therefore there's no need for invoking gravitational pseudo forces, because that's the number 1 bullet point on kinetic molecular theory. Gas particles do not attract or repel. Bullet point number 2, gas particles are smaller than the space between them. Almost all the volume of gas is empty space. It's just this theory that comes up with how gas pressure is understood. Number 3, gas particles, atoms, or molecules, however, whatever convention you're going to use, are in a constant random motion. So they're always moving around, right? Constantly, random. There's no specific downward vector that sometimes people think that they're going in. So they're always moving in a random motion, right? Omnidirectionally, if you will. Number 4, no kinetic energy is lost when gas particles collide. Perfect elastic collisions. Gas particles are bouncing off each other according to the theory, and they're not losing any energy whatsoever. So they are unimpeded from their progress of movement until they reach either another molecule or the container walls that they bounce off of. So that's bullet point number 4. Number 5 is all gases have the same average Kelvin at or kinetic energy, at a given temperature. So this is a way to talk about this gas pressure without containment, which is one of the arguments that 24/7 brings up with people thinking that you can expand out into the vacuum of space. Or some of the globers will say that the vacuum extends off into infinite amount or whatever. But they'll say that if the container does exist, what if the container is a lot farther? Well, that's not what they say with the mainstream understanding of where the low Earth orbit begins. It begins beyond the Kármán line, which is said to be anywhere between 55 miles to maybe 72 or 100 miles up above the Earth's surface. So there's a lot to look into with this argument that we bring up. So
and counting,
and counting. Let me add AJ and Flurfers are dumb. Flurfers are dumb. All right, let's see what he's got before I leave. This is gonna be interesting. We'll see if he's got what it takes, like Kyrgyz. He might break our heart, though. Who knows?
Can I ask a question before you hop off later?
Yeah, sure, mostly. Go ahead.
Well, someone else was first, or
no, you can go ahead.
Maybe it's not, something you entertain, but something that I've been wondering a lot about is the flight paths. Is that something? I don't know if that's not the kind of things you're
we don't
focusing on, but
so most of the newer flat earthers, they're hearing information coming from the more prolific people that are out there. Speaking of flat earth, like you got I'm gonna drop some names like what's his face? You got a few of them, few names. 200 Proofs, Eric Dubay, or Mark
I've
Sargent.
listened to Eric Dubay a little bit in different
there's a lot of
so I've done some of the research, but obviously not all. But
hold on, there you go.
Oh, it's the get vaccinated douchebag again. Oh, this is why you didn't let him up. That sucks. Come on, man. You're giving
he could have been up here.
Why not say something? You're retarded.
I told you, man.
Oh,
You
that's
had
the
to do
third
it.
time my heart's been broken.
Yeah,
You had to do it.
that's okay.
Give him a chance.
Why? Like, that's so dumb. Why spend your time doing stuff like that?
And here I thought he was got my hopes up high. I brought somebody
My
else up.
heart
Maybe he
cannot
might be.
handle it.
This guy might be a true guy. Burglar, what's going on, man?
Hey guys, it's actually a Bulgarian Natsock. My other account. I mean, I don't know if anybody knows it, but like my other account got I can't join into Spaces, so I had to create a new one. So hello, just wanted to say hi to Mostly, and again, respectfully, just asking a question.
Sure.
So, like, if you guys believe in flat Earth, and again, I'm just being respectful. So, like, I guess there's an end, and like, if you reach an end, you're gonna fall, right? And like, where do you fall?
Yeah, that's
Sorry, it's a dumb question, but I'm just asking.
Yeah, that's the old thing. I don't mind answering directly, but the system that we're living in, it's a contained system. So in order to have gas pressure, you have to have containment. So the thing is with the realm that we exist in, the containment would be the end. It wouldn't be like an edge as it would be like a plate that you can get to that edge and
Right.
fall over that. So you
Right.
just reach a place where you couldn't go any farther. So
Oh, okay.
the container would be preventing your progress from moving outward. And we'd say that because it's finite. Now that there's a problem with that, right? Problem is on this good earth that you and I live on, there's no way to explore freely the limitations of the boundaries of the extent of the realm that we exist in. So the problem is even if we could go and try and do something, like if we had a boat, we'd have to cross a lot of boundaries and barriers logistically. It would be a nightmare for you to try to travel across the earth to achieve any possible exploration, to go and venture off to see if you can't find any information out too. But we do know, because we have gas pressure, there is containment, so we are in a contained system, a closed system, if you will.
Oh well, thank you.
Yeah, sorry I
appreciate
couldn't
that.
answer it like the way you probably wanted me to, but I don't
No, it's
speculate.
fine.
Like this forum, 24/7 Flat Earth, we don't speculate. So we're gonna give it to you like it is, and the truth of it is that we can't go freely traveling anywhere we wanted to. So we can only go where we're allowed to, where there's people that because if you're gonna travel to another place, doesn't matter if it's another country or another ocean, wherever you're on, you're going to be monitored. People are going to find out where you're at, what are you doing, and that kind of stuff, right? So
Oh well, again, thank you, sir, for your answer.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I just wanted to say, so like, if you continue traveling like west, for example, eventually, won't you? Okay, so like, if I'm in California, which maybe I am, maybe I'm not. Yeah, I'm in California, so like, if I just go, right, if I just go west, then I'll reach Japan, then China, then Europe, then I'll just come back to the East Coast, New York, and I'll just come back to
Sure.
California, because that's what I think. But like, and like, what about like the ship explorations and the discovery of America? And I mean,
Okay, Bulgar, can I take a try with you just for
Please.
a second?
Yeah, thank
Okay,
you. Yeah.
So we don't believe that Antarctica exists as it's described. So
Who's this?
you would think.
Are you
okay,
part of
so let me
20?
finish.
Are you part of 24/7, sir? Sorry.
Me?
No, Water of Life. I
No, I'm a flat earther.
Oh, that's cool.
I'm
I
just
brought
explaining.
you up, but usually 24/7 takes the role of like answering questions in this
Oh,
forum.
I'm sorry.
My apologies, sir. I didn't announce that, but usually 24/7 is the one that because of the fact we don't want to mix up like new flat earthers, or I don't know where I don't know you from Adam, so you're going to be speaking on behest of this platform, and I wouldn't want you to say something that's
Okay, I won't say it on behalf of this platform. I'll say it on my perspective. Is that okay?
Not really, because I want him to know
Wow.
what we say here, and then of course, if you disagree with that, then you could say, "Well, I don't agree with that." Is what you know what I mean?
Okay.
So
Sure.
So
I'll
yeah, because we
I'll
run
drop down.
we just run a different show, man. That's all. All right, so
maybe CB wants to take it. You just have to bring him up, unless you're going to take it, Alpha.
Yeah, I was
I
going
can't bring
to,
him
but
up at the moment.
do you want to take him, AJ? You can
go. No. I wasn't even listening, man. I was doing something else. But I'm just saying we got CB as a listener again. He's been dropped down as well, so might want to pull him up as well.
Yeah, well, he's a listener, but he has to either raise his hand or request to speak.
Oh, yeah,
either
cool.
one. But Bulgarian,
you...
do you want to go ahead and repeat your question, sir?
Yeah, basically, so like if I'm in California and I keep going west, I'm gonna reach Japan, I'm gonna reach China, I'm gonna reach Middle East and Europe. Then eventually I'll end up back. I'll end up in the East Coast of the United States, and then I'll end back in California. And why I believe that, I mean, because of the like discovery of the Americas by Vikings, by Christopher Columbus, and just ship routes and mapping, and just that's what I have been brought up to think this way, and I mean I still believe it, but I'm just coming respectfully here, and it's your space. I'm just asking about your opinion.
Yeah, you can ask any question you like. I think I'll answer
awesome.
I'll answer it directly. I want you to feel free to ask any question. And were you done? Sorry.
Yeah. Like,
okay. So basically, you're talking about circumnavigation. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, sir.
So what that would appeal to in your mind would be the Earth as a globe. Is that
Yes,
correct?
Sir.
Okay. So if the Earth is a globe, how does circumnavigation work on a flat Earth? That's how you would formulate that, right? As far as like you giving it to us.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I would answer it this way. There is a begging the question fallacy that's invoked whenever you think about things. So, and it's no fault to you because you were brought up to think this way, right? Like the Earth is a globe and so on. But I would start asking questions as how you know it's a globe in the first instance. So we always go back to the very first, the basis, the foundation, right? How did we establish that the Earth is a globe to have circumnavigation, work the way it does according to the way they say it's working? So first things first, right? You always got to start with the bedrock, the foundation. That's how do we know the Earth's a globe? Now I'm going to ask you, Bulgarian, in any way has it been demonstrated to you that the Earth has been measured to have surface curvature, as in the drop over a distance? And if you don't know what that is, I'll tell you.
As in a drop over a distance.
I'll tell
I
you.
haven't heard that. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I know. I'll let me just walk you through it. So if you think about a drop over distance, what I mean is, I'll give you a visual, right? Think of a basketball and a ruler, right? You place a ruler on top of a basketball. Well, it's like a straight line on a curved surface, right? You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. So if you're standing on the surface of the Earth, right, you're like standing on the basketball. Now, what you're going to do is have like this tangential line from your location go straight across out into the, as far as you can see. But anything that deviates away from the tangential line would be a curve of the Earth. So a drop over the distance is how much drop over that tangential line there will be over, any specific distance away from you. So let's say over 20 miles, there will be a specific drop rate. And over 100 miles, it will be exponentially dropping away until you understand the tangential line will be dropping so far away from the curve of the Earth. You know what I mean? It's because it's curving. So, do you get what I'm saying? Drop over the distance now?
Yeah. I'm visualizing it. And
Okay,
I can see where you're coming from.
So the point is, has there been, because it should be able to be measured, because they're saying that boats are disappearing from the bottom up and a lot of cool stuff that they say is happening because the Earth is a globe. So if the Earth is a geometric shape like an oblate spheroid, and we're standing on this oblate spheroid, then any distance away from you would be dropping away according to, how much curvature there is on the surface of the Earth. And you could measure it as in saying, well, if the radius value is given to us, like if you type in right now on Google, what is the radius of Earth? You're going to get a numeric value that gets, put back to you. So it's 3,959 miles, right, to the center of the Earth. So we apparently collectively should know that information that they're giving us, right? The circumference is 24,901 miles. So all this information is established to the size of how big the Earth is. So with that information, we know how much there should be between point A, where you're standing on the surface of the Earth, and point B, the target distance. The target distance could be, arbitrary. You could say 20 miles, 100 miles, it doesn't really matter. But from you to the arbitrary target distance, you could say the Earth is dropping away at this specific inches per mile squared. And according to the parabola formula of the Earth being a globe, the Earth would be dropping away 8 inches per mile squared. And that means that a substantial amount of curvature at an exponential amount of distance. So when you get farther away from where you're standing to a target distance, there's going to be curvature really pronounced, right? The Earth's going to be really curving according to the tangential line and the drop over the distance. So what I'm asking you is, do you think that has ever been measured any time in history, the drop over distance?
Well, not that I know of. Not that I haven't seen tests online or
demonstrate that. Right. So this, I guess, Bulgarian, this is the most important thing, right? Because as long as I've been doing this, I've been asking this question to people, and I speak to academics of all types. It doesn't matter what field they're in. Now, the most important thing is that they answer this specific question, because that demonstrates directly that the Earth is curving away at a specific drop rate according to the size of the Earth. So for me to you, as I'm telling you, I haven't heard anyone ever verify, because they could tell me the formula, right, of how much it's dropping away and so on and so forth. But the verification needs to be where they go outside and test in the field that the drop over distance lines up with what the actual drop should be geometrically according to the size of the Earth. And yeah, and I'm just saying that's never been done according to what I've been doing my studies with. Nobody's ever done that.
All right.
And so I'm just saying, so the drop over distance to verify directly that the Earth's surface is curving has never been done. Now, what you hear, and I'll give it to you because you're a pretty cool dude. I'll give it to you this way.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, they do say that there's a preponderance of evidence that stacks up for the globe, right? They'll say, well, we don't have that, but we have boats going over the curvature. We have sunsets and sunrises. We have, things like that, right? Like they're talking about. But we have an argument for almost every point. So, I mean, I don't want to belabor this for you because it can get really long. I can get long in the tooth, but I don't want to do it because you're kind of new to this and you won't absorb everything that I'm telling you. So I got to kind of keep it in chunks, right? So this, as far as we've gotten so far, I would just ask you again. So is there any way that you think that the Earth has been measured to be, an oblate spheroid, a sphere? And the reason I'm saying is because I'm going to go back to what you said, which was that circumnavigation is still occurring on the surface of the Earth, according to what you think about circumnavigation being.
Yeah.
But like I said before, you have to go back to the premise, which is, how do we know the Earth's a globe in the first instance to say that it's people can navigate across the surface with circumnavigation in this particular fashion? Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
So first things first, right? You have to establish the Earth as a globe by way of measurement directly. And then we can move off to the understanding that a circumnavigation works in the way that they say that it does. Or at least it would lend credence better, because now we've established that the Earth is a globe. But since we haven't established it, we're still left with no one's measured it to be curving. So we cannot assume that the Earth has been navigated across with circumnavigation as if it were a globe, because we don't have a globe in the first place.
Oh, fuck.
You get it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yeah. I'm just trying to wrap my head around it.
Sorry, man. I don't want to be dropping bombs like this on you. Like, I didn't know what you're ready for, but
he's a smart guy. I can just add that.
No. I'm just willing to hear other people out and just trying to imagine, But thank you, dude. Thank you for the time that you have,
brother. Like all I'm doing is I'm conveying a way to think about things. And listen, I would say it this way: I'm not here to convince you that the Earth is flat. I'm here to challenge you on your thinking. And if you come back around to understanding that the Earth is flat, then I will celebrate with you. But I won't do that just so that I can get you to think that the Earth is flat by way of me convincing you. I'm not here to do that. That's not my job. You have to take this information and critically think about this on your own. And then when you come back around and say, you know what, I thought about it, I did my research, I looked into it, I came up with the information myself, and I came to the conclusion that the Earth is flat and stationary. But that would have to come from you and not from me. Hopefully that makes sense, because that's what I'm here for, man.
Yes, sir. And listen, man, I appreciate everyone that has good faith. So like just shows respect when somebody's showing respect to him.
Sure, man.
So yeah, man. Thank you. And again, thank you very much for the time. There are other listeners that have hands up. I assume or requests. Just wanted to ask one last question. Like I was literally at the um, okay, look, I'm in LA. I was literally at the Griffith Observatory, and I could clearly see like planets, and they were in circle shapes. And like sometimes, like when I was a little kid, I mean, even now, but I mean, I don't do it now. Um, if I would try to look directly at the sun, yeah, it's a circle. And when I went to the Griffith Observatory, I was like, oh my gosh, this is so cool. I could literally see Saturn, and it was just so cool. And it's a circle there. Um, and yeah, like so I always just assumed that the Earth is a circle. And like last thing, I apologize. Thank you. Like so like if one person with a plane or a vehicle or whatever have you from LA and just keeps heading west, and if he ends up being again in LA, would that prove that the Earth is a circle?
No. Once again, a geometric shape would have to stand to be measured as such. So we don't assume that the Earth is something by proxy of something else. We have to directly understand. So like if I had a basketball in my hand and I told you that this is a box, you would say I'm incorrect. That's not a box or a cube, because it's like an oblate spheroid. It's like a globe. It's a sphere, right? So you could tell me that because we agree upon things like geometric shapes. So geometric shapes are well understood. So if I told you, well, how do you know what shape this is? You could tell me, well, I know because I've seen that specific geometric shape that you have in your hand. And that basketball, it looks like a sphere. So I know what a sphere is, right? And then if I was to tell you, okay, how big is this sphere in my hand? What would you do if I asked you how big is the sphere in my hand, which is a basketball?
Measure.
Right.
Measure.
Would you tell me? Would you look up at the sky and look at the stars spinning around, and then tell me I could measure that basketball in your hand?
No.
What would you do?
Well, like the sun is massive, dude.
No. The basketball in my hand. Would you look up at the stars to think about the basketball in my hand being a sphere?
I'd get a string or a tape measure.
Right. So we would measure the basketball directly.
Yes.
Directly. And then we would know the circumference of the basketball. How much or how big the basketball is, right? We would know its geometric size. So that would be measured directly. Now, on the case for something small like a basketball, yeah, we could use a tape measure, something that's practical. But for something much bigger, like the idea that the Earth is a globe, we'd have to use other methods. So in that case, we're measuring directly. You understand?
Yeah. I just trying to.
Yeah. So if I'm saying that I'm standing on a giant sphere like the basketball, and I showed you that when you look at the basketball, you would measure it directly. That's a no-brainer. But if we're standing on a giant sphere, then I could just say, well, just find a way to directly measure the thing you're standing on. And you'd know that the surface is curving. You probably couldn't measure the entire thing, but you could measure a small sample of the surface and then continue the segments of that sample to figure out what the radius, or excuse me, the circumference would be. by that small sample. Like, let's say, 15, 20 miles.
Okay. Okay.
Like measuring a part and then count how
much
many
parts
times
would
that goes around.
How many parts would equal the whole? So now it's important because you're doing this and you're doing it directly, and there's no assumptions being made. You're not looking at something that's not the Earth. You're looking at the Earth. Because a lot of times people tell you, well, you got to look at the stars. The stars are spinning around, and well, that tells you the Earth's a globe. Now they make you think that you can look at other things other than the thing that needs to be directly measured, and that's what I'm saying.
Like a distraction.
Right, it's a distraction because the thing you're focused on is the ground that you're standing on. I want to know how much the surface is curving. Once I figure that out, I can then say that we are circumnavigating the globe because I measured the curve directly.
All right.
You get it?
Well, all right, brother. Thank you. And
Sure.
yeah, do you have like some media or something, or some
I sure
books,
do.
or like?
I sure
All
do.
right, dude.
Do
Is
me a
it in the
favor.
jumbotron or?
No, click on my icon, and then go to my profile. And on my profile, I have our Discord. The Discord link is
All right, dude.
discord.gg/flat earth. Okay, so in the Discord, on the very bottom, there's terabytes of information that we've collected. Most of the 24/7 team we've collected over time, and we put all of that in. There's so much, dude. I couldn't even it covers all the different arguments and things that we've done over the past. Plus, we have a 24/7 continuous stream on YouTube, on Rumble, and now we've came to X. So we're on a lot of platforms. 24/7 Flat Earth is a brand, and we've been doing this for over 6 years. We're live streaming 24/7, and you could say that we're like the tip of the spear when it comes to flat Earth arguments. Us and a few other people that we partner with. But we do it differently than most. So, but I appreciate your time, Bulgarian.
No, I appreciate yours. Thank you for guiding me through this, if I may call it, way of thinking, and just trying to see things from a different perspective. And thank you for being respectful. And yeah, thank you guys. This is a very civilized space, and I appreciate you.
Hey, don't forget, come back next time. we're always up, and yeah, we're getting some cool people coming out, man. I like that.
Can I just say that I appreciate the way you answer questions and that you take even questions from us who don't know much and actually take them seriously. I just want to say that I appreciate that, because usually when I'm curious, I look into different flat Earth spaces and various spaces on these topics, just because I'm curious. And like I said, when I dive into a topic, I try to understand both sides of it and why are you thinking like this. And a lot of people with opinions, and I understand where you're coming from too. You probably get a lot of hate from people who just don't respect your opinions or whatever. So I understand that too. But it's hard to come into these groups or spaces or whatever you want to call it and just not already be initiated, so to speak. So I appreciate you taking the questions.
You're most welcome, mostly, and hopefully you can become a part of like the 24/7 group and just hanging out with us, because we want more people to be here. Like the base of people that come to 24/7, like on our Discord and on here, we've been hanging around just like friends. We just hang around as friends, and we're just a random group of people. We're from every walk of life, every nation under the sun. Like all of us are here for truth. That's what motivates us. That's what wants us to like inquire more. And so yeah, we like to share that with other people. I'll put it to you this way: there's no hierarchy, because we believe that everybody's their own critical thinking mind. So we should stand together. We're not above each other. We stand together. So in that way, we're kind of humble in that respect. We don't, like, I'm not some kind of guru or something. I'm hanging out with you guys. Like, I'm same as you. We're in the same earth. So
I really appreciate that. And I know Bulgarian now, he's also been targeted. So he has like a locked profile, and he would typically be met with, a different attitude. Let's just say that. So I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. We got Barrington that's up here. What's up, brother?
Hey, good morning. Keep it going. I'll chat with you later.
Cool. We got D also that came up as a speaker. Welcome, D.
Hey, brother. Thanks for the mic. I just wanted to, if I may, could I give my opinion on circle navigation?
Sure, go ahead.
If you have a paper plate and you have a magnet in the middle of that paper plate, and you take another magnet that's attracted to that magnet in the middle, right? You take a space, say, put them 5 inches apart, but enough to where there is pull on the magnet. You can move that magnet in a clockwise or counterclockwise movement. It's always going to be attracted to the middle. That's north. That's what all these compasses are going to, is north. What you're going west or you're going east, it doesn't matter.
But
It's always going to point north.
why do you need a different type of compass in the south?
What compass are you talking about?
Yeah, because you need when you go south of the equator, like South America or whatever, you need a different kind of compass. There's a kind of compass you can use in the northern hemisphere and a different type you need in the southern, because there's poles at either end.
That's true. Like Curtis brought up a good point.
If you were in the south and it was only one magnetic point, you'd only need one type of magnet.
From my understanding, all compasses pointed north.
Yeah,
I've never heard of the second compass.
Look up international compass.
Yeah, there's a thing called magnetic. There's a thing called magnetic declination, and I'm grateful that people are coming in with these questions, because we're investigating the claims that usually newbie flat earthers are talking about, because you guys really haven't heard these arguments, but we have over time. So like Kurgas brought up a very good point. So I think it's real good that people are talking about these things, because it gets things out in the open, and all we're here to do is share information, right? Because I know what works, honestly, because people have tried these arguments, and just like Kurgas pointed out, there's different compasses that they use in Australia. It's a very different compass. AJ, if he's here, he could probably tell you. I don't know if he's here or not, but
what was the name of the compass again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is a different compass. I don't know the name.
Just look up international compass.
When we buy one in Australia, obviously it's set for Australia, but so I don't know the exact name, but yeah, definitely different compass in Australia. And the further south you go, you got to account for more magnetic declination.
You know what's really cool is that I think from the 24/7 group, every nation that's under the sun has joined the group, and we have people in different geographic locations that can attest to things that are being done. So it's not just like some sort of speculation. We got boots on the ground, so to speak. So it kind of stands a little bit better when people that are there can tell you from what's going on. Like it.
And what's really cool too is you not flipping out on me for bringing up the international compass.
Dude, that's what most people don't know.
Brother, I just want to say I'm just trying to find the truth, man. You know what I mean?
That's fine.
I don't believe anything that the government tells me or anything that the school board tells me. It's all been a lie so far. So I'm just doing my own research and talking with different people and getting different points of view.
And I don't speak on behalf of the space, but it's my observation that they're more about that as well, finding the truth than.
Bro, you're finding your spot here, man. You're already like, oh, okay, I'm gonna take this seat right here next time I come over. Like, you don't mind? Because see, the way you think falls in line with 24/7, dude. It takes a while for people to get their arguments like, kind of in line with how we carry ourselves. And AJ, like, he can tell you, he can attest to, like, when you first come into 24/7, it's not like, because we're hanging out with each other, so all of us are just random group of people. It's not like a university or anything. It's just like we're all just random, just hanging out, but we learn from each other. So
can I say one more thing and then I'll drop. I'm sorry. As far as the in my humble opinion, this is just my opinion. I think that if you look at the first chapter of the Bible, it clearly states the firmament 8 times in the first chapter alone. I think what you're seeing is, I don't think anybody knows what stars are. I think stars are just something that's on the other side of the firmament that's clearly stated. And I don't think Nikola Tesla knew either. He said that the sun and the moon were both local. They travel locally. They're inside the firmament. It's a closed system. You can't escape it.
Let me
But
D. Let me if AJ, if you can speak to what D was saying. I don't know if you're like the reason why we formulate our arguments a specific way.
Yeah, look, we normally wouldn't bring up the Bible, although I believe the Bible, yeah. But in these spaces, we're talking to all different people from all different walks of life. They could be Muslim, they could be atheist, etc., agnostic. So a lot of people won't take the Bible as evidence, yeah. So we really try to stick to things that we can prove. Now, an example for the firmament is we know via gas laws that gas pressure requires containment. It's the antecedent. We need something for the gas particles to press upon. We also know entropy laws and irreversible changes, that there's free expansion of gas from high pressure to low pressure, or high pressure to a vacuum. Yeah. So we know there needs to be some type of containment, but can we verify what it is, what it's made of? Is this the firmament that's spoken about in the Bible? These are things that we can't verify, but we can speak to gas pressure requiring containment.
Yeah, that's correct. And hopefully, it's my hope that you guys grow with us in the arguments, and you see what's effective, what's not, and we don't consider any of the things that we talk about as a debate, although it can be looked as a debate. People come in here with the mindset that it's a debate, but in reality, what we do is more akin to an interrogation, because we're asking them questions and they're not answering. So it's direct questions and no answers. It's more of evasion. It's non sequiturs, red herrings. They're dragging away from the point. So we're getting the audience to realize whenever we ask these questions, the reason why they don't answer is because of the implication that if they do answer, they're going to actually say that they don't know, or they're just assuming. So hopefully that comes across as the reason why we do what we do in our kind of the way we carry ourselves here. So AJ can probably tell you.
Yeah, I mean, we could go back and forth and argue about all day about what the containment may be, but we're just arguing over speculation. Neither of us are going to be able to go and verify what this is. There's no point in having the debate. You understand?
I think that promotion's working, AV. There's a lot of people in here I haven't seen in other spaces.
Oh, you think it's what? Let me just put it this way: if anybody is here from not any space, but you just saw it on the algorithm, can you raise your hand? Because I did a promotion, and I don't know if it's actually already working or not.
I think it's working because this is an odd time for you to be getting a flux of people in.
Yeah, let me see.
Even from the other space.
I think I follow Uncle, and I see a couple of my followers in here. I don't know if it's an algorithm or anything, but it could be. It could be for both. I don't know.
Well, I did pay for a promotion, but I don't know when that's going to take in.
C-Loss has given us the thumbs up over and over again. We got D with his hand up as well. So it appears some of them have come in off the promotion.
Did you come off because I did do a promotion, so I don't know if you guys are coming from a promotion or C-Loss.
Cat Lives Matter. Ramtix.
I think some are my followers, but I don't know if they came in here from the promotion, or I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know.
Isn't the promotion? So.
I can agree.
Could be both. It could be favored by the algorithm because of the promotion. I don't know.
That's a possibility.
That's really cool. And let me ask you a quick question here: did you see this recent host here from Get Vaccinated that you were talking a few moments ago, and I couldn't reply just right away, but you were talking a moment ago about the evasion of the questions. And if that's not the most classic way to evade the topic, I don't know what is. It just shows that they have absolutely nothing.
Yeah, get vaccinated is just a resident troll. Every time I have a space, he comes in here and that's.
Oh, yeah.
He puts us like if I ever. Well, I don't do it anymore, but if I ever brought him up, he'll play the soundboard. That's it.
I don't know if it's resident troll, if that describes him. I think it's more like assigned agent or something.
Perhaps. I didn't want to go that far, but I mean, we could say that. I mean, I don't see why we couldn't.
Yeah, I didn't know if I figured you had seen it. I was just for the benefit of some of the other listeners that's what we're up against. We have specific questions, and the specific questions have specific answers, and we're open to discussion, and we don't ask people to follow us like a cult group. That's the thing that I love there is when they call us cult leaders, because we're literally just asking people to go out to observe the world around them and to either report it or not. We're not asking them to follow speculation that they can never test or anything else. We're just asking them to go outside, open their eyes, take a look. What do you see? And yet somehow asking people to open their eyes and make their own observations makes us a cult leader. And he's not the only one. Just my point of that is that they don't have answers to the basic questions. So this is the deflection and speculation that we get.
Indeed, we got the homie, the conspiracy, coming up. What's up, man?
What's up, dude? I was wondering, do you guys just start this space, or you guys been going all night?
We're hard in the paint, man. We're about maybe 7 or 8 hours in.
Gotcha. Just the standard, typical then, huh?
Yeah,
all night.
you know, just 8, 9 hours. That's all.
Yeah. Well, every time I see you guys going, it's like in the morning, and I'm like waking up, and you guys are like trying to get off the space, and like just more people keep coming in. But no, shout out, you guys do a great job.
Yeah, what's funny is that it's usually rocking by the time I'm getting ready to get off. So I built up to like maybe 70 or 80 the last time. Yeah, man, it's kind of cool. I like it.
It's because we're coming in here with all of our dumb newbie questions.
No, that's fine. Listen,
I really appreciate it.
No, it's like because I could recall a time where I had the newbie kind of questions, but I had like a rough go at it because I was like thrown into the fire, like with all the sophist, tricks that the Globers do, and they are evasion. They don't want to answer like all that. I had to learn the hard way. So what works, what doesn't work, refining arguments, and then now conveying that over to you. So I'm basically giving you arguments wrapped up in a nice bow, so you don't have to deal with all that other stuff. Like if you were to take, let's say, for example, the argument for the dome, or the argument for, an AE map, any one of those, a good cunning sophist could probably curtail your idea and reverse the burden onto you and tell you, okay, I want you to tell me how you know that map has been verified by you, because you're putting this over here like it's true. I want to know what you did to verify this map projection is the actual true nature of the Earth. And when you come back around it, because you could probably try to say, well, I mean, it's just a visual. I'm not saying that's the Earth, but oh, you're not saying that's the Earth? But why are you using it then as your evidence? So we've dealt with that already. So that's why I'm saying, instead of you having to get put in that position, you can just hear what I'm saying to you and know that those guys are out there, and some of them will do that. So I'd rather you just kind of like hear some pro tips instead of you having to get yourself thrown into the fire and just learn that way.
That's what I was referring to, because I mean, I'm curious about a lot of topics, and this is one of the topics that I'm curious about.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm undecided, obviously, because I don't know enough to make a decision. But a lot of people, when they're arguing for either shape, they're very convinced about, everything, and that doesn't appeal to me. And it's hard to even go in and listen to these spaces. So again, I don't mean to glaze here, but I really appreciate that it's
and I know my
open
audience
and friendly to come in and listen. So
I know my audience, and I know
that's
like
fine.
when I'm speaking to somebody, like the retention level, like I get it. There's a you gotta keep it concise. If I get long in the tooth with somebody that's new, it's the information is gonna start falling off. So I have to stop. I have to know when that just okay. That should be good enough right here. Like because like if I keep bombarding you with information, it's just too much to retain. So I have to kind of pull back a little bit and know that within myself. Like, just give them that information, and later on we can talk about another subject, perhaps.
But it's not just about the information. It's about being open for people to come in and not be told that they're idiots for not knowing things already.
Oh, for sure.
Because
For sure.
that's a lot of people, it doesn't matter what subject you're on, but obviously these subjects are, I guess, forging stronger bonds between the people, I guess, who engage in it. But yeah, it's a lot of different topics where information may be hard to get, and it's hard to come in and just ask questions. So
there was a
that's
guy.
really
There was a guy. His name was Flat Smackers Playlist. When I first was doing this back in like 2015, 2016, he had a brain injury or an illness actually, and he didn't have much to live. So what he did was he compiled like a large group of information. It was like some ebooks. I think Edward Henry's book was in there, and some 200 proofs was in there. Like he put some memes, he put some like videos, and he compiled like this little resource that he gave to us in a package, and we have it on our server. And there's been people that have given a lot of information to us as a as a flat Earth group or whatever, 24/7. Like we've talked to many people, and I think those interactions kind of made us who we are as like as a group of people, like just friends. So I want you guys to benefit from that. Anybody in here that's thinking about looking into this information, all you got to do is click on my profile, go to the Flat Earth server that we have, the 24/7 Flat Earth server, and on the bottom of that server, there's a list of different categories, and each one of those categories, there's like a plethora of information, like enough to keep you busy for a long time. Like I really don't know how long, but it's a lot of information to consume. Videos, PDFs, laser tests. I mean, you name it. There's so much that we've done over the years. But all of that's there for you. I think even Flat Smacker's playlist has his information there too. But yeah, a lot of people have given a lot, as far as, and not only that, but we also generate content on the daily. There's this what I'm doing on X, and we've got some of the 24/7 team in the politics server. We got the 24/7 team in the home server, and we're just spread out everywhere, and we're just, I mean, when you get us all together, like I could call us like the old group, the OGs, together. Man, it's like we feel like we're an unstoppable force. Like, can you imagine me, Indio, Jedi, I mean, Crypto, like the guys who have been like none of the Globers, like I don't care who they are in academia, they don't stand a chance. Like, there's none of their arguments can, and we're doing this like for everybody, and we care about truth. So I think it's kind of a cool thing, and I don't know. I'm reflecting, on how like awesome it is to be a part of like a group of intellectual individuals, and Flat Lloyd's on there, give me 100. Like that's the homie right there. Him too. He's an educator, by the way, and he's been a part of Flat Earth for a while, so he's a good friend. But
Can I ask another question?
All right.
Sure.
Just quickly before you do that, I got a dip, Belfer.
Yeah.
I'm out. I got to get out of here.
AJ,
have a good one, guys. Yeah, thanks, guys.
We'll catch you later, brother.
No worries, man.
You were saying mostly?
Oh yeah. What was, a lot of people, ask, what's the point? I guess you have an opinion on what is the point of looking into
Sure.
these topics, and I just want to know what you think about that.
So I guess
what would be your answer to that?
The motivation for investigating any of this would be truth. It's a single word, but the value that it has. What does truth mean to you? Do you value truth? And if that's true, that you value truth, I think that you should take this into consideration, that the information that's been given to you about what the Earth is and the physics behind it and so forth, based on the idea that you live on a globe Earth, are not true. And if you want to investigate that any further, I would say start with asking yourself the three questions that I give to people, which are: number one, has any drop over distance been measured in any time in history? Right? As in, like anybody that's ever done this method, right? Second one would be axial rotation, the spin of the Earth. Has anybody ever measured that the Earth is spinning on its axis at the equator at about 1,000 miles per hour? So there's a lot of parts of the narrative that they're telling us, right? That's point number two, axial rotation. Point number three, the vacuum of space is existing adjacent to the pressure air that's on the surface, which is at about 14 psi. So you have three important questions. And if you want to know the truth about the Earth being a globe or not, then you're going to ask yourself these three questions. How do we know the surface of the Earth is curving? How do we know the Earth is spinning on its axis? How do we know that the vacuum of space exists adjacent to the pressure that we breathe? So 3 questions. Ask yourself, if this is the first time you've ever heard of this, think about it, ask yourself, and then, probably engage with research. So.
Hey, and I have a quick request, if you don't mind.
What's up, Barrington?
When you all leave in the morning and you go to have the after party, would you please consider directing that back to our home server instead of one of the other servers?
Yeah, I mean, but usually the people on X are exclusive to X, so they don't follow to that other place. So I couldn't help for most of the people actually party in other X rooms. So
sure, but yeah. I mean, I know like the last couple times that they've gone to the politics server, but just just my only point being that I see now that we've gone to so many different places, our home server, it would be nice if we could kind of somewhat circle back to our home server some a little more. That's all. Just if you consider it, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm just redirecting everybody to click on my profile. There's a link there to the home server. And like I said, at the bottom of the server, there's terabytes of information. You guys can pour yourself over. There's so much to know about this topic. But not more than that. Like I said, we're live streaming on YouTube, on Rumble, here on X. And you could listen to the debate style, argumentation style that me, Indio, Crypto, Jedi, like some of the usual flat earthers that get into these debates, and then you could get like sound bites of like us going through specific topics, and I don't know, it's just so much we put so much content. We've been doing this for 6 years, and we're on like all the time. Can you imagine how much audio content we have? There's so much audio content. So that being said, I think I'm gonna probably be heading out. Conspiracy, like, dude, I just got here.
Dude, I was just going through the Discord like for the first time because I've never been there. It's pretty intuitive. You just go scroll to the bottom. There's a bunch of topics, and you just click on them and open them. Is that pretty much what it is? And there's a bunch of content to surf through.
Yeah, and the different rooms that are there. And we welcome everybody. So live stream 1 and live stream 2, that's usually where we're hanging out. Usually live stream 1 is where we're hanging out. And like I said, we're always on Rumble and we're on YouTube. So the content's going to always be archived. It's archived for your benefit, because if there's some really juicy arguments that are happening and you're sleeping or whatever, you can just go back to YouTube and look over the argument that took place, and then you'll be like, dude, that was an amazing like discussion or whatever. But yeah, I'm wanting for everybody to join, and you guys be a part of our group there 24/7.
And I push like accept invite going through your Twitter. Does that mean I'm already accepted pretty much? I think I have a Discord. I just set one up the other day, so I think it just automatically
I think
did it.
so. I believe so, man. I'm gonna go ahead and follow you too, because I think I didn't have you follow for some reason. Yeah, but I think so. Conspiracy.
Sweet, man.
Oh.
Yeah, I was reading through some discussions. It looks like a pretty interactive platform, and I'm excited to check it out.
I
Thanks
think
for doing these
we're up to
spaces
what?
too.
Who's in here right now? Flat Lloyd. I don't know if you're here, or Barrington. What are we? 35,000 in there. How big is our server? I know it's one of the biggest Flat Earth Discords for sure.
Yeah, I think it's like 35,000. If you give me just a half second, I'll take a peek.
Yeah, I want to say it's 35, but we're up to 35,000 folk that come through. Well, actually, more people.
28.5.
Yeah, that 28.5.
I mean, a rounding error, but I mean, like, just imagine that this topic gathers nearly 30,000 people onto one Discord server, and that's our one topic.
Mm-hmm.
Not all the derivative topics and not everything else, but 30,000 people that come for this one topic.
Yep, and I try to go live as much as I can when I'm not when I don't have work. So you can also join me here on X. So long as you're following me, you can join me next time I go live. But I'm appreciating everybody who joined us this whole time that we've been doing this. So hopefully you guys join us again. I might be doing it tonight. I'm not really sure, but I might go again tonight. And if I do, I'm just gonna throw it up, and you guys can join if you like. It's optional. But anyway, yeah, I'm gonna probably be closing it down, heading out and stuff. So I don't know, conspiracy, if you're gonna throw up your X or whatever, and people can join or whatever.
I might, dude. I think Flat Earth Friday is still going. I might pop back
Oh.
in there. I never know quite how long those guys go. So
For sure, for sure.
yeah, I run spaces too. So I might do one later. Appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, I hear you do a rockin' spaces, man. You got a lot of people in there.
Yeah, dude. I mean, the community makes them. You know, I'm just yeah. I appreciate it. Yeah.
You're the man behind the mask. Yeah. Okay, so
I think I already asked my questions, but Uncle had his hand up longer than me, so.
he's Uncle. Are you there?
Yeah. Thanks for having this space. I'll be looking out for it and see if I can catch you again. I really enjoy it because the the spaces that I mainly run in, it's literally taboo as a topic, and so it's nice to be in a space where that's what we're talking about. And I believe it is the lie that all the other lies are set upon.
That's absolutely true. Yeah, it's the big chessboard that all the other things are set. All the chess pieces are put on top of. So, yeah, with that, I'm gonna go ahead and say appreciate everybody. I'm gonna be heading out. Thanks once again, and joining us again for the continuing series that 24/7 Flat Earth is doing. Episode number 12 will be the next one, and I don't know what I'm gonna title it, but it will be something creative. Like today was Globe Salesman Wanted, so that would be something creative. Well, hopefully you join me again. And guys, thank you so much for joining us. And this is Alpha Veritas, your host. I'm out. Later, guys.
Thank you. Thanks. Bye.
watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.